plus Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First offering here. He hits in the dirt in front of the plate, skips all the way to the Rangers dugout. Kelnick around third. He'll dive across the plate with a go-ahead run. An exceedingly wild pitch uncorked there by Varland. It hit just in front of the plate, got away from Kirk, went all the way over in front of the Rangers dugout, and Kelnick scores from second on the wild pitch. Rangers lead it 3-2.
Not only do we wake up with a sweep here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball, good morning Metroplex. It is Sean and Bobby with Choppy out for the next few days with the Little League, high school team, youth baseball in Alabama. Sean Sharif, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on DFW Sports Station. Not only do we wake up and start off the week with a sweep, you're starting off with a first-place team in the American League West, up on Seattle by half a game.
Yeah, which is it's great. It's great to be in first place.
Proud of you for this song.
It's a classic.
You,
it's a gospel classic right there.
I was proud of Peyton. You gave it to him?
We gave it to him during when Jason Kidd got fired. We played this a lot.
Okay.
This is. It feels a little bit like maybe a G-bag first, but you'll take it. Like as long as you're first place, it's good. And they earned it. Look, anytime you get a 4-game sweep of anybody, you can't dump on that. It's a positive thing. There are still things that are concerning about this team. They are still getting just hammered with untimely injuries. They can't get everybody synced up at the same time, it doesn't feel like. But all of that to say, they're in first, and they're in a division where they very easily could be hanging around first by the end of the season.
Does this have to give you the green light at the trade deadline? Fantex?
No, it doesn't have to. Because, again, to me, they're not going to all of a sudden be a World Series contender with the trade deadline. They can win their division. They can go to the playoffs. But to me, it's like, okay, well, what are we trying to do, though? Are we trying to just win the division every year, or do you want to win a World Series? If you want to win a World Series, you need to start unloading some of these pieces and trying to build back up what is a completely depleted farm system.
Yeah, in my gut, the Texas Rangers are not a really, really good baseball team, a true playoff contender, or a real World Series threat.
Yeah.
But
I didn't think that in 23 either.
Right. But we have to sit here, right? And you do have to look at the landscape of the American League. So you got the head and the gut weighing against each other. Are they a great team? I think we would all agree no. Who are the great teams in the American League? So if we get in the postseason, who's going to sweep us? Who's going to whip us in 5? Who's going to embarrass us to where we really should have sold at the trade deadline? We're in the midst of a playoff series, or we just get eliminated in convincing fashion, and we're like, no, we should have sold. We let the standings fool us. Who in the American League is going to beat us down? Tampa Bay's 48-33. The Yankees are 13 games over 500. The stunning Chicago White Sox are in first place in the Central. The Guardians are 4 games over. You're getting them again starting today.
You'll beat all them then, because they're above 500. Those are the teams you struggle with.
So that's the struggle is the American League. It would be a little bit more helpful for clarity if in the other 2 divisions there was a powerhouse.
Yeah.
There was a no doubt. There was a not Dodgers, but something in the vicinity, in the ballpark of it. That's the problem.
I mean, Yankees are really good. But yeah, it's not there's not like you don't feel like
they're 3-7 in their last 10. They've lost 4 in a row. Toronto's lost 6 in a row. You can easily make the case, which I think they're going to do. I think. Now, they're going to buy big with Ray Davis's wallet. I think we all doubt that. But the easy case is there to be made from Chris Young's point of view, right?
Yeah. No, I would say that, again, I think the fact that the Yankees they're second in the American League in scoring, they're first in runs allowed. Like, when you combo that up, you're really good. And so I don't think the Rangers would beat the Yankees in a 7-game series, but you know, they've played well against them this year, and you've got Evaldi, and Evaldi is Mr. Yankee shutdown guy. But I mean, if you get Kumar Rocker to pitch well, keep pitching well. If you get Jacob deGrom to stay healthy, if you can get everybody in your offense to be healthy at the same time, which has just not happened now with Wyatt Langford going to be out till after the All-Star break. Corey Seager always has his pockets where he misses. It feels like, okay, Durant could get hurt and, Young could get hurt. And it doesn't feel like they're going to have all of their offensive pieces together at one time this year.
Just the second time since 2018 that the Rangers have won a series in Toronto. It ends with Nimmo crashing into the wall. Eventually, the smile creeps across the face, and you're in first place. And a heck of a day for Skip Schumacher. Earlier on in the sixth inning, he pinch hits Foscue for Evan Carter. And Foscue is he's feeling himself. I tried to live bet it quickly on Underdog. He's getting on base. Somehow, some way, he's getting on base, even though he had the broken at-bat. And he was able to go ahead and draw a walk. Bases loaded. Diaz comes through again to make it 2-0. So he hit the right switch there. And then Skip in the ninth. Josh Young, 2-out double. You pinch run Kelenic with the two-base wild pitch. Bassick said you got a double and then a double wild pitch, and that is how the Rangers end up sweeping.
Kelenic was flying too, like and
hesitating and stuttering and stammering.
And he still got there. It was like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean that was a completely wild pitch. The way it was just, that ball felt like it went 20 feet in the air or something, and it bounced. It almost looked like it hit off a rock or something, the way it bounced. But the catcher couldn't find it. He was looking around. He looked the wrong way. That was the big thing. He turned the wrong way. If he doesn't turn the wrong way, Kelenic can't score. But he turns the wrong way initially, and then he's got to find it. And then once he finds it, Kelenic gets in there completely easily. And that right there, Schumacher deserves a ton of credit for that, because you're taking Josh Young out of the lineup. You don't know if you're about to go hit extras.
Yeah.
You don't know if that you're going to need Josh Young's bat again later in there. And he took the calculated gamble and said, all right, let's do this. And it paid off for him.
Jock Peterson continuing to shut many of us up, myself included. First pitch of the game, his third leadoff homer this season, second this series. And are you going to say that Kumar Rocker is shutting you up maybe a little bit, as you already had bullpen plans for his future? What do you think about Rocker now?
I still think Rocker's probably going to go to the bullpen like his dad, John. I think ultimately that he ends up at the back of the bullpen.
Really don't think that
Are they not related?
I don't think John Rocker. No, I don't think so. A 3.83 ERA with a 2-6 record.
Yeah, and I was looking this up yesterday because I was like, man, this is another 5-inning, no runs allowed performance by him. So I went and looked it up. He is tied since May 13th when he had the first one of these. Since May 13th, he has 4 games of at least 5 innings, 4 or fewer hits, and no runs allowed. The only player who has that many, and it's a tie, they don't even have more than him. The only player with 4 starts like that in the last 6 weeks like he has is Jacob Mizorowski. That's it.
Wow.
And so it's Rocker and the Miz, basically, that are dominating this. But, if I think, yeah, he would be second now. Rocker's second on the team in ERA. He's under 4 now. He, like you mentioned, he's at 3.83. He battles. He's not getting like these overwhelming starts. He had the really good one against Miami where he struck out 10 or whatever he did. But it's not super dominant, but you want to see him work out of jams. You don't want to just see him overpower guys all the time, and he's been doing that.
Rangers starters this series, when they showed the graphic within the game, so you had a few more innings added to this, but at this point in time of the statistic, 23 innings pitched against the Blue Jays, 3 earned runs for a 1.17 ERA. 4 walks, 24 strikeouts. The batting average against 174.
I don't see how this is possible. If you're not looking at it, don't look right now. The Rangers have won 6 of Kumar Rocker's last 8 starts. What is Rocker's record this year?
I said 2-6.
Oh, did you say it? I must you say in the record there. 2-6.
Someone's got to replace Choppy.
2-6 doesn't seem possible.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem possible with how he's pitched.
With a sub-4 ERA.
His last win was over a month ago. It was 5 weeks ago. That's insane. And he's pitched. They've won 4 out of those 5 in that time.
877-881-1053. You had said that Ranger fans had been agreeing to sell. I just wonder how first place in the standings and a sweep may change things up emotionally on the Franklin Frankel text line at 877-881-1053. Then the first 3 innings of this series, they did a ton of damage. 13 runs scored. 364 for the average. 5 home runs, OPS over 1,000, walk rate 13.5%. Entering this series, they were at 1.4 runs a game in the first 3 innings. They put up 13 over the 4-game stretch. Jock Peterson and Dave Raymond said it on the broadcast. The formula: get out ahead early, stay ahead. W's.
Yeah, make sure that the Blue Jays have that AC turned down really cold if the roof isn't open. But even still, you got the roof open yesterday, and it wasn't like the ball was flying out. So, but like they're in a position right now that they're going to get this stretch against the Guardians coming up on the road. They'll need to continue this momentum if they really want to be able to sell Ray Davis on let's buy. But I thought it was really interesting last week when Brett Boone didn't seem to want to just give it a pass as to though Ray Davis won't spend anything. Definitely was like, yeah, there's budget concerns. He's like, but if Chris goes in there, if it's Chris lobbying Ray Davis, most of the time he'll get what he wants.
Cleveland, 44-40. Excuse me. They've won 2 in a row. They're second place in the American League Central, and they will get going tonight right here on DFW Sports Station.
So you've got they're 42-42. They have 3 against the Indians or the Guardians coming up. 3 against Detroit, 3 against the Angels, 3 against the Astros. Not exactly murderer's row after the Guardians here.
Angels just fired their GM.
What's the record at the break?
Say the teams again.
It's 3 against the Guardians on the road, and then it's a 9-game homestand against the Tigers, Angels, and Astros.
They're 500. They'll be 1 game over.
Okay. Well, that's not possible because it's 12 games.
Well, freaking
One game's going to get postponed, Bobby, and canceled and moved to the end of the season.
Does it the Tism regular? Here's a 4-4 series. Here's the 4 teams and then the 12 games. I didn't calculate the games. Fine.
Hey, you saw on Twitter.
2 games over.
You saw on Twitter yesterday.
Jackass.
You saw on Twitter yesterday. Choppy was doing the Tism with his little piece of paper where he's scribbling all the scores. I'm telling you, that's going to be one of my best calls I've ever had. Is us realizing that Choppy had it.
Was that his high school standings and run differential?
I think he was keeping track of scores of games that were going on in the tournament. That's what it looked like to me. It just looked like a bunch of baseball scores, because it definitely was not World Cup scores. Because some of them said 2-0, and nobody scores 2 goals in the World Cup.
Perfect segue.
Here's Jacob Schaffelberg. Schaffelberg's ball into the box, headed away by Ocon. It's Eustachio! Stefan Eustachio in stoppage time might well have sent Canada into the round of 16 at the World Cup.
Perfect timing to switch over to this game with about 3 minutes left. Fox and FIFA with the audio, and Canada gets the last-second goal to beat South Africa to win their first ever knockout match and advance to the round of 16 on Sunday. So there it is, Team Canada making up for the Blue Jays.
Yep, and just an incredible match. You heard the announcer there who, I don't know why, it just always cracks me up to hear the British announcers that when he passes and he goes up the pitch and blah blah blah. Just they're every.
Do you agree with Choppy that it should only be British announcers for soccer?
As somebody who grew up playing FIFA, yeah,
were they all British?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, so that's the you get the you need, for some reason I just feel like you need their excitement, that British accent just going it just gets me pumped. You're into this thing though. You were all into it on Saturday.
I'm into betting it.
You seemed like you were into it just as a spectator though on Saturday
because I bet it. I could not name 3 players on there.
Do you remember what the teams were that were played?
I think it was Portugal.
It was Portugal.
Okay.
And I don't remember.
They tied someone. They screwed me. I was
Colombia.
It was Colombia?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Because we were talking about I was talking about they should have fed the players cocaine before the game.
All I know is it apparently robbed us of a chance of Messi and Ronaldo, so that's not happening because Portugal went and screwed it up. How are we going to replace RJ Choppy's World Cup update? We'll do it with the great Mac Angle, who has been living in Arlington at Dallas Stadium. The always entertaining Mac Attack will join us at 8 o'clock. Casey Donahue ticket giveaways in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. Best and worst of the weekend. Below the belt and the red zone as well. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club. And this rumor exploded in the Metroplex late last night. Is Masai Ujiri looking for the Kawhi Leonard reunion as a Dallas Maverick? The very latest after this.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's have a little free agency fun. Well, not technically free agency, but acquiring other players because NBA free agency is about to kick off. Well, last night, Bobby sent over the story. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Choppy will be back on Thursday from Alabama. The New York Times and The Athletic report that the Mavericks and Clippers have discussed a deal that would send the 7-time All-Star Kawhi Leonard to Dallas for a package that would include, I love that they have specifics on this, P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, and draft picks. Now, the two most common responses that I got from Mavs Tolos yesterday were, what draft picks, number one, and number two, thanks but no thanks. Is this organization ever going to learn to stop putting old, injured players on the court? Of course, Masai Ujiri has a part of Toronto legendary status for that championship that he got because he traded for Kawhi Leonard as a member of the Raptors. And this is the Athletic saying he's trying to reunite again.
Yeah, and he's somebody who I 100% believe. There was a joke right after he got hired that a bunch of Raptors fans were like, Jakob Poeltl incoming. That's his guy. Like he's got like a handful of guys that he loves, and he's going to go get them. This is what guys do. Whenever you get new GMs or whatever else, or new coaches, we always talk about I remember here in Dallas, it was the Fobs, and it was the Friends of Bill. When Bill Parcells got hired here, everybody went, all right, Ray Lucas, who's coming here? Like, he loves a handful of guys. He's going to bring some here. Masai Ujiri's the same way. And if one of the bigger veterans out there that is available to be acquired this offseason is Kawhi Leonard, I don't think it should surprise anyone that he would have at least called. I'm surprised the Clippers seem at least interested to talk about it because I don't know that they have anything worth moving around with other than if the Clippers just want to get off the contract.
Yes, and it's a $50 million contract for the 35-year-old. He turns 35 today and 1 year left of team control. And we know that Kawhi in contracts and negotiating can be a total pain in the ass. So you just gave Masai's perspective. Now I need your opinion.
Yeah, go do it. Do it. What else are we going to put out there right now? Yeah, and Kawhi, I know he has missed a bunch of time. He is not Anthony Davis in terms of missing time. It's not that bad. 21-22, he missed the whole year. And then he played 37 games 2 years ago. But outside of that, his games played, a lot missed in here, but it's 60, 57, 52, 52, 68, 65. That sounds slightly below what a lot of stars play these days.
And I would be really interested to go get the top 10 scores in the NBA over the last 3 years and tell me their average amount of games played. Mm-hmm. And I feel like it'd be at around 65. Kawhi also averaged a freaking career high last year. He averaged 28 points, 28, 6, and 3.
He is a 40% three-point shooter for his career.
He's so efficient.
I know, but I don't even think of him as being that guy. Like in terms of from the perimeter a lot of the times, and he is
50% from the field, 86% from the line. I think this is one of those things, and I need to come up with a name for this. If you're a Clippers fan, you're probably good riddance. We got, the big free agent, the moves, Jerry West, the architect, the logo, got us Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. You were supposed to be in the NBA Finals. So Kawhi's Clipper run has not only been a disappointment, it's been controversial because other Mavs fans are like, watch, the NBA will drop the damn suspension hammer on him for getting paid under the table right when he becomes a Dallas Maverick. And if you're not watching Kawhi Leonard every single day, day in and day out, you probably have my reaction of, what is that? What is that over yonder? What is that over there? 28 points a game, 65 games played, and then you get him, and then you remember what you were criticizing as a sports talk host and making fun of with all of his games missed and his lack of personality and the frustration that does come with Kawhi Leonard, who is still a damn good player. But I will admit, my first reaction to this was, yeah. The first reason was because of the possible compensation. Now, I don't know what draft picks we're talking about here with the lack of team control. I think next year's goes to Charlotte, unless it's the top 2 picks. You better damn sure hope that you're not as bad as you were this year. But P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, okay. Bye-bye, see you later. Like, I love Klay's personality, and when PJ is on the floor and his ankle's not rolling, nice toughness, those are fine, okay guys off of your bench, or PJ if you want to start him. But why would the Clippers take this unless somehow the Mavs have enticing draft picks? I don't understand why this would be enough. But the second reason I was in on it, because it allowed me to at least understand a direction. And that is what I asked last week, and that's what I keep asking. What's the plan here? What is the goal? Masai Ujiri sat up there and said, every single move is for Cooper Flag and the future. We don't have to rush to do things today. Now, this would be the second time that he sports lied at the podium. The first was, guys, getting rid of Jason Kidd, look at my future. My history, my MO is I go in and I stick with the coach that's there. I just don't go ahead and instantly clean house. That was the first sports lie. And this would be the second one if they were trying to get him, because he did sit up there at that podium. Matt Gangle was there. Matt will join us at 8 o'clock this morning and say, we don't need to win today. We're not trying to go ahead necessarily and do it today. This is for Coop's future.
Yeah, but if you were to...
But I didn't understand then why you keep Kyrie. And... It's just a tug of war in terms of direction. This one, at least, you didn't address really scoring with your draft picks, right? This would at least let me understand, okay, now it makes more sense to keep Kyrie if you're going to try to go for it now more so with Kawhi, and you added scoring that you didn't get in the draft.
Yeah, it's a when he says, yeah, look, we're trying to build the future and we're not trying to do this or that. It's like you can say that and believe that. But if you find out the Clippers will give you Kawhi Leonard for PJ and Klay, it's like, well, PJ and Klay aren't helping us now really anyway, so cool.
Yeah.
So you're talking about...
I mean, look, truth be told, and again, I love the guy's personality, except for maybe what he did to... Was it Nicki? Is it Nicki Minaj? Or is it another girl?
No, it was Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion, except for what he did to old poor Megan, who I clearly remember very well. Klay Thompson, he's not even an asset to me. It's like Klay, okay. Like I view Klay as basically, he's a roster spot that hit you 2 or 3 threes a game.
We all remember what Klay was.
Yeah.
And so that kind of damages what he is now, which is as a 35-year-old shooting 38% from behind the line. It's like, it's not like the worst player in the world. It's just you remember who he was. And so it's like, well, that's not the same guy. But if he was just... That's who he, like, that's just kind of been his career. Like, you'd accept that generally. But at the amount that you're paying him, no. And at the amount that, like, if the opportunity is there to get a player like Kawhi Leonard, who is hurt a lot. Like, for instance, so he and Anthony Davis over the last 7 years or 8 years, I think it was, he's played 3 more games than AD. But in there, he missed an entire season, which means on average, his season is he's more consistently. He's got more seasons of like 60 games than AD does in the last 8 years. So he's done it 2 out of the last 3 years. He's played 62 games or more, or whatever it was. And he's somebody who, if you can roll out there with a lineup that is Cooper Flag, Kawhi Leonard, Kyrie Irving, Najee Marshall, and Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford or whatever, that's not a bad basketball team. Like, you can win with them.
I guess Mark Stein is shooting this down. I don't know with whatever his Substack is, but I trust Kevin Gray, who kind of summarized it and said, thanks to Mark for shutting this down. That was a crazy 4 hours. Now we can go ahead and move on. So KG, at least, and many others, not a fan. But if you're telling me, again...
They swapped out all of Stein's people, so I mean, how would he know?
We need to fill in the blank with what the draft picks are. But if it's P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, and nothing crazy in terms of draft picks, yeah, do it. I view that as almost free.
What year is the next draft pick, first-round draft pick the Mavericks have that is theirs? That they don't have to give to anybody or have pick swaps.
4 years?
2031. In this state, we will have 2 separate elections for governor before the Mavericks own their next first-round pick. That's insane to think. Imagine if the Cowboys were in that position. If I told you the Cowboys will not have their first-round pick again for 5 years, that would you'd feel just defeated,
empty.
And that's the thing is that if you can, they don't really have any picks to move. So this sounds like if that's the case, if that's what's being discussed, the Clippers just want off the contract. They don't think he's coming back. There's probably with this Aspire or Inspire, whatever the hell it was, that whatever that deal is with Pablo Torre, they probably just don't want to be connected to whatever that is anymore, I would guess, or they want a divorce from whatever that is. And so, yeah, if you're telling me that that's the team, and then there's still the buzz that they're going to move Gafford at some point, probably to the Lakers, and if they do that, all right, you're going to get some more assets there. If Merez Johnson is who you think he can be, like, it's starting to look like a team that, like, okay, you can be a competitive basketball team next year if you can get these pieces in place.
Yahoo Sports' Kevin O'Connor reporting the Warriors want both LeBron and Anthony Davis. So
that team would have been scary 10 years ago.
We've kept hearing LeBron Warriors, LeBron Steph, LeBron Draymond. We know that they're all buddy-buddy over there, especially LeBron and Draymond. So this is the Warriors supposedly wanting both LeBron and AD.
You remember like those charity 3-on-3 games or whatever that they would do, like where it was like, all right, we've got the 3 former NBA All-Stars against the 3 celebrities who just kind of play basketball, and they do those on NBC like 20 years ago during the All-Star break. This is that's what the Warriors would be doing. That Warriors team would be, everybody would be like 40 years old basically at this point, it feels like.
Would they be better than us without Kawhi?
No, or without Kawhi, yes. I thought you were talking about with Kawhi. Without Kawhi, yeah. I mean, there's still stuff that needs to fall into place for Dallas. But
now, the year that I beat you in the football bet, which is supposed to be your expertise, you beat me in the basketball bet.
Which bet was that?
It was about a number of games won.
Okay.
But you bet the under on the Mavs win total versus what I thought, because of the injury factor of AD and Kyrie and a lot of Luka disgust and Nico hatred. You wouldn't feel that much different about Kyrie and Kawhi in the same lineup. I know you just went through the difference between AD and Kawhi's injuries, but still, we're talking about Kawhi Leonard and then Kyrie on top of it. Why would we not be sitting here?
Like, I mean, they're not. It's one of those things where, because obviously, like you're talking about, Flag is still in there, and we're talking about Lively and these other guys who are younger. They've got their injury issues, but we're talking about like they are a younger basketball team. Even still, Kyrie and Kawhi we're still talking about as being younger than the core of the Warriors. This was the Warriors last year. In fact, going into next year, these were guys that were on the Warriors last year. Draymond Green is going to be 36. Jimmy Butler's going to be 37. Steph Curry's going to be 38. Al Horford's going to be 40. LeBron's into his 40s. Anthony Davis is 33, but he's 33 in dog years. He's like 150 the way that he moves. And so I don't know that there would be an older roster in basketball, like in basketball history, than that one.
The NFL draft scandal that has exploded over the weekend, and Bobby wants to defend OJ next.
Let's do it.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet together. Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We got a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out. I love how Choppy tried to go. Well, there's a possibility I'm back on Wednesday. There's a chance. Like, if we get eliminated and I can catch a flight and everything. I was like, shut up.
Is that like him? Does he normally
throw out the fake?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if he's done that before. I don't think he has, but that would be in general, I don't believe him, though.
Not vacation-wise. Sick-wise, he's always like, I think it's only 1 day, could be 2, but not vacation-wise. When he takes off, it's off.
Yeah. I would say he's pretty consistent, too, even about, him threatening, who I may be out tomorrow does not always equal that he'll be out. He doesn't always then take it after he said that. He'll show up a lot of times still, so.
I don't know, but that boy, he needs to learn to clean himself. He's a dirty, vile human being. I always knew he was mentally and psychologically, but this eye thing and just random farting. I almost fought with him last Monday. Were you there? Were you there at the meeting? When we were in the back room. He's standing against the back wall. I hear him fart. And again, he views it like it's just, this is all his domain.
This is my oxygen.
It's my oxygen. It's just a natural. It's like I'm a dog. I can just I should just fart. And I walk past him to go to the coffee and break room, and I always smell this must on him. And it's just I feel like he's dirty. I feel like he's not showering a lot. I feel like his hands are not clean. That leads to the eye thing. And then he farts against the wall. And then he walks past me down the hallway, and I was like, dude, I smelled it. Because the other thing is he swears your nostrils are misleading you. You're not smelling it. Yes, I farted, but you're making it up. Your brain is playing a trick on you, and I'm telling you what you're smelling because my farts don't stink. And 95% of the time, he's been right over our 15 years, but they've started to get worse. I don't know why. Maybe the gut health has decreased. But I was like, dude, what the hell, man? He's like, what?
I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I was like, I heard you. And I smelled you. And he goes, no, it was maybe I was rubbing my feet on the carpet. And I was like, what the? This is that's literal gas lighting. He farted, walked past me. I heard it. I smelled it. And he was getting hype with me over. He's like, don't tell me what my butt did.
He's the guy that goes, we smelt it, dealt it. You smelt it, Sean, so you did it.
Yeah,
you did it.
Smelt it. You ever smelt it, dealt it.
Gosh.
Am I crazy?
No, I was there. Yeah,
do you hear him? You see his face on the fan cam. You see him lift his butt cheek. You see him lift his leg. That's what he's doing. Aiden's dying out there laughing.
817. RJ is a dirty white boy. Is their take. 469. I don't know if I can say that, but they're saying that Choppy stinks because of things that he likes to do. But he's a walking sourdough starter. That's what he is. He's when he talks about
he tells me,
I jumped in the pool.
I had a itchy eye one day. That's pink eye. It was gone the next day, and now he's got this sty he can't stop messing with it, and he's always using fingers in his mouth, and I just don't feel like he's clean. I think feel like he's getting dirtier.
That tear duct where he says, oh yeah, I squeezed it and I popped all this pus. I was like, that's disgusting, and that also sounds like you should go to the doctor.
Yes. All right. So explain to us who Matt Miller is.
Matt Miller is for years he had been the draft analyst at Bleacher Report. That was kind of what he was known for, and so he's lived in Austin, Missouri, a couple different places, but he had been the draft analyst at Bleacher Report for a long time, and then a few years ago got hired by ESPN. And he was I believe he was on their TV draft coverage. I couldn't watch the draft while we were doing it, but I think he was on their draft coverage.
He's one of their top, right? It goes Kuiper, and then would it go Matt Miller too? I know you got Field Yates.
Yeah, now with all the combo of ESPN and NFL networks combining with each other, then I think Jeremiah's in there somehow, and they've got some of that other stuff. But yeah, I would say out of their writers, the guys who write for them consistently, it'd be Kuiper, then it'd be Matt Miller or Jordan Reed.
So last week, Matt Miller got in this car crash, and
2-3 weeks ago.
2 or 3
he
weeks
just
ago.
announced it last week.
And last week he also announced a GoFundMe because he was about to or lost his arm. He was getting amputated because of so much blood. And you had NFL general managers, co-workers, big dogs contributing to this. Eric DaCosta, Howie Roseman, Mel Kiper, Adam Schefter, Pat McAfee, all contributing to this GoFundMe. Now, I'll be completely honest. I wasn't going to be completely honest in the moment last week. I didn't lie. I just didn't say it. When the GoFundMe got put out, I was like, that's weird. Why? And it's a $50,000 GoFundMe. It's not like a $250K GoFundMe or $200,000.
It's 50 now. It was 10, then it was 30, now it's 50.
Oh, they kept raising it.
Now, I don't know. He didn't start it technically. Some family member did. So I don't know if they raise it or if GoFundMe automatically I don't know how it works.
Because if you reach your goal on there, then it's like they stop giving you money. So it's like they want to keep increasing the goal each time so people give them money.
But he shared it, right? He retweeted.
Yes.
And I was like, it seems a little... It's weird. It's like not desperate, but I didn't want to say anything in the moment. The guy was getting his arm amputated, and he was in this horrific accident. I didn't say anything, but I was like, I don't know. Even I'm trying to think at what level, like who else at ESPN would announce a GoFundMe? It's like, all right, what's your salary? And two, for $10,000, $20,000, it's just weird.
Yeah, and there's two different ways that people have been raising an eyebrow at it. One is, why do you have this? Don't you have the means? Like there's a little bit of that. And then the other end of it is people believe he doesn't have the means and they're criticizing ESPN. And they're saying, what is ESPN not doing over there? What are they not providing for their employees that he would need to start this? So it got pushed back regardless. It was a lot of people defending Matt Miller and going, hey, this is awful that your employer can't cover you the way that they need to. And then there were other people who were going, I think he is getting coverage and he's just trying to milk this a little bit. But then the report came out, and this is from Pro Football Network because I know.
This is where an all-time backfiring maybe happens.
So I know that there's not a news organization out there right now that I don't think they would write a story on this right now, even if they were working on it. They wouldn't write one right now because they would need to gather all the information. But about a month and a half ago, there was a Reddit page that said, is anybody in a fantasy football league run by Matt Miller and didn't get their payouts? And it was loaded with comments who go, oh, welcome, your first time here? Oh, congratulations, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Where
it also seemed to be kind of like a Draft 101 thing he was running.
There were two different, there was like a scouting package that he was offering. There was a fantasy football league that was allegedly one of them, and it was for charity. That's where a lot of the pot was going to be going to this community, this charity he has where he gives like jackets to homeless people or something like that. And what happened is they said that no, he hasn't been running one. He tells people he's running one. He gets as many signups as he can, and he's actually running like 50 leagues, and he's not paying out any of them. He's just then like say he'll talk to you and go, oh, I'm sorry, and people started sharing DMs of him coming up with excuses why he couldn't pay them out and do different things. And so
he disappears, keeps the money, and then people report it to ESPN apparently in order to get any type of response. Like, look at what your employees is doing. He's running a scam on us, and then all of a sudden they would get some response.
In the Reddit thread, they were all posting the HR contacts for ESPN and saying everybody needs to contact them right now and tell them what he's doing. And all these tweets started getting retweeted from 5 years ago and things like that were saying like, I got scammed by Matt Miller scammed me, and like a bunch of them way before this accident occurred. And when the accident first happened, people kept wondering, why are there so many comments under this post and in quote tweets that go like, couldn't happen to somebody better or so? And it's like, what? Yeah. Where's this coming from?
It's so cold-blooded
and
about
it is this
have a heart.
It is running deep now of all these people who are claiming that no, he's been ripping people off.
Yeah.
And that's the accusation, and I'm sure ESPN is looking into it now, but then with the timing, the accident report came out from Missouri. They'd shared the bunch of different news outlets had shared the incident report. He had apparently crossed a double yellow line, and crashed into an 18-wheeler. He started the wreck.
The way I read it was he was responsible for it.
Yes, that's exactly. They in the accident report they were saying that based on their on-site report.
Which let me just stop down right there. I'm just going to be honest this whole segment.
Yep.
if that's true, I got a humongous problem with you putting out a GoFundMe if you're the one that caused the accident. The other person tried to veer away. When you put out a GoFundMe like that, and maybe I'm wrong, but my real opinion is, all right, you're giving off the perception that you were the victim of what happened out there on the roads. You caused it. You swerved into the other lane. Unless I really love you and I know you very, very well, I feel bad that, the amputation, the arm stuff is happening, but it just gave off the impression to me that he was the victim.
Yeah, I guess I would view it as, just for myself, I would look at it as though if you caused the accident, I would assume it was probably still unintentional. It may have been some mistake or some sort of thing like that. So I would understand somebody maybe not like wanting to volunteer that they started it, because it may have just been a mistake that definitely was not intended to lead up to that, and they would still need help for it. And so I can understand that aspect, and I don't think that him starting the accident necessarily, or being responsible for the accident, would necessarily just rule out being able to ask for help.
Yeah.
There's a lot of speculation from people out there now about what exactly happened then? If this is what happened and the timing of everything else, what exactly occurred that caused this to happen? Why? And then the investigation that will go into, why were you crossing the double yellow line? Were you swerving to miss something? Was there something else that happened? Did you think it was a turn lane? There will be all these various things that people are going to want to know of. How did you end up in that lane? Were you looking at your phone? What was going on? And it'll be interesting to see
what happened to the other person. Is the other person?
Yeah, he was fine. The driver of the other vehicle was fine. Okay. Completely fine.
So, I see what you're saying. I'm looking up headlines for this with Matt Miller's name, and I'm not seeing any of that stuff in it. Mm-hmm. So it seems like people are waiting. But yeah, PFSN is the only one that says controversy erupts as Matt Miller faces stunning allegations after devastating accident. But I've never heard of PFSN.
The top, it's Pro Football Network. The top voted or the top impression tweet and replies under his GoFundMe says, "GoFundMe when you caused the crash by crossing the center line, get all the way the F out." There's a lot of people under these comments that are being aggressive.
And normally when we don't have an established corporation or news entity putting out the headline, we don't really talk about it or give it air. But my thought is, for these people to be so cold and callous and heartless with what he's going through, I got to put some validity behind that. Otherwise, you look like a monster for having zero heart and zero sympathy. So it's making me think that some of this could be legit.
And a lot of it is receipts from 6 weeks ago, where people started talking about this openly on the internet of Matt scammed me. And so it's not even just convenient after it happened. It's people talking about it before this accident even happened, and now it's just getting some attention.
You want another scandal?
Yeah.
Bobby defends OJ, and an all-time golf legend is getting exposed.
Me?
Pun intended. Not you. A Casey Donahue ticket giveaway all on the way. Glad you're starting off your Monday and your week with us. Another scandal to hit you with after this.
The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's his pitch. And a fly ball out into right. Nimmo back into his left. Onto the track. He leaps. He makes the catch. He bangs into the wall. Rolls over. Nimmo is hurt, but he held onto the ball. That's the ball game. The Rangers win it by the final of 3-2.
Matt Hicks with the call on your home of the first place Texas Rangers. They sweep the struggling Toronto Blue Jays on this station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell with you. Choppy back on Thursday. We got Aiden and Peyton running the Fan Camp, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Josh Young with the 2-out double. Kelnick with the 2-base wild pitch score to get this W. Kumar Rocker, who got drilled in this game with a ball with a comebacker right off of him, was able to stay in, and the Rangers are in first place. Wow.
It doesn't seem possible with how they've played baseball this year. And the fact that there's
the American League is so bad. I'm trying to think of other leagues, whether and how bad the conference has been. You know, with the watered-down competition, whether it's AFC, NFC, whether it's AL, NL. I mean, Sandler keeps putting out this stat, and I want to put him on public tweet blasts, and I've thought about just doing it with text messages, like, stop putting this out. And it's a fact, so I haven't done it yet, but he keeps putting out the best record since May 29th, and the Texas Rangers have the 5th best record in baseball.
Do you want me to tell him to stop? Do you want me to tweet it at him right now?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because then you're gonna start a Ranger hive, and he's gonna wake up all upset. Although he's not even woken up at all because I texted him at 6, so I know he's
playing pickup basketball. He's in a very intense pickup basketball game right now.
He's supposed to be watching after his baby. He's supposed to be child care. Ain't no baby sleeping until 7 o'clock right now, 4 months old. So his nanny must be putting in that work.
I was hoping you were gonna say yes, because then I was just gonna go on Twitter and be like, hey, Sean wanted to let you know that you should do this.
It's factually correct, and it is the Marlins. Now this is before they ultimately get the W. 18-8, the Phillies 17-10, the Dodgers and the Brewers 17-10. So now that the Rangers are 17-11, I don't know whether the Phillies, the Dodgers, or the Brewers lost. They could be even higher up. That's not in the American League. That is in baseball. The best records: 10 games, 7 games over 500. It's just a bad year, especially in the American League.
Yeah, it feels very much like
NFC East for 5 years?
Eastern Conference basketball, like early 2000s, before, like when the Pistons won.
Yeah.
When they beat the Lakers, that was a surprise, not just because they were the underdog, but because the East was so bad for a few years.
Miami gets there.
It was like that. You had the Nets play them, the Sixers, and when they put those teams that played the Lakers, a lot of people at the time looked at it and were like, the best Eastern Conference team is 7th in the West or something. Like they would not.
Kerry Kittles, Jason Kidd.
Yeah, it was like they had no business being there. It feels a little bit like that, I guess, where it's just the National League is so much better right now to begin with, and the American League is just really depleted of anything really, really strong. And for Texas, they're taking advantage of it right now, and if they can stay healthy, they'll be competitive for the division the rest of the year, and then we'll just have to see what happens after that.
But Wyatt Langford's hurt again, placed on the 10-day injured list with a left hamstring strain. You said he really is Mike Trout.
Yeah, he is. That's exactly what it is. That's what Choppy wanted. He said, he's Mike Trout. He's going to be Mike Trout. Well, thanks a lot, Chop. You gave us literal Mike Trout. So he has been so good since he got back. Like, I mean, it's been a revelation. It's like, all right, here's the dude that everybody said he was. It's in the 20 games that he played, because he came back on June 5th, I think it was. In the 20 games he played after he returned, his numbers were the same in that stretch or a little better in some instances. None of them were below, but his numbers were the same or a little better than Shohei Ohtani. So, like, he was hitting like Ohtani over the last 20 games and had just been absolutely raking. But 20 games is around the point where you're going to see him miss a game. And in this instance, a few games. So I went and looked at over his career now. The longest stretch of games he's ever played in a row is 46. 46 games before he misses a game.
Wow.
And other than that 46-game stretch, I think he's gone over 30 games twice in a row. Like I mean,
he looks like he's wound too tight. He's like Giancarlo Stanton. You know, like I used to think about this with Adolis. I'm like, if Adolis looks like he turns the wrong way, he's gonna pull or pop something.
Yeah, it's because he's
so
just
jacked.
Yeah, and the thing is that I feel like this was a concern coming out of Florida for some people. Like people were talking about his size, his body type, the like violence of his swing, and some of the different things, and just being like, is he going to be able to sustain himself? Now, I started trying to think. I was like, okay, is this common though? Are there a bunch of people who? Like, has Major League Baseball become the NBA and I'm not thinking of it? Are there a lot of guys who play 130 games and miss stretches and things like that? And I looked it up. Last 2 years, Aaron Judge played 158 and 152. Last 2 years, Shohei Ohtani played 158 and 157. So, no, you've got guys who are playing longer than 46-game stretches. That's not the norm. And he's just... It doesn't feel like he's ever going to be healthy, like consistently. It feels like it'll just be something that's always kind of nagging him, the way it is Stanton, or the way it is, other guys throughout the league, Seager, who have had this happen where it's just they're kind of always banged up.
Rangers, Guardians tonight, 5:30 pregame, first pitch 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
I am so annoyed.
That G-Bag doesn't have to work.
G-Bag and KNC, like last week, KNC's like, game starts at 11. I'll come in and kill 2 hours with you guys.
Which is very nice of Kevin Hagelin.
It was very nice.
And Corey is, usually more than willing to do it, too.
It was very, very nice. 6 p.m., 5:40, and 12:10 starts this week. KNC's going to get another 1 hour show out of this.
Then we're going to get, I guess, a 1 hour co-host. Broadus. Eric. Come on, bring your ass up in here, man.
Oh, Broadus doesn't have time for us. Broadus is doing 80 other shows that he's got to be on all the time.
The Angels fired their general manager and replaced him on an interim basis with a former Cardinals lead executive. But, man, the Angels over the last 5 years have gone 392 and 500, never had a winning season, never finished better than third in the West. They're on pace for their third straight last place finish in the division. They've endured 10 straight losing seasons, and 11th is almost a guarantee. They have not made the postseason since 2014, have not won a playoff game or series since 2009 with Ohtani and Trout.
Would you, are we saving it for later, or would you like that MLB player poll? Because they talk a lot about the Angels organization in that.
Oh, you can do it.
So The Athletic surveyed over 100 players and just basically had asked them, hey, tell us who are some organizations around baseball, it was an anonymous poll, who have bad reputations and organizations who have good reputations among players. So you could answer like 3 teams if you wanted. You were just supposed to, they wanted to know who's thought of really poorly by players, who's thought of really well. And the worst organization in all of baseball, apparently, is the Colorado Rockies, followed by the Pirates, the Athletics, the White Sox, and then rounding out the top 5 is the Los Angeles Angels. And some of the comments that were made by players in regards to the Angels, quote, winning isn't even a top 5 priority. Somebody else says there's not a lot of pitching development happening with the Angels. Somebody else says the way they handle their minor leagues is weird. You get optioned out of the big leagues and sent to A-ball. That's weird. I've never heard of a team doing that. Somebody else said they have no idea how to make anyone better at anything, and that's from guys who worked there. They have no idea what's going on. In fact, every AL West team was mentioned among the worst teams in baseball as having a bad reputation, except the Texas Rangers. The Rangers were not mentioned there, and the Rangers did get 2 mentions, apparently, as one of the better thought-of organizations in baseball. So not a ton. They didn't, go high up the list, but hey, as the only AL West team that didn't have any of that feedback and had a little bit of positive, maybe that's some sort of an advantage. The runaway, far and away winner for the best organization in baseball, it won the poll by 21 votes, is the Los Angeles Dodgers. It was Dodgers 1, Yankees 2, Cubs 3. It's all the Blue Bloods. After you get past that, it's the Blue Jays that were 4, which I thought was interesting.
Another scandal through Scratch Magazine, whatever that is. They interviewed 19 sources connected to Phil Mickelson, and it was revealed that Phil, who, remember, just got kicked out of some California country club for inappropriate interactions with a female there, he had his membership revoked at multiple golf clubs due to 2 sexual harassment incidents, and the big incident in this has to do with former tour winner Pat Perez and his wife, Ashley. So Mickelson in 2015 invites the Perezes to stay with him during a tournament near New York. Pat went to the restroom. Apparently, Phil Mickelson takes out his phone, shows Pat's wife a full-body picture of himself naked.
Why would you do that?
He's excited. What'd you say?
Why would you do that?
Maybe you're proud of it.
But why wouldn't you just be like, hey, here it is in the flesh? Why would you show her a picture if you've got it on?
Because he's not naked.
But you got it on.
He didn't have time.
Be like, hey, look at this real fast.
The guy just went to the bathroom. Maybe his putter wasn't working. All right?
Yeah, you would have hit those angles, right? I get it, Phil.
He's sitting with a wedge. He wants to show her the 7. Okay? So the 7's on the phone with a bicep curl, apparently. I'm not joking around. He's flexing his bicep. Phil says to the woman, quote, I'm going to leave my bedroom door open tonight. When Pat falls asleep, I want you to come see me. We were staying next door to Phil, said Perez's wife. Pat still had to play in the tournament. I didn't want to fry his brain, basically, until it was over. I wanted him to go out and play. After the tournament, she told her husband. Mickelson then apologized to him. And I guess Pat Perez over the years has done these interviews, and everyone has known about, like Choppy says, you talk about some degenerates, you talk about some slime bags. The world of golf is so seedy and confidential, but everyone knows, like, everyone's sleeping with each other and covering it up. And everyone apparently knew about this incident with Phil Mickelson, and Pat Perez, like, did interviews where he's like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about it, but something happened with Phil, and I just can't forgive him, and I can't go back to that. So that's the Pat Perez incident. Then, this is diabolical. I told Amanda this last night. We were watching the show and someone was cheating on someone, and I was like, yeah, but they didn't do what Phil Mickelson did. Phil's wife apparently knew that he was running around, so she tracked him. She wanted, I want your location.
Oh.
Phil Mickelson would go to the country club, and he'd go up to the tee box, right, where people are getting the golf carts and get ready to tee off, and he goes, hey, guys, can you take my phone and put it in your golf cart? And they're like, oh, you coming to play with us? Badass, Phil Mickelson. He said, no. You go play around and meet me in the clubhouse afterwards. Just bring my cell phone. But I just need you to take my phone. So that the wife is watching the phone and seeing him go from hole to hole, and assuming that his 3 to 4 hours is being taken up by playing golf.
Yeah, and if you don't answer the phone, it doesn't. I can't answer my phone. I'm playing golf. I'm not even looking at my phone.
Right.
So there's not, like, you don't even have to worry about the fact of, like,
that's diabolical.
No, it's bright. That
Phil would give his phone to a young man in the pro shop and pay him $500 to drive around the course for 3 or 4 hours. Amy was tracking it. She would think he was out of the golf course. That gave Phil the time to sneak over to this guy's house and have his secret rendezvous. How do you know this? The kid from the pro shop told me. This is just part of the Scratch magazine profile busting Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, Phil's a douche. There's no doubt about it. And these are the sort of tactics you probably expect he's learned over the years to cover things up. And he is. I don't know. There's 2 things that are interesting to me. One, this has clearly worked. The thing that he tried on Ashley Perez had to have worked, because you only do that if you've had success with it before.
Yes.
So he's found success doing that. But the second thing is, would you feel okay with your wife not telling you till like a few days later instead of right when you come back, just be like, do you know what Phil just did?
Great question.
Because I'd want the opportunity to hit him right then.
I know. But I also give the wife major props too for
10 out of 10 awareness,
putting my career and my tournament at the very top. What do you think, Pepe?
I mean, I think it's a genius move by Phil, what he's doing. I mean, this is next level stuff. It's stuff that, obviously I haven't thought about when in Vegas, but, some of my friends might have.
Oh, gosh, Peyton.
No, what do you think about the wife keeping it quiet till the tournament's over?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's.
You're jealous. You're the jealous type.
Yeah, but if she brings it up before the tournament, if she's married to him and everything, isn't there a money issue there as well? I mean, if things go south quick, it probably plays in as well.
I don't understand your point.
Like if she's got all of his money, right? I mean, they're married, aren't they?
Okay.
Yeah, she's married to Pat Perez. Pat walks off. Phil goes, "Hey, look at Mr. Happy." She goes, "No, thank you." Pat comes back and she says, I'm not going to tell Pat that his friend just did this until after the weekend when he plays.
Oh, yeah.
So which should she have done? Should she have told him right then and let him take care of it, or did she do the right thing waiting?
I probably would have told right then and there. I would have done that.
I won't go to you anymore. I won't put you on the hook. Try to include you. Try to pass the rock around. I just need to go. Stop being LeBron. Start being Kobe. 877-881-1053. He's concentrating on hitting the button for the Casey Donahue ticket giveaway, which we do next. Commercial free in the Expressway. And which NFL coordinators are under the most pressure this upcoming season? And how high is Christian Parker up that list? Commercial free on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys after...
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We're commercial free. We got best and worst of the weekend. Bobby may be a little bitter at me for what I did to his wife on Saturday night. That's coming up at 7:40. The great Mac Angle on the Fan Cam. Mac is like one of the early morning guests who requests the Fan Cam so he can show off his hair. And the Mac Attack has been living in Arlington for the World Cup, and I've been living vicariously through him. So Mac will join us at 8.
Should I show him? Should I have the photo ready for him of his old headshot?
Yeah.
He looked older 25 years ago. It's weird.
Yeah, Mac is one of the rare people, as you said, who looks younger now than 25 years ago. He definitely looks better now than 25 years ago. So the Mac Attack will join us as RJ Choppy is out until Thursday. But I will steal some of RJ's prep work here and combine it with something else. Yardbarker put out the 10 first-year NFL coordinators under the most pressure in 2026. We also have a Casey Donahue ticket giveaway coming up momentarily to hook you up with. 64 offensive and defensive coordinator positions, obviously, in the NFL. More than half of them have turned over this season.
Damn.
Ben Solak with that stat. The total count is 35. There's 21 new offensive coordinators and 14 new defensive coordinators. Technically 15 if you count the guy in New England, but that's an exceptional case. The turnover in the league has never been greater. Expectations rising higher and faster than ever before. So he's got his own list of coordinator questions, which we'll get to here in a second. I'm going to go down just in alphabetical order who Yardbarker put out. And do you think Christian Parker is on this list?
He should be. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll have a tendency with coordinators specifically, it's going to be a much narrow focus in terms of like you're aware of what your own problems are and the pressure that's there, but I would have a hard time thinking nationally anybody has heard a new coordinator hire's name more than Christian Parker this offseason.
Falcons OC Tommy Rees, Ravens OC Declan Doyle. That Ravens OC job is always, sometimes I wonder if Lamar is like this issue sometimes that gets covered up in Baltimore.
Like is he a Hurts? Like that kind of a situation?
Something. I wonder it. I don't.
He was. I know he's been a pain to negotiate with. Like that, you would hear stuff around the league about how the negotiations went. That
his mom was his agent.
Yeah, and the Ravens thought like 3 different times they had the deal done. Like he was supposed to be up there driving like to the facility to sign it, and then they would find out, nope, we're still negotiating. And so he could be a little bit of an irritant there, but Doyle that's interesting because he obviously had kind of developed a reputation in Chicago that one year he worked with Caleb, but Ben Johnson was calling the plays and doing everything there. And remember, the apparently breaking point for John Harbaugh was, I will not fire Todd Monken. And he wouldn't do that. And because of that, they ended up having it. So, yeah, Declan Doyle has this job because it's the job that got Harbaugh fired.
Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonhard. Name that we talked about a lot around here. I'll be comparing Jim Leonhard to Christian Parker an awful lot this season. Broncos OC Davis Webb. After Sean Payton, that became a little bit of a story with the Broncos offense.
Yeah, because Payton's given up the play calling, isn't he? Like, that was one of the things he had to do to save Davis Webb, I think, and keep him on staff. So for Sean Payton to do that is going to be a tough, because Payton will take that back as soon as he can if he feels like it's a struggle.
Lions OC Drew Petzing. Packers defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon. Chargers OC Mike McDaniel. Eagles OC Sean Mannion. 49ers DC with Matt Eberflus assistants Raheem Morris. Seahawks offensive coordinator Brian Fleury.
I have a hard time seeing how that would be like one of the big pressure areas.
I agree. Well, you got the defending champs, but still. So Christian Parker is not on the Yardbarker top 10 list.
It's a silly list then. Because, I mean, there's 100%. If you want to just talk about how much has been put on him in terms of expectation and what they need from him and how much they're riding on him being as great as they think he is, there's maybe 2 people in here, I feel like, who have 2 to 3 people that have similar expectations to Parker and or have similar amounts of pressure.
Mannion.
Sean Mannion's got a ton. Man, because that Eagles offensive coordinator job has been a death sentence in a lot of ways for people. I mean, it's gotten you hired somewhere else. It got Kellen Moore hired. It got Shane Steichen hired. But there's not a long shelf life for being the Eagles offensive coordinator in either direction. And then the two that we mentioned, Declan Doyle and Davis Webb, are two guys who I think are under a lot of pressure.
So Ben Solak, ESPN.com, did have Christian Parker on his biggest coordinator questions list. The question is, can this be an average defense by the playoffs? The quick answer, yes. Here's Solak's write-up. The talent is good enough. While the Cowboys sorely miss Micah's elite presence, defensive tackle Quinnen Williams has been a similar disruptor at his best. And the depth behind him, along with D-tackle Kenny Clark, is solid. A pass rush can do wonders to protect a poor back seven, and Dallas's talent clears the bar. If Parker runs Fangio's defense to the letter, he won't blitz much. No defense blitzed less than Fangio's Eagles over the past 2 seasons, so that D-line will need to carry its weight. Fangio's secondary plays with big cushions on the outside and 2 high safeties, which allows both light boxes in the run game and easy access underneath routes in the passing game. On longer developing dropbacks, Dallas needs to get after the passer, and that has been something now every team and fan base does this on an NFL Sunday. When it's 3rd and 6, we all would scream and yell at Trayvon Diggs.
Yep.
Why are you playing like it's 3rd and 9? Where's the press? Where's the man-to-man? Where's getting in his face? Where's the jam at the line of scrimmage? Well, here's Solak saying, be prepared for some big cushions on the outside.
Yep, they're going to play with cushion. They are going to play.
And what is the thought of that saying? You have to put together a 10 or 11 play extended drive to beat me?
So no, the idea is just in terms of, like, in a lot of instances, you're not gonna be impressed nearly as frequently if they've got these different switches and you got to step to your spot and everything like that. It's harder to, like, be impressed, press, get off, and then get to where your spot is.
Okay.
It's all about, in general, just we're showing a static look, a neutral look here, and you don't know where it's. And also, they feel like, you don't need to necessarily be impressed if part of the design of the defense is, all right, this linebacker rolls over here and kind of covers the flat and does this. And so it's a very intricate design, and the play call and, like, what they want out of the play changes from second to second. Even after the ball has been snapped, you can have the call change completely. So it requires a lot of reading and a lot of communication and interaction if he's going to follow it to an exact T, which Christian Parker said it's not going to be exactly the same. He's going to have his own ideas that he wants implemented.
Here's the bad news for opponents, Solak writes. The Cowboys did that last season. Their pressure rate of 35% was right around league average. Outgoing DC Matt Eberflus was also hesitant to blitz and a proponent of soft shell coverage, but the tackling at corner and lack of speed at linebacker were death knells to that approach. It's Nels, right? No, not Niels.
That's Nell.
Only the Titans allowed more yards per drop back. Only the Jets allowed a worse EPA per drop back. Only the Dolphins allowed a worse success rate on dropbacks. Only the Raiders allowed more average separation on targets. The Cowboys' pass defense was quite simply the worst in the league in 2025.
More than 2025.
What's that?
I said more than 2025. That's the worst pass defense I've seen in probably 10 years.
Parker might play with cushion and split field safeties like Eberflus did, but the Fangio defensive system gets attached to routes a lot faster than Eberflus's zone-heavy cover 2. Parker also has more in the toolbox. That's a really good breakdown, I think. Free agent corner Kobe Durant is a great quarters corner who plays well from big cushions. Explain that, Bobby. He's a great quarters corner.
Yeah, so basically quarters coverage, you've got nickel, so like you've got the base defense, which is going to be the 4-3 look. You've got the nickel, which is going to be the 5 defensive backs. It's going to a lot of times be 4-2-5 or 3-3-5 or whatever it is. The quarters coverage is going to be the cover 4, so it's the 4. Like it's a lot of what Jonathan Gannon played in Arizona. So it's basically those 4 deep zones. And depending on who it is, a lot of times it's going to be 2 corners and 2 safeties dropping back. But quarters coverage can be depending on whatever they've designed. It can be a linebacker dropping back to take one of those zones or corner or whatever else. He's just basically one of those corners that would drop back, kind of protect deep, and then also react in front of him.
Free agent safety Jalen Thompson is a handy do-it-all defensive back, and 11th overall pick Caleb Downs was one of the best pound-for-pound prospects in the class and fell a bit given positional value concerns. The most important reinforcements are not additions, but returners. 3rd-round pick, Savon Revel, barely played. DeMarvion Overshown, recovering ACL, MCL, PCL. Ideally, both are starters in 2026, but more importantly, they're among the most athletic players the Cowboys have. No matter what skill Parker has as a play caller, the Cowboys defense will continue to suffer if it remains so slow in the back 7. So this is Ben Solak with his biggest coordinator questions for the upcoming season. With a first-year play caller and positional battles across the board, the Cowboys defense is not guaranteed to be strong, but the Cowboys offense is already there. Talking about all the offensive stats and George Pickens' season. Dallas lost nobody from last year's offense. The coaching staff is intact. Everyone on the line returns. The skill positions are stable. Dak is healthy. Ideally, the tackle play improves, and better insurance at backup running back would be nice. But in terms of general offensive health, the Cowboys seem primed to be a top 5 unit.
Lost Jalen Tolbert. That's not totally accurate, but...
Yeah, so they didn't lose anything. While the Seahawks currently hold the Lombardi thanks to a stifling defense, the most common model for NFL success the past decade is elite offense paired with workable defense. Music to Choppy's ears. Dallas simultaneously needs Parker to revolutionize its defense, modernizing the scheme and quickly getting multiple younger new players up to speed, but doesn't need him to do that much. They had the worst starting field position on average last season. Imagine if it's average this season. Only 2 teams had fewer takeaways. Imagine the Cowboys defense does what the Bears did in 2025. The offense can power a deep playoff run so long as the defense carries its own weight. May not happen right away, but it doesn't need to. The Cowboys can win 10 games on the back of their offense, which might be enough to win the East. Even with a wild card berth, Dallas will be live in the NFC playoffs so long as the defense rounds into form across November and December. That is a really good write-up, I think, from Ben Solak.
Ben's always been really good. I like the way that he writes. I like the way that he attacks issues. It's him saying that imagine if they can do what the Bears did, which, yeah, that is the quickest way to flip your defense overnight. If you can take the ball away, it changes everything. Like, you can – Dallas has had a couple different years where they took the ball away at a high rate and they weren't totally great in just pure coverage or stopping people, but the ability to just flip the field and take the ball away will change everything. I don't know if I feel like they've got the guys that are capable of being a big takeaway team. Now, obviously, some of that can be scheme and the way that you draw things up. You can, force more turnovers. Jeez, but Kobe Durant has been a decent ball skills guy. We've seen it from Bland before, but there's obviously a question about what Bland's going to be. We've not seen it from Revel. The safeties aren't, that was not Caleb Downs' big, check mark in his favor. It wasn't like he was just picking off 8 passes every year at Ohio State. So I think that'd be wonderful if Christian Parker could design it. I don't know that they've got the personnel to say they're going to be one of these teams that has the big success overnight and takes the ball away.
Because of personnel, what position?
Secondary, mainly. You've got in terms of
Mr. Secondary stable here.
Byron Jones was a stable player who couldn't take the ball away either. So that's I'm basically just saying that I don't know that it's a lot of ball skills.
Okay. The other questions for the coordinators before our Casey Donahue ticket giveaway and best and worst of the weekend. Jim Leonard, Bills DC. How quickly can the Bills defense change? Is it David Blau?
Oh, yeah. He's what is he?
Commander's OC.
Yeah, but he's a Carrollton Creekview or Hebron alum. He's from here.
Oh, what does a Cliff Kingsbury / Ben Johnson hybrid offense look like?
Creekview.
That's the question for the Commander's OC. The Commander's DC is also on here. So Dan Quinn is turning it over with both. Just how Brian Flores are we about to get? If you have any idea what the Commanders' defense is going to look like in 2026, DM me and let me in on the secret, writes Solak. So Brian Flores, Cliff Kingsbury being thrown into the coordinator questions there.
And Durante Jones, who's the defensive coordinator now in Washington, he was one of the finalists here in Dallas and one of the guys that they liked.
And was he in Minnesota with Flores?
Yeah, he was in Minnesota last year.
Raven.
He had previously been the defensive coordinator at LSU.
Ravens OC, Declan Doyle, does he have the Sean Payton, Ben Johnson touch? Broncos OC, Davis Webb, can Denver play faster? We did Christian Parker. Lions OC, can he coach around the line? Chargers DC, what can he sustain and what can he adapt? And the Seattle OC, what can the Seahawks rely on besides JSN? And then the Browns DC, how quickly can we forget Jim Schwartz?
How quickly can we forget that Myles Garrett isn't there anymore?
Yes. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco fan text here on Sean and Bobby. Your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers is 105.3. The fan that's hooked you up.
And I'm talking about the good times. Drinking down the
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Casey Donahue at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 24th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The Mac Attack, Mac Angle, 8 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. He'll be on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with your entire World Cup recap. And what does he think about this Mavericks Kawhi rumor? Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you did, who you did, what you got into on the fan text. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I said on Friday I was going to go big this weekend before my parents come in town, and I shut it down for my son's birthday planning and go big. We did. Saturday, started off rooftop, Tolo John, Monkey Bar on 9, on top of a damn True by Hilton, like we stay in Indianapolis, except this is much different because it's a wide open rooftop scene, DJ, margaritas, the appetizers, the view, the wind. I know that you were dog cussing me when you saw that this place was outside on a 99-degree day.
I wore short sleeves because of it.
You did. I was very proud of you. I was very happy. And we went up there, and we always get our I love those chairs up there. I need to figure out how to steal those chairs from my patio, but the big swivel chairs back and forth in the shade and the breeze on a 100-degree day.
It didn't feel like 100 up there.
Up 10 floors. It didn't feel like it.
No, there's shade up there. There's a breeze. Like it was a good time. I did know I was gonna get the text. Or I didn't know I was gonna get the text, but I told Kristen on Friday when she's there. I was like, "What are we doing tomorrow?" And she's like, "I don't know." I was like, "Well, Sean was saying he's like itching to go out." And she's like, "Oh, where are they going?" I was like, "I don't know where they're going. I'm just anticipating tomorrow there will be a text from Sean."
Oh, you did?
And I was like, "So just be prepared." And she's like, "Okay." And then the text came through. I was like, "I do it."
So I had a group text actually with Aiden. I had it in my drafts. Aiden, Peyton, Medford, and Jacob Ray.
The young guns.
And I was gonna send the text to all the young guns to be like, all right, come and meet us here at this place. It was probably like a little bit too last second. And then I knew I was gonna go to dinner somewhere afterwards, and I didn't want to be responsible for making sure everyone dressed up to the degree that we were gonna need.
I heard you got kicked out of the place I dropped you off.
I know, man. I got kicked out of another place. So we had drinks there. Then there's some new Western-type style place on Knox Henderson that Amanda TikTok, again, new trendy place. Do you remember what it's called, Bobby?
Yeah, do you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Darlin.
So we go in there, and this is now the second place on Knox Henderson where they don't even let you pass the host stand if like they don't have. Why am I getting this?
She had a hand up. She was ready to the hostess at Darla was just like, full. Like she was just like shutting it down so fast.
My wife was already buzzed and she got pissed. And she's like, so you're telling me I can't even walk past here to like look at the place? And the host is like shutting it down.
Yeah, she came when she told us it was full. It was just there was an attitude for no reason. It was like we hadn't even talked to her yet. And she was just like, guys, you're just gonna have to sit outside. If you want to be here, you got to sit. It's like, okay, we literally just walked up to your desk here. We're not. I don't understand where the attitude is coming from.
Yeah. So then, fortunately, there's a place right next door. And we go in there, and we're kind of watching the World Cup, and the girls go to the bathroom, and they're like, there's like a lounge in the back. And I was like, giddy up. This is my scene. This is my setting right here. We got like table for like 8.
That was Dudley's.
Dudley's. Great couch setup, the leather, the chairs, the appetizers, the World Cup, everything. So thanks to, what was the first place?
Darlin.
Thanks to Darlin, we found Dudley's, and they're like pushing business. And then my wife, she's rage texting someone. She's just pounding away on her phone, like me towards a Twitter troll. And I was like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I'm finding the owner of that place." I'm DMing. I said, "How do you?" And no, I don't even think she did. So some poor soul who I don't think was the owner of Darlin is getting this rage text from my wife, who is so ticked off. Like, you're just pushing business away for nothing. But that's the second place on Knox Henderson where they're like, you're not allowed to go and just look. Growing up, man, and going out in Uptown for 15 years, sometimes you just want to stand around the bar. You can get a drink and stand until a spot opens up. Well, now a couple of these places are like, no, if there's no seating at the bar, we don't even want you loitering. It's like bar loitering now if you just stand around the bar. So I've never experienced that. Not a fan.
No, not a fan, just like Broadus was with Miss Price. But it's, no, that was there was attitude there. And then Dudley's was good.
Yeah.
There was, what was that? I still don't know what happened. What was the interaction that everybody was having with some girl who was sitting at the bar, and y'all were talking back and forth to each other about Ava or something? I could not. And then like Amanda stopping to show pictures of your. I was like, why are we showing baby pictures all of a sudden?
I don't know how we got there, but any chance I get to show off my daughter, I push it in everyone's face.
Look at her now before you see her on a Gerber can, guys.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, tell me how beautiful she is. I know she is. I want you to say it. I want to hear it. And then I was like, all right, let's go have some more drinks before dinner because we had just had apps. I want to go smoke a cigar. We're going to go to one of her favorites. This is Javier's. Have you been to Javier's, Pepe?
I don't believe I have.
You got to go. Kristen hates it. Huh?
In pants.
So I go, and I'm wearing dress shorts. I'm not wearing... Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. You see my shirt? I have a button-down collared shirt and dress shorts, not gym shorts. They don't let me in the cigar lounge, not wearing pants. They're like, you can't come in. And I was like, but the girls, and I already know the answer to this, but I'm trying to start a sexist fight here. I'm like, all these girls have mini skirts on. You ain't saying nothing
so
to them.
Did you fray your shorts?
Huh?
Did you fray your shorts during a skirt?
Rolled them up thigh high. I was like, this is a sexual double standard. I didn't say all this. I know that the hot girls are supposed to be let in wearing mini skirts. But technically it should be the same. It should be the same. And they weren't having it. They're like, you can smoke the cigar outside. I'm like, screw this.
214 says Dudley's, the official bar of the Dallas Rugby Club. So that's a rugby spot, too.
Okay, awesome back room. And then they didn't let us go in there.
But if they want the girls in there, but the guys have to come too, isn't that a business decision? Let the guys go in there.
Isn't hurting for women being in there.
Or business.
Yeah, they're fine.
That's Brian Purdy's spot, the GM here. I should have hit up Purdy. But no, they weren't having it. And they're like, nope. And I was like, damn, that's the second place now.
And I had already left you guys, so you didn't have a ride to the next place.
That's right. Yeah, you had already left. And then we ended it with a steakhouse dinner, legendary dinner that I apologize for. Well, I don't apologize. I felt a little bad for Bobby yesterday.
Yeah, I was playing nurse all day long because...
What always ends up happening is we pregame with Bobby. Bobby has to go for some responsibilities. He had to go get his girls, take care of his daughters, and we always end up at dinner with his wife.
Kristen, every single time Kristen's
Nobu,
going...
Nick and Sam.
She's going to come home, and then it's like... What? I want to keep going because Amanda likes to keep the party going, and Amanda wants to go to the next spot, and so Kristen's just like, oh, the possibilities, and so she wants to go to the next spot, and I was like, okay. I was like, she's like,
and you're very cool about that. But both of you are very cool about that, where it's like Bobby's going to meet a source, or he's going to talk with someone, he's going to meet a buddy, or Reggie's in town. She lets you do your thing, and you let her do her thing.
Yeah, I've not one time been like,
Yeah.
you need to come home.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like...
Because it would not be that cool in my relationship if the same thing was happening.
No,
Trust me.
whenever she asks, like, she'll and she always asks, she's like, can I go? I was like, I don't know. I don't care, so you can decide if you want to go or not. She's like, well, I guess we'll go home because you got to go home. I was like, no, like, if you want to stay out, stay out. It's fine. Like, I don't care. Just, like, I said the one thing, I was like, you've been popping around these places. You've had enough cocktails, I think, now. So I would just say, not like she was, like, messy or anything, but I was just like, if you have more, you're going to be sick tomorrow. Because I know she just is one who... She's got ankylosing spondylitis.
What?
Yeah, which is like what's the thing where your joints stiffen up or whatever? What's that called?
Arthritis?
It's like a degenerative arthritis of the spine.
Oh my.
And so like it's something that she's like taking her medication for and everything else, but on those days she can't take her medicine when she has alcohol. And so I know the next day, and especially because she always has her tummy issues and stuff, I'm like, you're going to feel awful in terms of your abdomen, and you're also going to feel awful because everything is aching because you didn't take your medicine today.
Yeah. So I was not aware that Bobby had this alcohol discussion with her.
I specifically said, even if Sean says you have to drink it, you got to tell, no, say it doesn't matter that you want, you're going to have to take both of them.
So while I'm going through all these pictures, the only pictures I have are not with Kristen in them. And I was like, dang, Kristen's going to be mad. Because I think y'all went to get the car. And before we left the place, I was like, oh, we need a picture at this
both
place.
times, yeah.
And then you guys were like, Kristen wasn't there. So I'm searching through my phone to try to, like, let Kristen know. I did, I knew you were there. You're sitting by me.
Yeah.
So I get a video inside the steakhouse. And it's of Kristen. Like, the girls are, like... taking shots.
I legitimately
bottle is being poured, and there's like 3 drinks in front of each girl, and Kristen's like drinking a drink, and I send that to Bobby and Kristen, where I'm like, look, Kristen, you are in it. Like, hey, I got evidence of proof. And Bobby's like, oh.
So that wasn't just the half a drink more you had.
I dry snitched on her.
Yes. Yeah, because I said, I was like, I could tell when she came home. I was like, this is not lingering from this afternoon. And so she was like,
Did she bring home to-go bags? Did you guys have red to-go bags?
No.
All right. I got to figure out where the rest of my leftovers.
She may have took them and then like left them in the Uber for all I know. I have no idea. But she came in and she was like, I just had like a half a drink more. And then I was like, okay, you didn't, but whatever. And so I already knew she didn't. But then when I saw it, I was like, all right, that's a full drink in this one shot I see her finishing. Because she picks it up, it's full, and she just goes, go, 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 go. And it was gone. I was like, all right, there it is. I knew it. And she was like, the next day she goes, well, Sean had said you can't just come here and not have another drink. Like you gotta have drinks while we're here.
No, it's Sean's fault.
It's my fault.
So, yeah, of course. She's not gonna say
and
that.
Let me call. I'll call out your wife or something.
I'm calling her. She's getting called out enough right here. She's
paying the price. She paid the price.
She was sick all day yesterday. She threw up all day, and it was like it wasn't a man. It was just she'd be up and she was like clearly just kind of moving slow and like hungover, like and then she'd be like randomly at 3 o'clock, she'd be like, here, can you hold this?
Yeah.
I'm going to go throw up. And then I'd just hear in the back.
I was hurting at 3 a.m. Thank God I got up and found the Advil. That saved me. My wife, she had to drink micheladas to get the buzz, the fuzz out of her. You need the drink to try to re-regulate. But your wife will come over to my house, and I try to take some pride in, cooking the food up and having a good spread. Mm-hmm. And this woman will go in the pantry and look at the spices that I use to make sure there's no gluten, that there's no this. I can't have that. I can't have this. And my wife will tell her, bring your own food so you can eat at my house. Well, she sits down here at this damn restaurant, and the waiters, they come around with 14 plates, and yes to every single damn one. I'm watching the buffalo lobster. I'm watching the duck mac and cheese. I'm watching the king crab elote. I'm watching the this and that. And what happened here? You got allergies at my house? Anytime we go out to lunch, dinner, something.
Well, what did she say? Did she?
I didn't say anything to her. I wanted her to enjoy.
The first time y'all had been there, she asked about all, and she was told we don't cook with any of that, and so she just blindly But that's the thing. There was seafood in there. Because remember, when we were in, where was it? Was it
lobster?
Was it New Orleans
crab.
Super Bowl? Where she ate that, she went with y'all somewhere, and the next day she ate the the crab. I don't remember what seafood it was, but whatever she started having an allergic reaction. So I'm like, I wouldn't just be throwing seafood in your face either. I don't think that's a good idea. So yeah, that was great. It was a great time going out earlier. Everybody got to see what a great driver I am, and they started like, because I was talking about I can drive. Sean thinks I drive too aggressively, and so when they were like, you do drive a little aggressive, when the girls in the back said that, I was like, okay. Like Brian, when he said the area's a little messy, I'm like, I'm going to show you guys now.
Yeah.
And so I was
My wife thought she was
whipping it around there.
Six Flags.
Dude, that picture of Amanda on his Facebook of her just like head against the back and just
That
going
wasn't
like,
a pose? That was like
me
live
driving.
action?
That was me
Bobby
driving. And then I would just like, I'd pull into a parking lot and I'd slam the brakes really hard, like when they didn't expect it, and I'd lunge them all forward. It was a good time.
Pay best and worst.
Couple best for me. Last week I caved. I got TSA pre-check.
Oh!
I finally got it. Yeah, well, I got something for my credit card that said, hey, we cover now TSA pre-check, for the next 4 or 5 years. And I was like, you know what? I'll do it. If it's free, I'll sign up for it. So now I get TSA pre-check.
It was free?
Yeah, my credit card had some new...
hey, that's great.
Yeah, promo thing where it's like, we'll cover the charge of it because it's like $77, I think, for 4 or 5 years. And so
now you got to get that lounge access so RJ doesn't want to snob us.
God, I think that's $500 a year or something like that. I don't know if that's worth it. Yeah, that's a lot more. So I'll stick to my freebies here with my credit card. But yeah, I got TSA pre-check, so I'll be able to use that from now on for the next few years. And then, I'm getting old whenever garden tools and yard work tools get you going here. I got a hedge trimmer, Sean. No more clippers, going around the yard, taking an hour and a half to barely do a dent and everything. I got a hedge trimmer. Man, I let this thing up. I was flying, man. You're not supposed to go quick, I guess, even though it's just leaves and all that branches. Dude, I was swinging it like an axe. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
RJ would be proud.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. I was out there for 30, 35 minutes, and I half the yard looked brand new out there. I got the hedge trimmer, so that was fantastic as well. And then I also watched the Bohemian Rhapsody movie, Freddie Mercury.
Amazing.
Absolutely great. I think it was like 2 hours. Very fantastic. Didn't know he was gay. Didn't know. That was interesting. That was a newbie for me.
I should look up how he died.
That could be
I know now.
That could be the number one. Is a biodoc or musical documentary? It's not a documentary.
Yeah, it's
number one movie for musical movie. Biopic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's my top seed.
I haven't seen it yet.
I watched the Chalamet one where he's who's the songwriter? Bob Dylan.
Yep.
I had to turn off Rocket Man. I really wanted to watch that, like that.
All Eyes on Me, Tupac.
I think Bohemian could be number one.
Tolo Christian, happy 26th birthday, as he says it today. And then my favorite text, 864, made out with what I thought was a woman at the club in the bar. When the lights came on, her knuckles looked like the dude from the Green Mile.
No! Look at Aiden. You need Aiden's glasses for that. The Mac
Sorry,
Attack,
864.
Mac Angle, with a World Cup summary. How much did we miss out by not making it to Arlington? The Mac Attack and what he thinks of the new Kawhi rumor after this.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So what can Messi do this time?
It's in low! It's in! It's Messi! It's magical! It's another record! He's scored in 7 successive World Cup Finals games! Is there nothing this magical man can't do?
Fox and FIFA with the audio, and is he wearing his Argentina gear and colors? I don't know. He's on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram, who I've been living vicariously. Is that England, Mac Attack?
It is.
I've been living vicariously through Mac's social media because I could not and would not afford the tickets. But, man, I thought you did a tremendous job. One of my favorite tweets that you sent out or Instagram post was, no one has any idea who this man is. And it's the Landry statue. How many games?
He didn't know who that was. Remember at the restaurant, he said, that's that Alabama coach, Bear Bryant.
Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram. Mac, what was this like, this whole event?
It's been great. It's the closest thing I can draw an analogy to or comparison to is the Olympics. I've been to 2 Summer Olympics, one in '96 in Atlanta, the other one in '04 in Athens, Greece. And this is different because the crowds are so much greater at one event than they would be for an Olympic Games, where obviously the events are spread all over the place. And other than track and field, you don't get a big concentration. And the difference there is, you have potentially 40 nations of fans being represented at one venue, whereas here you've got 2. And then you obviously have the tourism element, which was me. When we went to Japan, Netherlands, I had won tickets through the lottery, and it was the best. It's the best atmosphere for a sporting event I've ever attended. And I've gone to some great college football games. College football games, usually the best ones in the United States in terms of fan participation. The difference here, Sean and Bobby, is that everybody's just so nice. Everybody's so kind and so polite and so happy, and there's just so much joy. And I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but it's so true. It's been a hell of a lot of fun.
How is their enthusiasm compared to the NFL fan or just the American diehard sports fan versus their fandom?
I think the difference here is that you're representing the fandom is representing about your country. It's not about the Eagles, or the Giants, or the Packers, or the Chiefs, the Cowboys. So that brings it with it a level of enthusiasm and pride that's a lot different than anything else that we have here, save for, say, Texas football or A&M, where you feel like some real personal attachment, like you have a stake in that team, in that university, like LSU or something like that. And the other part too, Sean, that I've really noticed, and maybe it's because the matches here, although I think it's been this way all in Canada, the United States, and Mexico, you don't have the obnoxious, angry, drunk element that is so pervasive at so many NFL stadiums and big-time college football atmospheres where we're numb to it. You think about how many scenes that we see in big-time NFL games, whether it's the Giants and Eagles, and I don't know about the Cowboys. I think about how often we just expect to see fights break out at tailgates.
Yeah.
Even before the game, or fights break out during the games. And I haven't seen any of that here. I'm not to say sitting here and so naive to think that fans aren't going into the games and during the games getting drunk. But there's just not some nasty 4-letter angry word fight that brews between the two fan bases. Instead, hell, they're more likely to party and high five and hug each other than they are fight each other. And that's been really refreshing to watch.
Find your keys and wallet. Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram here on Sean and RJ. Covering the Messi experience was like what?
I don't really know if I have a comparison to it because I've been fortunate enough. This was his 3rd time here to DFW. The other 2 times I had attended, I had covered. The first one was when he was early on in his tenure at Inter Miami, and they had a tournament match at Frisco against FC Dallas, and that was great. That was 2 years ago, and the match started like 8:30. It was 180 degrees, and I could not believe I'd never seen fandom like that for a player ever. And then another one was a preseason match they played at FC Dallas. The weather was terrible. The crowd wasn't very big, so it was kind of muted. Whereas this, the only thing I could think of, and I drew this comparison, Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
The difference was,
Did you go to Michael games as a Bull? Did you cover him as a Bull whatsoever? Did you see the messy video of him trying to leave? I don't know what restaurant it was.
Yeah, and he couldn't get out.
He couldn't get out of the restaurant
he couldn't
here.
Get out. Yeah,
that's a little guy. He could have crawled out of there.
The weird part about it, and I don't know if you saw this video that Sam Gannon caught of Fox 4, where she's on the field, the pitch before the match, and he waves at her. And it's such a cruel video. It's such a great video. Wow. And words don't do justice. He's not a guy. More often than not, we're accustomed to being around professional athletes, and they're gigantic.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see this guy from Norway tomorrow, the big Viking dude. He's like 6'5", and that's what we're used to in NBA stars and NFL guys and Major League Baseball players. They're gigantic, and this guy's about the same height as Jose Altuve. And he is. He's just really
without
short.
a bad tattoo.
I've just never seen when I went to Bulls games back in the 90s or the 80s, there were fans in the building that I went to that weren't Pacers fans, or pardon me, weren't Bulls fans. They were Indiana Pacer fans. So they didn't want to see Michael Jordan do well. Yeah. Where at this match, everybody in the building could not wait to see this guy play. And the crazy thing about this, especially in this tournament so far, he's delivered. It's like he's delivering a 50-point game every time he steps out on the field. And you're like, that's amazing, especially at his age.
I'm curious, Mac, and this is more a broad topic about American sports and the way that we consume it. But the idea of like Messi, and he's such a global superstar and he's so universally beloved, and like even the announcers are talking on there about, oh my gosh, look at how willing to cede the moment the other players are to give him this opportunity. You mentioned Jordan. Tiger Woods maybe was another one where it's like that's like the guy and the draw. Who do you think we're ever going to see, like just in general, the way the American viewer is? Do you think we're ever going to see again an athlete of that sort of just universal love in the United States on a Messi level? Or is it just we're too divided in general as a society to ever just agree on somebody? We're always going to look to tear somebody down or be upset with somebody.
You would like to think.
Left him speechless.
He froze up.
Yeah, look at that.
This is what happens when he puts a hat on. It screws everything up. He doesn't show off the coif,
yes,
as they would call it. So we'll see if we can get him reset. But yeah, that was an insane scene watching him walk out of the restaurant.
Yeah, it's and in general, yes. Like,
and I didn't see the Sam Gannon video.
She just kind of turns around and he like sees her and like just makes eye contact with her and just kind of friendly smiles and waves, and she was freaking out. She was getting a little bit of the heart palpitations. But did you see the video like Nick Harris posted of them leaving AT&T State or Dallas Stadium the other day? It went everywhere yesterday. Just leaving the stadium, people were bouncing on those like party decks or whatever, and it was like I was like, I don't know that structure can even handle that.
We got you back, Mac Attack. Mac Angle forward star Tyler.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Let me just finish that thought. You were talking, Bob. You brought up a great question about will we ever get behind an athlete the way Argentina is getting behind Messi, or really the rest of the world? I don't know. I'd like to think we would, but. We're just.
It happened for a second with U.S. hockey.
Yeah.
But for a second.
Yeah. But you mentioned that was a second. That was a team. It really wasn't about Jack Hughes or Connor Hellebuck and anything like that. It was just sort of a moment. It was great to see. Don't get me wrong. But in terms of sort of a organic creation, no, I think to a different team here professionally, and fan base doesn't like that one, and then other things sort of develop. I would like to think it would happen, but I don't even think, Sean, I know you went to Michael James near the end of his career when he was in Washington, and was everybody in the building a Michael Jordan fan probably then? I would guess they were, but I I don't know. Because certainly when he was playing against the New York Knicks back in the day, people in Madison Square Garden weren't cheering for Michael Jordan. I know that.
Right.
So I'd be surprised if we see anything like that here, but you never know.
Your soccer fandom before this and your soccer fandom now, be honest about it, which I know you will be. And how many games have you attended there?
I've gone to all of them. So no, I take that back. I did not in Argentina. That one. I'm going to Norway and Ivory Coast tomorrow, and then the one in Egypt on Friday, I guess it is. My soccer fandom, minimal. I don't want to sit here and act like soccer fans, as much as I do, always enjoyed the sport. And that's one thing that all these foreign fans and foreign media are complaining about hydration breaks. When I was at the match, I'm like, this is nothing. And it didn't really dawn on me until I've watched this game and seen the reaction, Sean, just how conditioned we are as American consumers to watch games that are completely around TV breaks and selling junk every 10 minutes, every game. So this is like, what are you talking about? This was 25 minutes of uninterrupted games. Like, that's pretty good. I'll take this. Yeah. And so it really hasn't fazed me at all. I'm like, great. We only get to one commercial break. Great. That's phenomenal. But in terms of I've really enjoyed it. I really, really have enjoyed it. I have a sneaking suspicion that I will be far more interested in it as a result, which is a big reason why FIFA went to 48 teams this season, like the NCAA tournament. You just more games, more interest, more money. I would say I didn't dislike it, but I really wasn't as invested in it as some of these other people are.
What do you think how great has the United States' success been so far, and what do you think the expectations should be for them now?
I think their expectations should be win a knockout match. We haven't done it since 2002, which is insane. And when I had a chance to interview Eddie Lewis, a former MLS player, played for the Burn. Tell you how long ago that's been.
Dallas Burn.
Played overseas. He was a big part of that men's national team in 2002 that won that knockout match against Mexico. His expectation, and I think it's a realistic expectation, win a knockout match. And then, their draw is so insanely hard. If it goes according to seed, I guess, so to speak, I think if they win a knockout match, it's a success. And if they get another one, it's just gravy. To me, the bigger thing is that I have a problem with, Sean. I know you have young kids. I don't know if they're playing sports yet. Whatever the United States team does in this tournament is not a rationalization or justification for the horrific malpractice state that is the United States youth soccer developmental system. It's not. I don't want to hear that. This does not justify it. It does not rationalize it. But my expectation is get out of the round of 32.
You have been at these Dallas Maverick press conferences. I have to ask you about this with Masai Ujiri and questioning Jason Kidd's status. And Masai's like, no, that's not my MO. See you later, Jason. Then he said about Cooper Flagg, no, we don't need to win today. Everything is about Coop and the future. Yesterday, The Athletic comes out with a Kawhi Leonard report. What are you making of the new Mavs regime, the hire of Dusty May, and this Kawhi report?
I give Patrick Dumont some credit. I think for a guy who was a first-time owner, clearly he was in over his head initially, and he yielded and conceded something that he should never have done when he said, okay, well, you're the basketball guy. I trust you make basketball decisions. And they gave away Luka Doncic for Max Christie. That's essentially what they got for him. And just the Dallas Mavericks had Jalen Brunson, Luka Doncic, and then they get a couple of draft picks and Max Christie. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. So that being said, to move forward, I give Dumont credit in the sense that he has eaten a ton of money, that he's got it, to start over. And I hate to say this, that included that they had to get rid of Jason Kidd. They did. This idea that Jason Kidd, I had no idea. Yeah, you did. You did. So about that trade. So I give him credit. Give him credit for hiring the GM. Give him credit for hiring Masai. Dusty May, yeah, sure, okay. I don't know. Does any NBA coach really, excite you too much? Yeah, sure. I mean, his background is incredible at college, but I'm like, But the Kawhi Leonard thing, I'm like, really? We're doing this? I'm like, I don't know about this. And it's not because Kawhi Leonard's not a good player, but you can't be great available. The guy's never available, ever. So, and I know he's got a relationship with him. They won a championship together. That breeds a lot. That breeds a whole bunch, Sean. But man, I'm like, if you're going to build around a guy, then build around a guy. Go build with younger guys. Go with guys that you know can be on the floor and want to be there. What do we know about Kawhi Leonard? He doesn't. He wants to live in Los Angeles, and he's hurt a lot. So to me, strike one and strike two.
And Mac, finally, I'm just curious, what is your Benjamin Button elixir that has allowed you to age in reverse? As I'm sharing my screen right now, as that is, you look like you were older 26 years ago in the Fort Worth Star Telegram.
So RJ's not here, and I wore this hat just because it had England on it. This is the greatest thing I have going for me right now.
There it is.
I still have my hair. I'm about ready to turn 53 years old. And this is the greatest thing. This is my greatest qualities. I still have this. I don't know how much longer I'm going to have it. So every day, it's kind of like, hey, just live every day like it's your last. With my hair, I'm like, hey, just appreciate it every day because it could be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
A lot of water, and I should start doing lipo. I should start doing the Botox any day now. But that's very nice of you, Bobby. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Keep up the fantastic work. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. It's great seeing
The
you.
great
See ya.
Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram. All right, we finally get to Bobby defending OJ and what happened to this lovable musician that the world is turning on after this.
He's our Cowboys insider. And
and Jewelers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we have terrible coming in, news coming in from Good Morning America. This is a really sad interview as Chris Johnson, CJ2K, the great Titan running back, sat down with Michael Strahan and revealed he has an ALS diagnosis at the age of 39. Pepe, give me the thumbs up when you get the audio. But I'm sitting there looking at the back and forth of this interview, and Chris Johnson he's not doing the actual speaking. He's not talking.
It's progressed that far. It's the eye movement boards like Stephen Hawking and others would use, where they basically speak through a computer that they dictate with their eyes.
39, Chris Johnson, ALS. And you think this is the next big worry for the National Football League?
They're going to just have to investigate it at some point, because there's too many guys in recent history who played in the NFL who have gotten it. And I've in 37 years walking this earth, I've known one person who had ALS in my entire life. And yet the percentages, the number of NFL players that have gotten it, it's one of those things where it's like they're going to have to look into, because obviously there's still a ton that they don't understand about ALS. And because of that, they don't understand a lot of times how it starts or what it is. But yeah, I mean, it's a neurological condition. It's got to do with, your brain and sending signals to your muscles and just different things like that. And so, yeah, I would imagine the concussion issue and other things that involve with that could potentially cause some problems or some risks there.
Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider RJ is out on vacay for the next few days. Here's a portion of that Chris Johnson-Strahan interview.
That I'm still me. ALS has changed what my body can do, but it hasn't changed who I am.
In 2025, at the age of 39, Johnson was diagnosed with ALS. The disease progressing so rapidly that he now uses his eyes to trigger a speech-generating device to speak.
Why do you want to share this now?
Because if sharing my story helps even one person get diagnosed sooner, inspires more research.
Dang.
And it apparently has been. The American Medical Association did research in 2021, and they found that if you played football, you were 4 times more likely to get it. It's a brutal disease to watch somebody go through, because you go just from being fine to like, oh, there's something a little off. Like, he mentions in there his hand felt a little different.
Yeah.
One of these guys who played for the Titans, remember, he said he stumbled during a special teams drill and he fell, and everybody laughed like, you tripped. It was funny. And then he said it was more, and it was more. And it's so progressive, and it can be just merciless.
Awful story. There's an O.J. Simpson story that Bobby disagrees with.
So the Buffalo Bills have their new stadium that they've built, which I have not gone to Buffalo yet. That's one of the places I have not been. But I know everybody on the Cowboys beat is like thankful that they're getting a new stadium after they were one of those places that had one tunnel for all the teams to go out of. So there would always be fights or various things. It was apparently it can be kind of a pain in the ass going to that stadium. But as part of their new stadium, they are not including O.J. Simpson among their wall of legends, which they had kept in place at Ralph Wilson or whatever the hell it was called in recent years.
Yeah.
They had kept him in their wall of fame for the last several years, despite there being a lot of controversy. And people say, you need to take him out. And they didn't. They left him up there. They had made the decision to keep him. So now that they're moving stadiums, they're just quietly saying, nope, you're not going to go up on the wall with us. The Bills president of business operations said we have made an organizational decision that he is not a fit to display inside our new stadium and family circle. And I just don't love the decision to, like, if you were going to stand by it for the last 30 years, a move like if you recognize him and decide you're going to recognize him, then keep it there. And I also think there's nothing wrong with...
Was his name kept up there?
Yeah.
At Ralph Wilson?
His name and his picture. It was a controversy where they were asked to take it down and they said no. And so now that they're moving stadiums, they're going to be like, all right, well, we're moving this up. To me, it's like, he can be a bad guy, and he clearly was. And yet I don't think I like the idea in general of just let's erase the story of what they did and not even celebrate it, just what they did. Like, because I think there's a difference between people naturally think recognizing it or telling you what it was is like some celebration of it. I don't think it celebrates him or
I think it does.
Or diminishes what he did or what he was accused of on, the stuff he was convicted of and the stuff he wasn't. But to me, it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying, yeah, when this guy played on the football field and that was what his job was, he was great here, and here's the story of how he played football here.
I disagree. They should not do it. I totally get why they're not doing it. My issue is, why did you keep it up at the old place? Where's the consistency of that? And then when he died in April 2024, they distanced themselves. They didn't release a statement or acknowledge his passing. So you kept the name up. You could have taken it down. There was an outcry for it, back and forth. You keep it up. You don't acknowledge his death. And now you're not including him in the next place. So to me, the consistency part of it is what I question. But I would not put him up there if I was the team owner.
What is the? Well, because to me, I don't look at it as like it's a new enshrinement. I look at it as they're literally just like shifting its location. It's in a new stadium, so they're picking it up and they're moving it. Basically, is how I look at it. So to me, it's like you're trying to just subtly and almost kind of like cowardly, like, oh, let's just like pop this history out that we don't necessarily want connected to us. And like when it happened, if that's the way you felt, do it. But to me, it's like, where do we draw the lines on like who we talk about what they contributed and who we don't? Whether and
what
again,
if a college? This isn't going to be the best example because you're not going to have the positives of OJ's career. But what if a college, under their most famous alumni list, puts out a triple Timothy McVeigh?
Yeah, or Ray Caruth.
Ray Caruth.
If Ray Caruth was there,
should they list that individual? Every year in the yearbook or whatever the heck the colleges put out nowadays.
Can I? So I guess let me think about it like this.
Like if they're up, if the president of the school is up there on graduation day. I think a school is also different, a little different because it's like an educational institution. Like that's what it's for. I think of OJ more directly involved, like he was the one actually doing it, and then
because it was an accusation that did not lead to a conviction. In fact,
I'm more certain of OJ's guilt than Ray's.
Ray was never found guilty either. Ray was never found guilty or not guilty. Ray pled out.
Yeah.
And so I just and Ray did not do anything really after that to further damage his reputation the way that OJ did.
Yeah.
But it is just I find it interesting that we react differently to different people who oftentimes are similar in the way that their actions say that they are.
Well, Ray supposedly knew about something, right? He didn't do it. Like OJ did it. In my opinion.
So the exact accusations on Ray,
just be like choppy.
He was indicted for murder. Like Ray was indicted for murder, and so there was the whole thing with the white suit and discarding that, which again he was never found guilty of. Not saying he did it. But in terms of the context of an accusation that was never found guilty and was a great football player that's still recognized is the same to me.
What is this guy guilty of? Because I thought this was a lovable figure, a popular name, music takeover taking place, and then I got Choppy and you saying that he and Post Malone, another lovable figure, can't sell out their concerts, and you're sending headlines of Jelly Roll.
Yeah, Jelly Roll, who recently announced that he's divorcing old Bunny XO, I guess is what you say. I just know he called her Bunny. I don't know. It's XO is what it says.
Were you at Billy Bob's when he popped in?
It was Jelly Roll's show, and Post popped in is what it was. But yeah, no, I was there.
But you wanted to go to Jelly Roll's show.
Yeah, well, it was for Kristen. Kristen likes his music. And so we went, and it was a good show. And I mean, there was, Co Wetzel was out there, I think, and it was Russell Dickerson. There was a lot of really good shows out there, but there's this steady just appetite, I think, to see him fall, Jelly Roll. And so you've started to see some difficulty selling some of his shows.
But why?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's just because the oversaturation. It's like a little bit like what we were talking about with Mac last segment. I think there does reach a point where people are like, I don't like him. There's too much positivity around this guy. I want to flip. Like he does have a sketchy backstory. He has a sketchy history, but he's also a redemption guy, is why people liked him. Well, Bunny, who he's filed for divorce from, he's filed for divorce, which a lot of people don't like right there because they view it as she kind of supported you when you were getting your music career going, and now you're leaving her. But she went on a podcast, and she had said that, that people have talked about, like, I was the breadwinner. It wasn't that. But, I mean, yeah, my sugar daddies were funding Mr. Roll's career. Is how it went. Yeah, she didn't call him Mr. Roll. I did. But the idea being that she said literally, I was turning tricks to fund his career.
Dang.
And this clip and every clip of Jelly Roll on TikTok or Instagram or whatever else is loaded with people going, so glad I was never on the bandwagon of this dork, or like he's trash. Like, so the entertainment consumers are turning on Jelly Roll rapidly, which I like some of his songs fine.
Yeah.
I've never been the biggest fan of his, just because of I don't always love the like kind of bluesy country, I'm an outlaw kind of sound. I don't always love that production mix.
Is that like Chris Stapleton?
Stapleton, I feel like, is a little bit more like almost bluesy, soulful. But I hate that, like, yeah, the blend of, like, you can't make up your mind if you're rock or you're country or you're outlaw country or whatever.
I think it's probably because he started losing weight.
I think that bugs some people. It bugged people when Adele lost weight. When Adele lost weight, people teed off on her. Yeah. And I think similar, it's like, well, you're no longer Jelly Roll. You're not the lovable guy that you once were.
Pepe, you a Jelly Roll fan? Do you get this dislike that people are talking about?
Well, I was at the Post Malone concert at AT&T Stadium, or maybe Dallas Stadium. I still have to call it Dallas Stadium now, FIFA terms. But yeah, so I heard Jelly, and I was a huge fan of him. Just him talking about his past and how he found his wife and got closer to God and Jesus and everything, and all that. I was like, okay, like I feel for this guy now. I'm a huge fan of his, and seeing him, him and his wife split, that hurt me a little bit there, seeing all that. And then seeing this stuff that he's already dating and everything, it just hurt me a little bit. But I know, hey, if things don't work out, you gotta go separate ways. But I'm a big Jelly Roll fan.
And we've got already on the fan text, you got somebody saying because he did that stupid ass Turning Point halftime show. I don't know I think he was scheduled and he didn't do it. 940 because he's a fake ass MFer. There's a lot of people on here right now that are 510. They hate on him because he's skinny now.
But people don't dislike Post the same way now, right?
Post has run into some issues, not because of his personality. It's more people who go like, hey, you made music that we bought in on and helped get you big, and now we're going to your shows and you're giving us country music that we didn't sign up for. So there's people who don't like the genre flip from Post.
How Jake Ferguson just became more valuable, next and below the belt on your home of the Cowboys after this.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
We were all deeply asleep at the switch for the Nico Collins takeover. More on that here in just a sec. In Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Before we get to another list that is loving on Nico Collins, and we all just missed the party on. The Jaguars last week, this story came out that Brenton Strange, which I'll be honest, could not have told you who he played for last year. And I follow the NFL pretty closely, I feel like I know most players on most depth charts, but if you would have said Brenton Strange, I would have said, yeah, I know he's a tight end because I remember him coming out. But then if you would have said, who does he play for, I would have been like, I honestly have no clue. Couldn't tell you who he plays for. It's the Jaguars, and he just got a really nice deal from the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 years, $48 million. He gets about $25 million guaranteed. And it now has me wondering, did Jake Ferguson just become more valuable? Because there's a lot of, I think there's a building anti-Jake Ferguson sentiment. Have you sensed that at all?
No, I have not sensed it. When he fumbles on a Sunday, people get really ticked off, but I haven't felt it outside of that.
So I've seen a couple different articles this offseason. I know Cowboys Wire had one. I think there was one over at Blogging the Boys as well that has just been like, it's Jake Ferguson pulling his weight in this offense. Like, is he really doing what he needs to do here?
Yeah.
Ferg signed his deal last year. It was $12.5 million annually, and Strange ends up getting $16 million.
Oh.
So at the time their deals were signed, Ferguson has one more touchdown than Strange. He has 443 more receiving yards than Strange and 58 more receptions. Strange has 2 games in his 3-year career of 70 yards or more receiving. Ferguson at the time had 7. Not that there's been like a whole lot of complaining about Ferguson's deal so far, but just some building sentiment like, why isn't he doing this vertically? Why is there this? Why is there that? If he hit the market right now, Ferguson, his floor is $17 million now because of this deal.
17? That would make him the 3rd highest paid.
And Strange got 16. So he would be paid either.
Kittle's at 19.1 for first. Then McBride at 19. Hawkinson is 16.5. Dude, this tight end market's kind of screwed up a little bit. Kyle Pitts is now 4th at 18. Cole Kmet is next at 12.5. He's tied with Ferguson at 12.5. Then Freiermuth, Darnell Washington in Pittsburgh, Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews, Brenton Strange at 12. Ugh.
12. His deal goes up to 16 though.
Yeah, average salary of Spotrac.
If you look at where the market's at now, and this is the important thing, this is why you get ahead of deals. Like the one deal they've gotten ahead of in recent years was Ferg. I guess they got a little bit ahead of Bland, I think. And Bland was a deal. Like, even if it goes poorly, Bland's salary they can get out of it next year. And it's $16 million annually, which was less than Paulson Adebo got for being a part-time player in New Orleans. And I liked Paulson Adebo a lot, but there was a ton of risk associated with that. And he ended up getting $17 million. And so ultimately, Bland's deal becomes a $16 million deal. Ferg at 12. When you get ahead of deals, this is why it's nice. You have flexibility. You can operate around this. You quickly find yourself on the lower end of the market relative to what they're worth. And so with Brenton Strange getting that deal, it helps in terms of just, I think, making any sort of discontent that may exist, or whether it's now or into the future, about the Ferguson deal. It makes any of that, I think, smooth over a little bit. All right. Over at NFL.com.
How many years does Jake have left on this?
So it was a 5-year deal, right? I got to see if let me see if they tore up the last year or not.
I think it's the start year of it is 2025.
So, yeah, it would have been last year, I think, that was the first start of it. So he had a 4-year extension, so it became a 5-year deal because he had his final year in there. So this is the first year of the extension year. And they can basically get out of this with no money lost after this season if they wanted to.
Okay.
And that's the way the structure, you hope it works. Whenever you sign those things, you just kind of build in little escape hatches for yourself.
I need more. I need more. Otherwise, we can talk about replacements.
I'll say this.
I put it like this. If his deal was up right now, there's no way in hell I would re-sign for the numbers that you were just talking about. Move on to the next.
Walt Garrison, it reminds me of Roger Staubach used to have the line about Walt Garrison, the Cowboys running back, backup running back to Tony Dorsett, or actually a little before Dorsett, who had worked with, Preston Pearson here and Robert Newhouse and all that. But Walt Garrison, Roger Staubach used to say, man, if it's 3rd and 1, Walt's going to get you 3. He goes, if it's 3rd and 6, Walt's going to get you 3. Like Ferg is going to get you. Ferg's going to get you 7. Ferg's going to get you 8. So those moments where you've got a 3rd and 3 and you got to convert, like Ferg can be a very reliable guy to just like, hey, let's move the chains. When we get in the red zone last year, we saw him finally become more of a red zone threat where he caught 8 touchdowns. Like it finally kind of clicked for him down there.
Yeah, but that's what I think of with Jason Witten, and obviously we're not in the same galaxy.
I think a lot of it is the style of the offense too. Like they missed on a lot of the seam throws that they like to work in there, but also I think a lot of the design is naturally going to be stuff that's not as vertical within Schottenheimer's offense.
I need less fumbling, more explosiveness, and a little bit more consistency.
And we've seen it. Like his rookie year, we saw like an athlete, like a guy who showed some wiggle and like was able to show like.
Was it him and Jarwin?
No. It was
Who was the other?
Oh gosh.
I remember thinking like Ferguson. He's the guy with some get up. He's the guy with a little bit of athleticism.
Yeah, and so he's somebody who I don't think they had any anticipation. In fact, I remember talking to somebody with the team. They're like, "Yeah, we'll be honest. Like, liked him. Didn't necessarily like during his rookie year. They're like, didn't necessarily envision him being this kind of an athlete." Hendershot was the other one.
Hendershot.
But he's somebody who he's got the capacity. Athletically, it's just it hasn't been there as much these last couple of years. But last year was a good start in terms of finally finishing some stuff in the red zone. The fumbling issues were not as intense as they had been the last couple of years. And so what you got to find now, you got to be able to find being able to click on that seam throw that Dak likes throwing to the tight end so much. Over at NFL.com, they had their editors, the Around the NFL editors, do the topic of the best NFL quarterback pass catcher combo in 2026. And so because there's 4 of them here, they basically had them, you couldn't just, we're all voting for this combo, because that would make it boring. So instead it's like, all right, so-and-so already picked this person. Now you've got the rest of the options. So they're trying to pick the 4 candidates to be the likeliest strong combo by the end of the year. And you tell me if you have any issues with these. Number 1, the first pick, Dan Parr, senior editor, says Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. I think that's the easy, that's strong quarterback, strong receiver combo there. The next one, pretty obvious probably. Jeremy Bergman says Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua.
Fine.
If Puka Nacua is staying out of trouble and off Twitch, great.
How about old Sean McVay going viral for the shirtless photo this weekend?
Yeah.
Man. Well,
yeah.
Well, the girl. Hold on. His wife.
That Dove Kleiman thing, I think it was him put it out and was like, oh, Mrs. McVay is a lucky woman. And people are like, shouldn't you be saying the opposite? Like, Sean McVay is the lucky guy. And Dove's like, oh, she's a lucky woman. I think it was Dove. I don't care if I'm wrong, though.
Rossini's a new Dove Kleiman contributor. Maybe that's it.
Oh, no. People did the Sophie Cunningham of Rossini and the McVay picture. As this damn Sophie Cunningham point has gone everywhere. Viral.
So the third one, right off the top of those 2, aren't you starting now to think, okay, Dak and CD is somewhere in here? Like, are we getting closer to probably them being mentioned now that you've knocked off those top 2? Burrow and Chase, okay. Stafford and Nacua. Where's a stronger connection? Because a lot of the other teams that have really strong quarterbacks, like Allen or Mahomes, like you don't necessarily think of like a big-time target that they have. So now you would start thinking they're in the mix.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, they're going to throw in Darnold, JSN, because of JSN's season. They're maybe have Goff and Amon-Ra up there.
The next one, Drake May and A.J. Brown. Connection we have not seen yet.
Who wrote this?
This is NFL.com.
Rosenthal?
No, this was their. These were their Around the NFL editors.
Good. Okay. All right. They're projecting, but
yeah.
Okay.
And that one's definitely, they've never played together, but okay, fine. You're projecting something to click.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Number 4, the final pick. C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins, the Houston Texans. Here's the write-up. I know this isn't going to be a popular pick because Stroud has not matched the form he displayed as a rookie in the past 2 seasons, but I like what the Texans did with the offense this offseason to aid their franchise quarterback. They overhauled the offensive line and acquired David Montgomery to improve the rushing attack. Stroud is in better position to thrive in year 4, and Collins should greatly benefit. What's wild is that even with Stroud's roller coaster efforts, Collins has logged 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons. With more protection in 2026, Stroud and Collins should land at the top of the NFL ranks. I don't know how.
Nico Collins didn't have more than 6 catches for the final 6 weeks of the season. He had 9 catches on November 16th, and he went 3-5-4, 3-4-3. Now, you want to blame that on CJ, which I would. Fine. But CJ's still the quarterback next year for your 2026 projections. Stupid.
Yeah, I don't know how you could argue. Let's just say for a sec, let's take it on its face and say you're one of the people who thinks Nico Collins is better than CD and Pickens. Okay, I disagree with you that he's better than CD, and I don't think that that's much of an argument. I think Nico's really good, but I don't think that's much of an argument. You have to factor in the other part of that. Stroud has not played anywhere near where I think people routinely expect Dak to be. And we know the Dak and CD connection. Take outside of it whatever you think about Dak as a passer and as a overall leader of the offense. The connection between Dak and CD has been strong the entire time. That is one of the stronger connections that exists. And if you're going to factor in the whole part of trying to figure out who these connections that are best or whatever, the other part of that has to factor in of just Stroud. And I don't know how you can project an offense that has struggled mightily the last 2 years. Bobby Slowick was going to be the next head coach in the NFL. He got fired, and all of a sudden he's just disappeared.
Yeah.
And then last year they had some sincere struggles on offense where it was man, if Stroud would just be the guy they thought he was, that defense over there that can stop anybody, they would be in great position. I don't know how you can reasonably look at that and say Stroud and Collins is a combo that you'd want over Dak and CD, other than just there's a love affair for Nico Collins that I didn't know existed.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. This is Below the Bell. Choppy will be back on Thursday. And is that it for the list?
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk at it again as Peyton had to do some bleeping here talking about the San Francisco 49ers trying to win him back.
General manager gonna pull up to my house. Oh, weirdo. Bro, don't pull up to my house uninvited, boy. Safe. But I knew his ass was gonna do it. So I'm looking at my camera, my front door camera. I see a big old white man, former NFL safety. And I'm like, oh, hell no. And I know my wife is about to be back home soon. So I had to call my wife and say, it's a big-ass white man at the house. I don't know what he doing over there. He was not invited. Creepy. So if you on your way home, probably spin the block a few times because I don't know what bro on. Weird. The same general manager that tried to run me down and come apologize for his head coach because his head coach got a temperament of a toddler.
This menacing 6'2", 50-year-old John. So you're criticizing John Lynch for trying to come to your house to fix the issue and the incident. This guy is off his rocker.
He's lost.
I'm staying away.
There's no way anybody wants to sign him right now.
That's why I said, are we sure the Commanders are in on this? I don't think they are.
Yeah,
how can they be?
It's bad.
All right. We have the first place Texas Rangers and Kawhi coming to the Mavericks with another Casey Donahue ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ. But first...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First offering here. He hits in the dirt in front of the plate, skips all the way to the Rangers dugout. Kelnick around third. He'll dive across the plate with a go-ahead run. An exceedingly wild pitch uncorked there by Varland. It hit just in front of the plate, got away from Kirk, went all the way over in front of the Rangers dugout. Rangers lead it 3-2.
Hixie with the call of a wild finish as the Rangers sweep the Blue Jays, get their second time since 2018 that they've won a series in Toronto, and they take over first place in the American League West. How many told you so's are on the fan text this morning saying y'all should have never questioned them, you bailed too early, and that they should buy?
0.0. The Johnny Manziel film study.
Have you looked at it?
Yep.
Really?
First segment, people are like, "Don't care, trade the team. Like, we got to make trades. We got to clean this up." So there's a little bit of pessimism. There was not a whole lot of wanted Kawhi Leonard here this morning. There was not a whole lot of wanted to buy into the Rangers. There's some negativity.
Josh Young, 2-out double. Great job by Skip yesterday with two little minor moves. He pinch hit Foscue for Evan Carter that helped load the bases in the sixth. Then he goes to Kelnick as the pinch runner. You gamble with losing Josh Young in a potential extra inning at bat, and it pays off with the crazy wild pitch that allows him to advance two bases. The Rangers with great starts in this series and amazing pitching as well, as their starters went 23 innings, giving up 3 earned, 4 walks, 24 strikeouts, and the Blue Jays hit 117 against them. So now you're sitting there in first place, but you lose Wyatt Langford, 10-day injured list with the left hammy. He will not be back until at least after the All-Star break. So that is not good.
Which, by the way, this is kind of a crazy note. I think I said something like it in the group text recently. But do you realize that now, after this 4-game series where Jock Peterson homered twice, that he has as many home runs at Rogers Center as Vlad Jr. has since the beginning of last August?
What?
Vlad homered twice in August last year at the Rogers Center. He has not homered there since August of last year.
He didn't do anything in this series until a fly ball yesterday, and those Blue Jays 2, 3, 4 hitters were pretty much silent, and that has led to a bigger problem for Toronto with their recent losing than just this Rangers series.
Yeah, he is at, what has it been for Vlad now? He has 4 home runs in his last 101 games. He has 4 home runs and they're all on the road. It's been... He's really slumping hard this year. His OPS is 697, and he's played 80 games this year.
Earlier in the series on Saturday, Corey hit a solo. Berger had 3 hits, drove in 2 runs. Osuna added a 2-run hit. They win 7-4. They had homered in a season-high 10 straight games. Yesterday made it 11. It was Peyton Gray, Tyler Alexander finishing things off. And then on Friday, Nate struck out 9 in 7 shutout innings to win his 3rd straight start. Justin Foscue telling the dugout, I told you, homering and driving in 3 runs as he's got the swag going right now.
So I was thinking about this when we're talking about the idea of...
By the way, Berger, with the walk yesterday, extending his on-base streak to 14 straight games, courtesy of Sandler. And they've scored first in 8 straight games as well.
When we're talking about let's look at it this way. When I say who's the best pitcher in baseball, then you're probably going to say Mizorowski right now. If we're just looking at it for this year, it's Mizorowski.
Yeah.
Last year would have been probably Skubal or something like that. Yeah. So those are the kind of guys that you're looking at. If I said... who's the best hitter in baseball? You're going to say Ohtani or Judge or Alvarez or somebody like that, probably. So when it comes to the question of, should we add at the deadline? Should we fix this, blah, blah, blah? If I told you you could get Alvarez, does that one player change them to, and you're not going to get Alvarez. Alvarez isn't up for trade.
You're talking about Yordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Rangers got Yordan Alvarez, does that make them a World Series contender, that one player? Because if it doesn't, and Jordan's not even available on the market, then you're talking about you're going to have to spend a lot to get to where you need to be. And similarly with the pitching, Mizorowski's great. Mizorowski goes every 5 days. I think that's great. He's going to give me an extra win. I don't know that changes the math enough for me to say that makes them like a World Series contender, though, because I don't know if the rest of the pieces are good enough.
Yeah.
So it's not one addition even that we're talking about with them, and I don't know what resources they have to be able to add multiple people who make enough of a difference.
The big hang-up in all of this is the power rankings of the American League.
Yes.
That's the problem. Do you judge it? How much do you judge yourself versus the landscape? That's what Chris Young and Ray Davis have to decide. It's like if you're just looking at yourself in the mirror, you say, we're not good enough. We're not a real, true contender. But you judge it against the rest of the American League, how much does that entice you to buy? That's the question. If you're being honest with yourself, if they sell at the deadline, I'll give them credit for being really honest with themselves. If they buy, I will understand job preservation. Is Chris Young on a potential hot seat? Ray Davis catches all this heat for being cheap and too tight with the wallet, and you're in first place. Like, again, I want to know from a baseball insider in the last 5 years, 10 years actually, how many people have technically sold while in first place in their division or within 2 or 3 games. And again, I give you credit for knowing and being honest.
The White Sox famously did it, I think, in like 97, where they were in first place, and I want to say they traded away like their top 3 starting pitchers or something. That was the year when they traded like Wilson Alvarez and a bunch of different people. I think they were in first, or they were right behind it.
Like, I'm looking at Bleacher Report's power rankings, and they broke it up in tiers. The first 3 teams in Tier 1, National League. Tier 2, in order, Miami, the Yankees, the Rays, Cubs, Braves. Tier 3 starts off with Chicago, then Washington, the Armpit, and the Guardians. So of the top 12, and then Tier 4 starts off with the Rangers at 13. So of the top 12 teams, 5 are in the American League. You're getting Cleveland again tonight. Houston, many people, sold on. And we're thinking, okay, the Astro Dynasty days are definitely done. Are you going to trust Chicago in the postseason? Are you terrified of the Rays or the Yankees? So 5 of the top 12 in this Bleacher Report power rankings are in the other league.
By the way, they call it the white flag trade. It was the White Sox in July of 97. They were 3 games back of the Indians for first. Oh. And on the trade deadline day, they traded 3 veteran pitchers for nothing but minor leaguers to the Giants. And so that's the one that stands out in my mind. If you could add one thing right now, you don't want to add a starting pitcher, I would assume, right? It would be offense. If I say they're just going to make one move?
Yeah, it would be offense, but then I'm like, you don't know what Mackenzie Gore you're going to get. Mm-hmm. If he's on, you feel great about him as your 3. What's going to happen with Jack injury-wise? Rocker's been pitching better as of late, but yes, I would add offense.
So the top name that's currently out there for most people that's a bat would be Byron Buxton. And Buxton's a good player. Like, he's somebody who's been really consistent over the last few years. I'm trying to see what his numbers are right now. So this year, his OPS is at 898. Last year was 878. Year before that, it was 859. So he's pretty consistently a, 260 to 270 hitter who's going to be able to hit you. Right now, he's got 25 home runs. He leads the American League. So if I add Buxton to this lineup, I'm trying to look at the playoff teams right now. Yankees and Guardians are out there. I don't think Buxton makes them better than the Yankees. Buxton might make them better than the Guardians. Those are a couple of the wild card teams. And then you look at the division leaders, probably not better than the Rays, would be better than the White Sox, I would think. And then it probably clears you of the Mariners. So you still have the AL East teams probably to really worry about.
And then do you factor in what Choppy has been, saying?
I never do.
Damn, Buxton has 25 home runs.
Yep.
Holy crap. I thought he was much older than this, too. He's 32.
He's been in the league for he was the number one prospect in baseball, it feels like 20 years ago.
Wow. He started in 2015, and last year he hit 35. This year, 25. Oh, my. Stolen bases last year, 24. This year, 7. Okay, sign me up for some of that.
He's a really good player.
Yeah.
And if you add him, you do leapfrog a couple teams. Like, he is enough to be able to leapfrog a couple teams. Probably not, though, the two biggest contenders you would think in Tampa and New York.
Rangers, Cleveland tonight, 5:30 pregame. First pitch at 6 o'clock. Jim Nill, probably the best GM in town, with an update on where things stand with Jason Robertson.
You know, things are going well. We're negotiating. We can negotiate. You know, it's no secret. Everybody heard about the potential trade. You know, in the end, you know, we got to do our job. If there's an opportunity to make that we think was a good opportunity for our team, we have to do it. Also a good opportunity for him. And in the end, it didn't materialize. And now we continue to talk. I talked to his representatives right after that and continue to move forward.
Nil with what they want as their preference. Are you trying to get all these draft picks? Are you trying to avoid the monster salary? What would you ultimately want to happen?
Our preference is to re-sign Jason Robertson. Can we make it work? That's what we're going to figure out. But that's our preference. It's been our preference from day one. He's a great player. He's a good person. We drafted him. We developed him. Our preference is to sign him, of course. Now, can we do that within the parameters of what we have to work with and what he wants? I fully understand their position. He's a good player. And, you know, with everything, the way the game's going, you know, he's earned this right to sign what he wants to sign for. We've got to run a business and put a team together, so we have to do our part. Can we find that common ground? That's what we have to work on.
Hearing Fred ask Kevin Hagelin about restricted free agency in hockey, it was a treat. It was a treat to listen to that.
To listen to Hagee explain it, or to hear Fred ask him, well, tell me.
Both.
This restricted free agent thing, how does this work exactly?
Yeah.
Tell me about this hockey.
Yeah, his inquiries.
He loves the morning voice, too. Fred.
He's got a different voice in the morning than at night?
Well, he'll it's a little bit
He's
more.
Always got his
up.
McDonald's coffee.
It's the wake. In fact,
this man loves McDonald's coffee.
You talked to him about it one time when he came in. We got on the air, and he was like, well, hello, gentlemen. And you're like, you're talking different than you did during the break. He's like, well, of course, this is my radio voice.
So that's where things stand with Robo. We'll crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece, the return of Corey Majors and birthday boy Alec Medford, who was sending me a bunch of developing NBA stories, including Kawhi Leonard to the Mavericks. We'll talk about it in the red zone as Brandon Sorsby gets rejected again. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
It costs, they only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, your football fix here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It's brought to you by Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie and Arlington. Stop on by and get a Sean and RJ coffee bag to start off your morning, your week, and proceeds go to the Sandlot Children's Charity. Just Love Coffee.
Such a nice little building there too, where we did the remote from a couple weeks back. I liked that place a lot.
Brandon Sorsby, rejected by Texas Tech, rejected by the NFL, and now rejected by the CFL?
Yeah, this is a little bit like me rejecting Margot Robbie. Like, I will not allow Margot Robbie to get into my pants. That's just not going to happen. The CFL said that they are not going to allow their teams to sign Brendan Sorsby. They're getting out ahead of this. They won't allow it. They're taking a stand that others will not. They're not going to wait for a court order to come down. They're just saying, nope, you're not going to play here. The problem is that NFL teams will actively tell you, hey, if you can avoid the CFL, avoid the CFL.
Why?
So, like, think about this. Like, when the USFL and everything came around, like, we started to see so many various differences, or we started to see so many different guys that would, like, be signed here to do whatever else. So the CFL never has people who cross over from it. Like, you never hear. They had recently Quantez Stiggers came from there, and years ago Cameron Wake came from the CFL. But otherwise, it's like, why don't I ever see any, receivers, or why don't I ever see any quarterbacks or different things like that? I don't know if people realize all the time how different the rules are in the CFL. So the CFL's field is much longer, it's much wider than the NFL field. So that alone, the dimensions change it. They have 3 downs instead of 4. There are 12 players on both sides instead of 11. You have unlimited pre-snap motion. You have a 1-yard neutral zone. The goalposts are at the front. You can't fair catch. Every eligible receiver can be in motion at the same time. There's all these different rules that I had talked to personnel guys a few years back, and I was like, why don't we ever see anybody come from there? And they said, it's almost like trying to scout another sport.
Wow.
Because it's so wildly different. And especially for a quarterback, where they're like, you get to play with an extra player, you get different dimensions, your receivers can motion a lot more. Like, this doesn't tell us
But would
a
I
whole lot.
prefer to keep him active while playing some form of football and still throwing a deep posts and curls and out routes, or I can trust that he's staying in just fine enough shape in whatever he does outside of something organized?
So they would say that, like, the same way that COVID players worked, I would imagine would be their recommendation to Sorsby, is just work like that over the next year. Don't go do something like the CFL, which will, like, it gets you into bad habits that they have to break. And
but you don't think he was ever going to go?
No, I don't think so. No, if the USFL can't happen, their season, like, just ended. Like, I don't know when he would need to do that. So really, it's like CFL was the only option other than just getting in workouts and doing different things like that if he's not going to go back to college. So I would imagine it's going to be a lot of COVID-era player work, like the guys who sat out.
Was there anything we needed to relay from the message that his agent sent you?
No, I don't think so. Like, let me look it up. So the note that was out there, I guess this was from the attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, that what they had said was they don't understand how you can basically say they didn't have enough time to research or whatever else
the NFL.
when they followed an NFL imposed deadline. Like, the NFL tells you this is the deadline to be able to submit. So now you're saying, no. You're basically saying, in effect, the deadline was 3 weeks ago. And it's like, okay, then that needs to be the deadline so that we know when we have to operate within it. So they feel like they followed all of the NFL's rules in terms of how to, like, submit to it. And the NFL is now using an excuse that essentially says that wasn't the actual deadline. And they're saying that that can't be legal. Like, you can't say that that's the reason why he can't do it.
All right, let's catch you up on all the NBA news that is pouring in. Free agency is tomorrow. I love basically all types of free agency with possibilities and trade activities and big names moving, super teams being formed, nursing home teams being formed. All of it is going to start happening tomorrow. Here's what The Athletic reported yesterday. The Mavericks and Clippers have discussed a deal that would send Kawhi to Dallas for a package that would include P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, and draft picks. Bobby and I were in agreement. If the draft picks weren't something serious, go ahead and do it. Like, you're trading P.J. Washington and Clay, okay, fine. I'm not really losing anything of crazy significance. Now, if the draft picks aren't anything special, I don't know why the Clippers do this. P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, it's supposed to be a youth movement thing there. Yes, I know about Kawhi's injuries. He did average a career high last year, 28 points. Does he really miss that many more games than your other typical NBA stars these days? He did just turn 35 today, and he's got a $50 million contract left on his deal. But now it looks like we can flush this story, because Shams this morning says that the Toronto Raptors and Clippers are in pretty heated talks to work out a deal, and that Kawhi is telling the NBA the only team that he would consider, he would sign an extension with right now, would be Toronto. It would be the Raptors who he commits to. Otherwise, you're rolling the dice on trading assets. He did it to Toronto once before from San Antonio. He's I'm playing 1 year here, and then I'm out. I want to be in California. He did. He won the chip. But Masai Ujiri maybe trying to reunite with Kawhi Leonard, even though Shams this morning says the Raptors and Clippers are seriously talking about this.
Well, and the Mark Stein, Jake Fisher shared report this morning, which is behind a Substack link, but hoopsrumors.com had kind of recapped, was they say that Dallas isn't considered a viable landing spot for Leonard at this point, even though the Mavericks have expressed interest in the star forward. So they're saying that basically this is just from the Clippers side of, if we thought that sounded too good to be true in terms of the return, it sounds like the Clippers are like, yeah, that's not going to be enough. So we're not going to do that.
Majority of Mavs fans against this because they're like injured, old, and not a young Cooper running mate. I was fine with it for a lower compensation that you're giving up, and then the actual plan to me would actually finally make sense in terms of what are they doing and what direction are they going. You're going to keep Kyrie, all right? Well, it makes sense then to say, and you're going to draft, a defensive guy with a lack of offense to help out Coop and maybe an injured Kyrie. Well, now that makes a lot more sense to keep Kyrie with Kawhi and Coop. That's more than enough scoring. I have my defender in Merez, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But I was down for it if you're not giving up crazy draft picks, which you don't really have.
Yeah, like when people say, no, I don't want Kawhi. Okay, fine. Like if you're trading Luka or something. Like when you're talking about trading like real assets, but I would imagine people would like to be out from under the 4-year deal that's still left for P.J. Washington. And it's not like Klay's Mr. Available all the time or playing at a really high level. Like Kawhi's still playing at a relatively high level when he's. I mean, he
just averaged 28 a game.
When he's out there and he's available, which is not nearly as infrequently, I think, as people say it is at times, then he's somebody who is still a total star. And if you can add that with a lineup of Cooper Flagg, Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, depending on what Kyrie is, Kawhi Leonard, Najee Marshall, and then Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively. Like, that's not a bad lineup to go out there with.
Kawhi is so weird. Why would he just only commit to Toronto for the extension? If that's true from Shams, like it doesn't. He once told Toronto, "No, I'm only here for a year," and now he's like, "I'm only re-signing here." That's what he's telling the rest of the league to go along with Scotty Barnes and R.J. Barrett.
I don't mind, honestly, if he were to just be one and done here either. Like even if he wouldn't commit to an extension here, that's okay, fine. Then I get to clear up $50 million off the cap rather than be locked into P.J. Washington for the next several years. That's still a trade I'll take. I got a year of Kawhi and then I get freedom.
All right, I'm kind of hoping that Golden State throws this together, even though I think they'd be better than the Mavericks. Draymond just declined his player option for $27 million. Shams says this gives the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade to form a big four. So, Steph, Draymond, LeBron, and AD. I think I want to see it.
I'd love to see AD play basketball ever. That'd be great. I don't know if there's ever been a player in another sport who is more routinely just like coveted despite never being available than Anthony Davis. I can't. Most everybody like Trout. People talk about Trout all the time. Like, oh, he's hurt, and even still, Trout stayed in one spot. I'm talking about a guy who like literally moves and is like, people try to throw him in deals and think he can make this big difference. It's like, guys, he never plays. Why do you think he'll play all of a sudden? It has never happened with him, and I don't know how
him and LeBron are buddies.
Get any better.
They're besties. Draymond and LeBron are besties, and I wonder if this is finally the humongous pay cut that LeBron takes to go and join up there, or is Joe Lacob just going to pay an insane luxury tax with a Draymond deal? Anthony Davis, I don't know if Anthony Davis is going to take less money, but this would be the opportunity for LeBron and AD and Draymond to go, all right, let's go ahead and take less. And then if this happens, we got to throw this into a bandwagon / super team conversation on how that would count towards legacies.
Oh, I mean, well, whose legacy would it impact the most?
Well, LeBron gets talked about first.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, everybody's just like, LeBron could win titles the next 2 years with any random two teams, and I don't know that it changes his legacy much. Like, he's already just in the discussion with Jordan, and either you think he's better than Jordan or not. And so, like, to me, his is kind of...
You think it's set?
Yeah, I think it's, you either think LeBron's better than Jordan or you don't. And if you don't think he's better than Jordan right now, you're not going to think he's better if he adds 2 more titles. Because generally, like, everybody's made up their minds, and they're just hard line on this now. AD, I think AD's legacy is just going to be he's hurt all the time. And we already know the Warriors were kind of like the team of the decade. And
How about
Curry's the guy.
Steph with another one?
I think similarly, Steph is just thought of as great. I think the title he won a couple of years ago when they beat Dallas in the West Finals was the, look at that. You guys were tough. You were resilient. You were able to win outside of the era of being your absolute best. And that was kind of their golden era of victory that I think finished off what his legacy is.
All right, so there it is. In the red zone, a lot of NBA updates with free agency tomorrow. Choppy back on Thursday. This guy is a Tolo, huge DFW sports fan, and we're sending you to see him all week long.
And I'm talking about the good times. Drinking down the
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Casey Donahue at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 24th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
2 more giveaways tomorrow in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour for you turning it on, leaving it on all week long here on Sean and RJ, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and the KNC Masterpiece, who we cross-talk with the return of Corey Majors after this. And this is...
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
It's time for Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece and the return of not only birthday boy Alec Medford, but Corey Majors here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back.
Thank you, Sean.
Where'd you go?
We went to Galveston, Texas.
Oh, dirty old water.
Dirty old. It is. It was still dirty.
Water.
Well, it was still dirty. They just had a flood too. Like right before we got there, the water was kind of going back a little.
Was
bit.
it a flood of clean water that came in?
No.
Damn. Look, I'm just making Barkley jokes. I've never been there.
But you know, it's more about the people you're with, you know, and the friends you make along the way than it is about the water.
Oh, that's nice.
The journey is the reward.
Exactly.
How many people did you go with?
19.
What?
19.
This is a Kevin Hagelin broken boat sleepover? Stealing my cabin?
Yeah, we
my gosh.
we had 19 people in a place that sleeps
3 little
16.
bears. Check it out.
So that was
Wow.
Yeah, and
Doesn't sound like there was much sleeping.
well, there was a bunch of kids.
You should ask him if one of his kids'
Bobby.
girlfriends was
Yeah,
there.
the only drama we had, and this is kind of crazy because this was my sister and 3 of her friends and their kids and their husbands, and I know all their husbands. They're all Tolos. Shout out to all of them. They're great dudes. The only drama we had was one of the twin sisters bit the other one on the butt, and then there was crying.
No.
Other than that, everything went really well.
Marv Albert.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So it was a really fun trip. Really enjoyed it. But I think everybody decided next year we were looking at 30A.
Oh, I've heard about this place.
Yeah.
Sounds like Bobby's apartment.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. 30A. That's not.
I think that's is it an exit? Is the exit is the 30A exit or something like? It's in the Gulf Shores area, and it's clean white beaches and clear water and white sands. I'm sorry. That's
thank you for clarifying.
White is the thing you're underlining here.
Anyway, yeah.
That's what he meant.
White people.
That's what he meant by clean.
Did you get in the water?
For a little bit, yeah. And then I was like,
You feel okay?
Did you really feel like? I mean, is it that bad to where you're like, I don't want to be in here that long?
You can't see very far in the water.
It's like being in.
You can't see, like Ocean City, Maryland, where I grew. Like you can't see through that
It's
water.
like
either.
a lake beach.
Yeah,
it's like a lake beach. It's like just swimming in a lake almost.
A lot of the discussion though is kind of the sand, like the way that where we stayed is called Port Bolivar or Bolivar. Nobody even on the island knows. They all say it different too. So, but where we stayed is there, and it's on the other side of Galveston. It's across the ferry from Galveston. I'll talk about the ferry ride at 1 o'clock today. And they don't care that much. The city of Galveston doesn't care that much about that area. So they care more about the beaches of Galveston than they do there. So it's not as clean, but we just go rake stuff out of the way and we party.
Did you cook?
Yes. Matter of fact, Sean, thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
This is the smartest decision we made. Every night, one of the families had to cook.
Oh, I like it.
So we never had to worry about, hey, where are we going? What are we doing? It was just everybody had a plan.
Nice.
And I took chimichurri steak from Wild Fork and 3 of the packages of, man, they were a great deal, too.
Did you try any of that Mexican rice?
What?
We don't sell Mexican rice there right now. I don't believe, Kevin.
3 of the shoulders.
The petite tender.
Dude.
That's what I meant.
The filet.
And I crushed it. I crushed the whole place. And Adrian did the sides because that's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
We take care of the meat, and the women take care of the sides.
And the cleanup.
Oh yeah.
From the guys. They had a grill?
Yeah. They had like a Weber, little thing.
What other meal? What was the second best meal of yours was the best? What family brought it? What did they make?
They actually went to the store and they got tacos. So we did, marinated chicken tacos and
nice
fajita beef. So it was great.
You why are you sitting in a different spot today?
That's where he
because
sits.
RJ's not here.
That's your usual?
This is where I sit for the show.
Oh.
I can get ahead of the game.
Okay.
Now I'm already set up.
What's coming up?
We do have at 12:40 today, our Dallas Stars insider and man live on the scene from their development camp, Robert Tiffin. Are we going to trade Robertson? Is that what we're going to be discussing with him, or is it not going to happen? So,
Does Brian Ray know you call somebody else your Stars insider?
He is Star's broadcaster.
Oh,
I would say that's pretty inside.
He said he appreciates the distinguishment because he is a broadcaster.
It seems like the extinguisher has already been brought out for Kawhi to the Mavs because of this Toronto deal. Okay, so both of you were, I guess me and you are the only ones, Bobby, who would have been down for this.
I'm all for it.
No. For the record, if it was anything similar to the packages that have been floated around, hell yeah, I'm
That's
going
all
to do
we're
that.
talking about, yeah.
And Kawhi is only under contract for one more year, and so if you wanted to move on from him, you can.
What picks do you think?
Exactly. I was like, what picks? The 2031 pick? That's what I assume, because you don't have a plethora of second-round picks. You already dealt some of those off in this last draft. So my assumption would be it would be PJ, Clay, who I desperately want to move off of this team, and the 2031 first-round pick, deal.
I like that you're defending Megan Thee Stallion like that.
We have a developing situation.
I'm not aware of there. Is Yannick Sinner going to lose?
He hopefully loses this tiebreak here. We're in the first round at Wimbledon.
This is going to be the longest volley ever.
Oh, it's a rally. Yeah, but you're right.
That's what I meant.
And Sinner lost the first set, won the second. They're in a third set tiebreak. First round, and the 1 seed is in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of worry.
Do you not care for Mr. Sinner?
No, I just wanted to. I'm not going to watch this tournament.
You just like the chaos?
Yeah, I want the chaos. I want a big major upset. The 1 seed going out first round.
Wonder what kind of odds you could get on Sinner to win the tournament at this exact moment.
Ooh.
I think we should look that up maybe and see if there's something to be done there.
Hagelin betting on a Sinner.
30A is a scenic 24-mile stretch of county highway in northwest Florida, nestled between Destin and Panama City Beach, often called the Hamptons of the South.
Oh.
It's famous for its sugar white sand beaches, crystal clear emerald waters, and unique new urbanist beach towns.
Oh.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah. And that was kind of the... Adrian looked it up and she found a really good price, and she was like, maybe we should look at that. It has a pool underneath the house, like, so you're not even in the sun for it.
Oh,
you know, one of those that so you can
I was
escape the
expecting more
sun
of a
just a
tan
little bit.
from you.
Do you want to see my chest?
Take your shirt off. Show us. Go ahead.
You'll get that tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's Tank Top Tuesday. You'll see the arms.
I saw the picture of you all on the steps.
Yeah.
And that looks tan.
That's at the RV camp at Margaritaville. It's pretty awesome, actually. It's really well constructed, but they got a giant pool. Love this part. One side of it, family friendly. Other side, adult side. We got to disappear and go to the adult side anytime we wanted to get away from the kids.
Apart enough that you
on the other side of the bar
can have your adult time.
What do you mean?
What, Bobby?
To be clear, when you're asking about is Galveston water that bad, a news report in Texas is on YouTube that says waters appear unusually clear in Galveston. So it's news when the water looks okay.
Oh man!
This is here you go. This is a video of the water crashing in 2019.
All right, that looks pretty great.
It's not totally
seaweed.
What is this? The pond at the National Mall?
That's politics.
It's a pond that has a pool.
Whatever.
What we do though is
You
we
get it.
we go set up
We
the tents.
fixed it.
We go set up the tents, put everything up, and just beach all day. Just hang out, played washers on the beach and everything.
Can you take alcohol out there?
Take alcohol. You can take your coolers out there. On day one, we did lose our tent though. I've had that tent for about 10 years, and that thing bent in half and almost. It wouldn't fly away though because we tied it down onto a rock.
I lost the tent. It bent the metal. Not good.
Sad.
What? I was going to make a
big tent joke.
Yeah, but I'm sorry that you lost your tent.
What tent humor is there that I'm not aware of?
I mean, my mind was
for a
going.
while.
Oh, a
Steve.
Phil Mickelson joke. Is that it? Like 6 iron, 7 iron that we were talking about earlier?
I don't understand that joke. I'm sorry.
Okay. What do you think of Bobby defending O.J. Simpson?
Oh,
what?
About an hour.
I'm going to need more.
He's doing that on purpose.
Hold on, I'm going to need more
If
specific.
it's the criminal case, I think you got this one in the bag.
He's doing that on purpose. So, the Bills are not going to have.
Right.
They're moving their Wall of Fame. He's being left off of it.
Right.
So I basically had said that I don't like the idea of just deciding we're going to pretend that didn't happen with our football team or like was not a part of our team's history because of something he did outside of what his football responsibilities were. And I don't see how it's particularly different between O.J. Simpson being scrubbed from history and Ray Lewis being celebrated.
Can I ask you another question about that? Because there's another person I want to throw in there. Why in the world does the NFL still celebrate renowned woman beater Jim Brown?
I don't know.
Like, why is that fine? I'm not accepting any of these things as good.
There's some people who get passes for some. Tyreek Hill, nothing can stick to him. Jim Brown, nothing sticks to him.
Yeah.
So do you think of Ray Lewis in that same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to go rewatch.
And Ray wasn't even found not guilty. Ray just pled out.
Yeah. He snitched. That's what's interesting to me is in a time when people will be like, well, just as long as you don't snitch, like you got to keep it real. Ray Lewis did that. Like, why are people like...
And then he lectures everyone else about their moral compass.
Yeah. And I was like, so you got out of a murder situation, not necessarily because you weren't involved. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But you got out of it because you turned other people in.
I think it's that both were accused of murder. And neither one of them was convicted of it, but both were accused of murder. And OJ, whether it was reasonable or not, he was found not guilty. Ray pled out. Like, so to me, I think I don't know why they're thought of so differently.
I really need this tiebreaker to end before the commercial break. This set's taken an hour. We're an hour in, 4-4 in the fourth.
Let me get into the mind of you as a tennis player then.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Tell Laura about it.
When you're in the middle of a match and you're like, I don't know if I'm better than this person.
That's
Man,
a great
I
question.
really need to win this tiebreak.
Well, I mean, it sucks when you're like, this person, I can't put this person away.
Yes.
Like playing Spittle, he's just a backboard. Like everything's gonna come back. Everything's medium pace, and it's like I have to like try to power up and hit a winner here that he can't return, which is going to cause more unforced errors on my part,
right? Or
decide how long it is before I'm going to throw up from running around because he's just sitting back there, ding, dong, ding, dong. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. If Kekmanovic wins this point, he goes up 2-1. That'd be very interesting. And it's one of the things.
He has to win 2 more points, Sean.
Oh, yeah, it's a 7.
Sorry to.
Look at that.
See, he knows tennis.
Tennis insider. Yeah, Bobby's girls.
They bullied Sean a couple weeks ago.
Ruthless, man, over me.
On the court or just talking
at his
about
house?
No, at a restaurant.
Oh, at a restaurant.
Buying these little brats pancakes.
Oh my gosh!
And they're sitting there insulting me while I'm sitting there paying for their syrup.
Just dunking on him
and
over
their
and
orange
over
juice. How soft and weak it is that a man played tennis. They were
wait, what?
Apparently Laura asked him. She goes, "You wear those little skirts?"
Oh my goodness! Wow!
I told you before they're brutal.
Where do you think they got it? Where do you think they got it?
Yeah.
Let me watch your kids, guys.
Yeah.
We're back tomorrow. It's the return of Corey Majors and the KNC Masterpiece. The set's still going on. The fellows will maybe update you on it next.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh, man, I'm back.
Oh, man.
Corey Majors and the famous I Will Train You, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
First off, sad to see that the studio is far more dirty than when I left it. And when I say that, I say a piece of paper and 2 water bottles. But that being said, y'all did a pretty good job of keeping this thing and whatever that thing is.
It's a card.
Okay.
I'll clean it up.
Thank you, Kevin. See, that's what I've always appreciated about you. You get the cues, you know? The cues are important. The signals that something's not right in the room.
Now, Alec, whether or not I abide by those social cues is a different story, but I understand them.
Oh. Well, that's nice, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been a process with Kevin along his almost 20 years that we've known each other. But I'm proud of him, the man he is today. Kevin, the other thing that I'd like to throw in there is, what was all the stress about? I'm back, and now the Rangers are 500. Why have we been stressed about this baseball club? They're so good at baseball. Did you not see what they did? They swept the team this weekend.
I did. Do you think that the stress and concern comes along with we're not allowed to have sustained positive things because the Wyatt injury comes along with that?
We got Jock.
And Evan Carter's
Everything's going to be fine.
All right.
Yeah, we can only have Evan Carter or Wyatt at a time. When Skip told us at the beginning of the year, he was like, I got to figure a way to get these guys out on the field as often as possible.
Yeah.
I thought he would meant like at the same time, but he was like, no, we're just going to have to play with the injured list.
Well, here is my suggestion. Don't play Wyatt Langford in center field ever again. We'll get back to that later. But you mentioned it. They were victorious. Go ahead and give me cut number 1. Ha ha, how sweep it is.
2-1. A swing and a high fly ball to left. If it's fair, it's gone. Hooking, it is a fair ball and out of here. Justin Foscue leaves the yard with a 2-run homer. He continues to be a nightmare for lefties.
From the 469, oh man, we got the whole team back together today. From the 214, Alec, happy belated birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, dude.
Which single mom did you celebrate your birthday with?
Smash.
All right, I listened last week. I listened, and I heard during Masterpiece of the Week your nickname for me, or your catchphrase. And ironically, I was eating Cheez-Its at the moment that y'all joked that I took some child's Cheez-Its from the pantry.
Yeah.
And I texted Fred Davis a picture of it, and I said, there's no way.
Like the little mini bag or the whole box?
Oh, the whole box.
The whole box, dude.
Do they call you Daddy Alec, or how does that go? I almost did the voice, and I was like, that's going to come back to haunt me. So,
well, that's going to come back to haunt you either way.
Yeah, Friday, that's getting...
Thursday.
Man. Yeah, it'll have to be Thursday for us.
Okay, from the 806. So if the Rangers lose today, Corey has to go back on vacation.
Oh, darn.
No, this is not going to be a paid vacation. That's what I never understand when they're like, yes, we are looking into these very serious accusations. They have been put on administrative leave with pay. And you're like, hold on. So you gave them a vacation?
Does that protect them for that time?
Maybe, but
like it protects the company or
you
whatever.
Not put them on leave with no pay?
Well, but then what happens if it comes out everything was fine?
Then I will retroactively
But
pay
what about
you.
my mortgage?
Well, then you shouldn't have done that potentially.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, that's what we're investigating. So if you're innocent, don't worry.
So you can just accuse me of anything anytime and start taking my mortgage.
No, I told you I'd give you the money back if you were innocent. So see, you're getting extra vacation. What's the big deal?
Extra money is what I need, not the extra vacation.
Are you going to stress the entire time about that? Probably.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a good point, dude. It's a good point.
And then from the 214, Corey, don't forget, those Texas Rangers are in first place. That's right.
First place Texas Rangers.
In case you missed it, at 42-42, the Texas Rangers are in sole possession of first place in the AL West.
I think they're like only 5 or 6 games out of the best record in the American League.
Oh, my goodness.
And only like 10 games out of the best record in all of baseball. But that's because it's the Dodgers. And who spends as much as the Dodgers?
They are 7.5 games back of the best record.
Obviously, things changed since yesterday.
I don't know. That feels...
What? Nobody
like
could have won a game and a half after yesterday?
And that's 2.5 games, and they're 12 games back of the Dodgers for the best record.
Something changed.
Something changed. Okay, it was a really dramatic swing yesterday for the Rangers. All right, for the Rangers, the starters posted an ERA of 1.13 in this 4-game series, and they threw 19 consecutive scoreless innings to end it. And given that group was Gore, Evaldi, Rocker, and Quantrill, I most certainly would not have predicted that. You didn't need the opener for Rocker as well, and we can talk some more about that. But yeah, first of all, big, giant thumbs up to the starting pitching for really helping you get over the hump at a time when you need it.
At this point, nothing of the nature of, but it's Toronto. Like, no team right now falls into that category, right?
Because you're not good enough, is what you're saying?
Yeah, you're just one of those teams that need to pile up wins. So any of the wins that you get is exciting, especially if you're going to get swept by Miami.
Yeah, and you've struggled against those teams. Like, you're right. You could play the Angels or the Red Sox for 15 straight games, and I'll be like, good. We're not good enough.
Yeah, it does make trying to project the team and project, okay, we need to win the next 5 out of 8. Whatever it is, we need to do this, and this. Whatever that is, can we take down the Guardians? I don't know. Like, I just don't know what this club actually is, nor do I know what they need. The only guy that really can figure that out is Chris Young and Ross Fenstermaker. Those two together have to do that work.
Right.
But I just can't project the team. All I can say is what I see on the field. And what I saw in the last 4 games was some of the best baseball I've seen from the entire group. Yesterday, pitching very strong. But also, Kevin, I like seeing the play from Nimmo in the outfield to win the game. That was one of those moments of whenever I kept telling you, this is years ago, I was like, this Brandon Nimmo guy, I said, this dude can play on my roster anytime. I'll find a place for him in my outfield. And that's the kind of hustle play, even though he may have hurt himself.
Yeah.
That's the kind of play that I'm used to seeing from that dude.
All right, so go ahead and give me cut number 4. This is how yesterday's game ended, and it could end up, like you said, costing the Rangers on a hustle play, which is the exact same thing that happened with Wyatt Langford. Now, Nimmo says that he's okay, but he's going to be reevaluated before today's game.
Here's his pitch. And a fly ball out into right. Nimmo back into his left. Onto the track. He leaps. He makes the catch. He bangs into the wall. Rolls over. Nimmo is hurt, but he held onto the ball. That's the ball game. The Rangers win it by the final of 3-2.
And in addition to that, he's been significantly better offensively this month than he was in May. Like, May was a very soft offensive month for him. He has bounced back. Then you make defensive plays like that. And then the thing I think we all love about Brandon Nimmo is that's usually what he says after any play in which he got hurt. He's like, I'll be fine. Mm-hmm. And so we'll see what the doctors have to say about
old
that.
School, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Out of all the players, like, he has this. If you listen to him talk to Jared about some of the things that he's done to prepare for baseball, there's some of these like new things that he's picked up on and things, but a lot of it is in the dirt kind of work, like that.
Yeah.
A lot of that's who he is. So he is kind of old school, and the old school dudes were always just like, I'll be out on the field. Like, that's what you liked about him.
Exactly. Now, there was a couple of other things to really like about yesterday's game. They got another home run yesterday. I believe this one was from Jock Peterson. The Rangers have now hit a homer in a season-high 11 straight games. We referenced that you did not need the opener for Kamar Rocker, Tyler Alexander, who had actually been the opener a couple times already for Rocker, got the save today, and afterwards, Rocker was like, I was just trying to go out there and give us a chance to win. We came out here, we won 4 games, we're leaving with a sweep. That was the goal. We fought hard, and we got it done. So I know that the beginning part of that statement is kind of like boilerplate, but I appreciate the fire in the last part of the statement for sure.
Kevin, can I go back to the Peterson home run real quick?
For sure.
That's his 3rd leadoff home run, I believe, this year, and 2nd in that series. So he hit 2 in the series against Toronto.
And we've talked about the astonishing differences with this team when they're ahead versus behind.
Yeah, and the fact that he's been such an effective leadoff hitter, and I'm very curious as to why he is. At least at the first at bat, because he was 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts.
I did not know he struck out 3 times.
I'm just kind of curious what makes him so effective in that first at bat. And is it something about the pitchers don't have an opportunity to do anything, to really pick anything up on me, or they haven't gotten into a groove? I just don't know what it is, but the fact that he's been very good at that spot for the Rangers for a while now it's a smart move that Skip had to make, and he was able to get Nimmo. We talked to him about it. He didn't even have to work hard to get him to agree to it. He just said, hey, I'm thinking about this, and Nimmo was like, absolutely, let's win some baseball games.
So I wonder if it's just because he has so much experience in that spot, and maybe when you rotate people through or try somebody out, it can be a little overwhelming, and he's like, I've done this for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
And it could be also maybe his adrenaline's higher at the beginning of the game and his alertness is just a little bit. I don't know exactly what it is.
It's a good
but
question.
He's effective there, and that was a very smart move on his part. And it seems like this club's benefited a lot from him. Can we get Corey Seager? Is he on his way? What are we feeling about?
Look, Bobby brought up some pretty shocking statistics last week about how Corey Seager was not only struggling, but you could make a pretty strong argument he was the worst everyday player in the American League thus far this season, or if not the worst, certainly among one of the 10 worst, perhaps in all of baseball. So that's pretty depressing and overwhelming, but the team has faith in him. Schumacher, once again on Wednesday, talked about how they're clearly a better team with Corey Seager in the lineup, so we'll see how that plays out. But overall, things are still going well. Since May 29th, and yes, this is an arbitrary time to pick, but you know what? That's what we're doing. The Rangers have the best record in the American League at 17-11. Now, it is true the American League is terrible, but still, they won 7 of their last 10 games. They're back at 500. They are first in their division, and they were able to do some of this without their hottest hitter, because Wyatt was out for the last 2 games, without a true starting pitcher for one of those games, and an exhausted bullpen for another one, which led Skip Schumacher to say this, and I think we all got to like this. They were all team wins. We had to use every single guy on our roster to win each of these games.
Skip loves that.
He does, for sure.
That's as Skip as... Nicky Lopez is the type of dude. We asked him about that last week or a couple weeks ago. This seems like your kind of guy, and he's just he's always hungry. It reminds Skip of him a little bit. Skip constantly tells us, look, man, my career was not X. It was Y. And I had to do different things than Barry Bonds's and the Pujolses of the world. But if I get a team full of those guys, don't you feel like he knows how to manage a team full of those dudes?
Yeah.
Scrappy dudes that are all just fighting it out for everything. Sean McFarland did tweet out, Kevin, that the Rangers are close to a deal with Chris Paddock. As they're hoping to add some rotation depth.
I bet they are.
He hasn't had a great season with the Reds, and he was designated. So
when you had to bring up Winston Santos because you were like, I need somebody, and he had a 6 ERA in AA, but you're like, I don't know, I need somebody.
So
now
they're out there doing some work to try and make sure they get that done.
Okay, now good news for the Rangers. They're going to get another day off on Friday. Obviously, you've had a pretty heavy stretch of game, and Cleveland is next up starting today. You can hear that starting at 5:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. But here's the key. You have those 3 games against the Guardians, and then your last 9 are against teams that are all currently below 500. I know in theory that has not been your sweet spot this year.
No, it hasn't.
But your schedule down the stretch, your next 12 games are not difficult whatsoever. Now, for a Rangers team that has been the definition of mediocrity this year, can they step above that once we get to the All-Star break? Don't know.
When your guys come into the clubhouse, have fake standings posted and have all these guys' records look like they're really high up in the standings.
Yeah, just switch.
Maybe they'll be like, "Oh, we got to play hard today."
Switch out the National League standings. Keep every other team the same. Just keep you the same, but do every other team as the National League. You'd be like, geez, Louise, we got really, we got to pick it up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs want Kawhi, but is he already headed elsewhere? And Dallas Cowboys news of the day. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jones. 3 to shoot. Kawhi for the win. Hot damn! Clippers win!
Did he say it's in or hot damn?
Hot damn! Hot damn.
Okay, that's what I heard
That's
as well.
what I'm hoping he said. You know what? If he didn't, stealing it.
Yeah. Hot damn!
Jared, that should be your home run call in the future.
Oh, man. Hot damn! Jock Peterson's done it again! It kind of sounds like that.
And then he takes a shot of hot damn.
Oh,
every time a home run gets hit.
That would be fun. Now, I realize that Shams is reporting that the Clippers and Raptors are, quote, seriously engaged in trade talks. They're not regularly engaged in trade talks. They're seriously engaged in trade talks. So this all might be a moot point, but I wanted to throw out to you the concept and the idea of the Mavericks being interested in Kawhi Leonard and see what y'all think, because this is how I knew it was going to be a good deal if the Mavericks could pull it off. Is Clippers Twitter was very upset last night, and they were like, I'll give you a sampling of Clippers Twitter. If the Clippers accept this trade, please boot that dumbass franchise out of the NBA. That feels kind of harsh. Kawhi for a bag of chips and S. Come on. And then another person, if we don't get anything else legit, this is disgusting. And they said ask for Derek Lively. I would be willing to listen to that conversation. And then the Clippers somehow always find a way to start another rebuild without calling it a rebuild.
Okay. Hold on real quick. I want to just pause on something you just said. Because 2 years ago, there's no chance in hot damn that you are trading Derek Lively.
Agreed.
Okay. Right now, is it because of your rookie more? And you're trying to keep Gafford around?
Give me cut 13. This is why it is. This is Derek Lively. This is from over the weekend, and I think this is why it is.
You know, I'm not able to run and jump yet. I'm taking my time. I'm taking even more time than I need to make sure I don't ever have to deal with this foot again. So whenever I can get past that, get over this hill, I know I'll be home stress-free.
And is there like any milestones that you've set for yourself, like a day, like a training camp or a first game of the season?
I can't even say that. I'm just waiting to see that my foot's good. And you know, even when it's good, I gotta wait even more to make sure I don't have to deal with this again. You know, I'm never gonna rush back. I'm never gonna worry about that. You know, if I gotta take, you know, the things that the fans, the public got to say about me, you know, I'm brittle, I'm all that. Cool. But whenever I come back, don't forget who I am.
Hold on. Don't forget that part there, Kevin. He still is that guy. All right. So you just don't think that he's ever going to be not injured?
See,
Or you're willing to let him be not injured on somebody else's time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because here's the issue with that. And if that would be something that would make it more palatable for the Clippers, especially when you find out that the Mavericks tried to trade Daniel Gafford and they just weren't getting people biting with a first-round pick, which I have to admit, that surprises me. But the market is what it is, and you have to adjust accordingly. Derek Lively was phenomenal his rookie year and showed a lot of promise. He still played 55 games. Over the last 2 seasons combined, he's played 43 games. And so I'm not saying he can't be great, but look, you're already to the end of his rookie contract. This is the last season of his rookie contract. Now, he would still be a restricted free agent, but if that's what makes it palatable for the Clippers, you don't really have that much draft ammunition to begin with. And if you're like, let's see if you can rehabilitate Derek Lively, who sure doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to start the season, and you'll take the albatross that is Klay Thompson off our hands, and you'll get a quality player in P.J. Washington and a draft pick, then so be it. And I still think Derek Lively can be a really good player. I just, that's hard to build around.
All right. Kawhi's money comes off the books after 1 year.
Yeah, Kawhi's for 1 year. So you are taking a gamble in theory, but I have a different feeling about that. But go ahead.
on paper, if all of the players are healthy, you got a pretty good team.
Hell yeah, you got a really good team.
Like Kyrie's a very good player, hopefully still.
For sure.
Working next to Kawhi, very good player.
For sure.
Unfortunately, it seems like both of those guys would miss as much time as Derek Lively. But Derek, you're more concerned about Derek Lively's future down the road too than anything else, and missing out on being able to move this. I get that. I loved Kawhi the player. I've always loved Kawhi when he's on the court. Terrified of him.
Sure.
I've never loved Kawhi off the court stuff that just comes with the big question mark of will he, won't he? And isn't that the game we just played last year and we've been playing with all these guys? Man, I'm back on radio, guys. It feels like Corey Seager at times, where you're just like, he could be the best whenever he's out there, and then he's not out there, and I don't know when I'm going to get him back. So that's where I'm just kind of like, but making the appropriate moves to open up cap space for you to do something and making the appropriate draft picks so far, I think the Mavericks have done a pretty damn good job in the last 2 drafts now of adding 2 quality players to build this foundation on. So at first I was like, no, because I don't want that dude who I just don't know if he's ever going to play. But if he's gone after a year potentially, then it's one more year, though, of being kind of bad again, maybe.
So, okay, I'm not here to argue against that from the 682. So is this actually going to happen? I mean, I would say no.
Yeah, it seems like Toronto's more invested now.
Exactly. But if it did happen, here's going to be my pitch, because I understand what you're saying. But then again, it just takes that one healthy run. Like, think about in '86 when all of a sudden Bill Walton's healthy for the Celtics and nobody has a shot in hell at stopping them. If you got the healthy Kyrie and you've got Cooper Flag and you get the healthy Kawhi Leonard or whatever that's going to look like the Clippers did last year, realistically, then you could have a hell of a team. But to your point, because I'm always trying to hedge my bets either way, right? So Kawhi Leonard's money comes off the books this year. So that's $50 million that would be coming off your books. And even if you made this trade, you would still be slightly under the salary cap. Whether you included Derek Lively or whether you didn't, you'd still be a little bit under the salary cap. And now you take that money off the books. That puts you in potential to have a max spot. And then if Kyrie Irving did not opt in to his player option, with him and Kawhi, that would be $93 million off the books. So just the way I'm thinking about it is take your shot. Take your shot with the veterans. And if it doesn't work, you could potentially have $93 million coming off the books, which what does that give you a chance to do then? That gives you a chance to move forward with, if you think it's Max Christie, Cooper Flag, Merez, and then you can add however you see fit or continue with the youth movement. And to me, you'd essentially be trading P.J. Washington for Kawhi Leonard. And that's a deal I'm all about because P.J. Washington's about to start the first year of his 4-year deal. Now, it's not an overwhelmingly crushing deal, but that's another like $20 to $24 million you'll have off the books every single year.
You can go get Jokic.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, look, I heard the rumblings as well.
I'm looking at the potential. Jokic might not be signing that offer.
Yeah.
And extending with them. I'm just looking at the list, Kevin. And initially, the 27 free agency board looks amazing. Steph.
Yeah.
Giannis. Anthony Davis. Jimmy Butler. Jokic. Karl Anthony Towns.
Jimmy Butler might be available in a buyout. By the way, if you really want to go age in the cage right here and just get a whole bunch of older players, Jimmy Butler might get traded and bought out. So then if you want to trot out Kyrie, Jimmy Butler, Kawhi, Merez, and Cooper Flag, you could do it and have the most bizarre age gap in your starting lineup this could be.
Donovan Mitchell. Kawhi, Kevin Durant, like the list of star talent that's out there, but it's all old.
Right.
And this team, I know you just said that one magical run It is built on the future of Cooper Flag.
You're right. And so just my general thought is, if the powers that be have decided we want Kyrie to go forward, then why the hell not take a swing at Kawhi? If you've already decided we're going to compete right now and not really tear this down and rebuild it from the ground up, whether that's for Cooper's sake or for the new regime's sake or for our sake, don't know. But just go for it. I would say just go for it. And that's partially because I heard the package, as we all have said, is PJ Washington, Klay Thompson, and draft compensation. I'm like, great. We don't really have much draft compensation. You can take Klay Thompson and PJ for Kawhi. Sounds fine to me. In the meantime, like I said, I don't think it's going to happen because it sounds like the Raptors are really serious about this thing. But I think it's worth further looking into. And then from the 972, why is no one talking about Marvin Bagley? He's a good power forward. Is he not starting for the Mavericks? So I guess my only question there would be, what is his price? And he doesn't play defense. I'm not going to argue against you.
Played a little bit better defense for the Mavericks. A little bit better.
Okay.
Like his history has shown you that he does not.
Right.
For some reason, I don't know if it was him going, man, I'm better.
Right.
Be a little bit better, or maybe it was maybe Jason Kidd got the most out of him, because Jason Kidd was that kind of coach. But I don't know what it was. But he was, I felt marginally better than I'd seen him in before.
Okay.
But agreed.
Well, how much money does he want?
That's a small sample size for what that amount of money that he might demand.
Yeah, look, and if people looked at him and they're like, meh, I wasn't impressed by your season, and he goes, I will once again sign for 1 year, $3 million, then I'm like, well, hell yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Same thing with Chris Middleton. If he's like, getting paid is stupid, I'll come back to your team.
Will he be a progress stopper for Merez, though?
I don't think so, because I think those two can work in cooperation, because you're not loading Bagley up with like 40 minutes or even 30 minutes, I wouldn't imagine. So I think you could see those two in cooperation.
Where are you loading Merez up with?
I think Merez could go 25 to 30 minutes for sure to kick it off.
Nice.
But I am of the opinion.
You think his coach thinks that too?
Yes, I do.
His coach is like,
for
get
sure.
him on the court as often as possible.
I am of the opinion that at some point this week, P.J. Washington or Daniel Gafford will no longer be on the Dallas Mavericks. In part because of that draft pick. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I promise you will find another spot for Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Coming up next, though, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the fastest pitch of the era. And yeah, good job, Angels. It was definitely all the GM's fault. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
First offering here. He hits in the dirt in front of the plate, skips all the way to the Rangers dugout. Kelnick around third. He'll dive across the plate with a go-ahead run. An exceedingly wild pitch uncorked there by Varland. It hit just in front of the plate, got away from Kirk, went all the way over in front of the Rangers dugout, and Kelnick scores from second on the wild pitch. Rangers lead it 3-2.
An exceedingly wild pitch, which I think is fair to say when the runner advances. Do you ever feel like better if you just threw it straight and it wasn't a... You're like, I threw right down the pipe,
I just got gas, dog.
Yeah. So, to answer my question.
More wiffle ball stories.
Knowing that I do not have a wiffle ball story readily available.
You ask Alec, though.
I'll have one next week.
Okay.
Next week. But for right now, if we could.
What was the question?
Son of a biscuit. All right, I'll tell you about real baseball then. Let's go all the way back to... So glad y'all are back. Let's go all the way back to Friday. Jacob Mizorowski hit 105.5 miles per hour.
That's awesome.
In a pitch against Pete Crow Armstrong, the fastest by a starting pitcher in the pitch tracking era.
I think
beating his own previous record, which beat his own previous record.
We are juicing these radars. I think we're. I don't know if this dude's actually throwing that hard.
Have you ever heard that theory that like the old radars were too slow, and that Nolan Ryan was really throwing like 107 miles an hour, which he could have been?
You know what? I want to believe that from now on is that Nolan Ryan actually threw 107 miles an hour. All right, Mizorowski hasn't thrown the fastest one yet.
Right.
Good luck. And then like every time somebody gets to 100 and whatever the number is, we're like, oh, actually, Nolan was actually throwing about 110. And it just keeps going up so nobody ever catches him.
Do you think if Mizorowski took more of that BC headache powder, he could really start dialing it up even more? Oh, okay. There was a headache powder at some point.
There's that one commercial, though, where he threw like a really hard fastball and his wife threw off the catcher's mask and she was like, all right, I think that's good for the day. And I was like, holy crap, that's how they practiced. That's how he got so good, because he had her support.
That's love right there. All right. Also happening on Friday, we'll kind of do this in reverse order. The Chicago White Sox beat the Kansas City Royals 22-1. That is noteworthy for a variety of reasons. It put them at 42-38, which again is more wins than they had all of the 2024 season when they were 41-121. Now they're 43-39 and tied for the AL Central lead on June the 29th.
Dude, congratulations to them.
Absolutely. Not congratulations to the Kansas City Royals, because the Kansas City Royals were on the wrong end of that 22-1 game. If you recall, the day before they lost 13-2 and were being no hit going into the ninth inning, which means that in those two games, they were outscored 35-3.
Whoa.
Is it any wonder that their manager is now leading the betting odds for the next manager to be fired?
Dude, when did betting odds on managers being fired start happening? Like, when was that first a thing?
I feel like it's always been informal when people were like, we're going to fire our manager.
Yeah.
And so they just needed to find a way to harness the analytics of that.
Kevin, I know you're very into the real baseball stuff right now. From the 858, I hit a wiffle ball homer off my dad that went through our basketball hoop like a swish. It was glorious. From the 3-2-1 baseball, I thought this was wiffle ball nuggets. And then from
Wouldn't it be wiffle ball waffles or something like that?
It's always been nuggets.
Wiffle
Kevin.
waffles?
It's always been nuggets.
You wouldn't want a segment called Wiffle Waffles?
I would want to eat those waffles.
Okay.
And then from the 817, sorry, can Kevin do the impersonation of a wiffle ball pitch?
That's the curve that you get.
I just
on
appreciate the 858 saying, I know what this bit is. Let's just talk about that one time I did something in wiffle ball.
See, exactly. Now, somebody who, I don't know, might general manage in wiffle ball now, Perry Manassian has been fired as the GM of the Angels because it was all his fault. So he took over after the COVID season in 2020. The Angels never finished with more than 77 wins. They lost a franchise record 99 games 2 years ago. And even though they made a 9-win improvement last year, they were tied for the worst record in the American League when he got fired. Now, partially it's on him, no doubt about that. But when their owner is also out there being like, we're going to be fine. We got this. Don't worry about it. Like, that's probably part of the problem as well, is it not?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Did their new GM or their interim GM throw out the first pitch? I think he did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I am not aware. I'm not disputing that. Is that Zeliak?
Yeah. He threw out the first pitch before the final home. Oh, that was 2025. Never mind. Don't worry about that, Kevin.
Okay.
It was a different time.
Do you think the GM should have known then if that other guy was throwing out the first pitch that like his days were probably not? You're like, hold on, that
guy. I'm not going to be
guy
here much longer.
Used to be a GM. You're like, yeah, don't worry about that. All right, let's go to Junior Caminero. Junior Caminero has had 7 home runs in his past 6 games for the Rays. He became the 10th player in team history to hit a home run in at least 4 straight games, the first since Brandon Lowe 3 years ago, and the youngest Ray to ever do so. In fact, only 3 players his age or younger have had a longer home run streak since 1900. Ronald Acuna, Brian McCann, and Jack Clark back in 1978 each went deep 5 straight games. Speaking of going deep, there is Kyle Schwarber. He hit his 30th home run for the Phillies in their 84th game of the season, setting a franchise record. And your guy, Corey, right now is on pace to hit 58 home runs, which would be a career high for him. He's also on pace for 104 RBIs and a 962 OPS.
Dude, just look at what this dude's done since he got to Philadelphia. He had 32, 38 home runs before that. Since he got to Philly, though, 46, 47, 38, 56, 30.
Unbelievable.
Like, that's just insane that this dude has crushed the baseball that much over that time. But he's always been a good hitter.
Yeah.
Like, he's always been a really good hitter. Now he's just a really good hitter and also crushes home runs.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about
always
that.
Always wanted him on the team.
You know who's not good? The American League. Only...
Keep bringing this up.
Yeah, because here's another factoid for you. Only 4 teams in the American League have a winning record. The season is more than halfway over. To put that in comparison, that's the same number of teams that have a winning record as the NL East. So the NL East and the American League have the same number of teams with a winning record, and the National League has 9 teams with a record above 500, compared to the American League, who, let's all say it together again, they have 4. 4!
Well, Kevin, this is a good thing for the Rangers, then.
Is it?
I do think so. Because aren't you still pretty solid in the? Now you're leading the division, so it doesn't matter.
But you're still fine in the wild card race.
You're right there in the wild card race. Like, this is actually a good thing for the Rangers as we are meandering our way through this season, trying to figure out what kind of offense we are.
Right.
Obviously, a better one with Jock Peterson at the 1 hole. This is a positive thing. You need to stop being so terrified of the National League because it's destined that they're going to win the World Series. All right.
Oh man.
Like, it's destiny.
Then I accept. What I'm worried about is you fool yourself into thinking you're a real playoff team. You get dusted, and then you're like, oh crap, we probably should have traded some people.
Wouldn't you rather be in the playoffs?
No.
I would.
If you know it's going to set back your... You're right.
Playoff baseball is so fun.
But if you told me...
And hold on, you're going to tell me, no matter who it is in the playoffs, we're better against good teams.
That actually is true.
Also, you're going to tell me that we can't keep it within 1 run?
We can. I'm worried that
1-0 every game in the playoffs.
Looking at the game now, I'm afraid we'll get out to a 5-0 lead. Then it'll be 5-4 the next inning, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Oh crap, are we going to lose this game 6-5?"
I'm not willing in baseball to trade for prospects that won't turn out,
especially in this system.
Yeah. So let's go try and win the whole damn thing with some old guys.
Okay. Mavericks, Rangers, they'll do the same thing. By the way, Yandy Diaz will keep a lookout for an update today. He is leading the American League in batting average at 336. I honestly might have guessed it was 286, and he could have been leading the league. He injured his shoulder. He's currently considered day-to-day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the best and worst of the weekend. We'll get your wankers and winners next right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for your wankers and winners of the weekend. Plus, in the noon o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away tickets to go see Jeff Foxworthy.
Oh, hold on. That's later, right? You said the noon o'clock hour?
You know what, Corey? We're actually allowed to do it when we want. And you're back.
All right. I'll let you know.
Okay. So, wankers and winners of the weekend. Would you like to start with the winners or the wankas?
You know what? Let's start with the winners. I'm feeling positive right now.
You know who I'm going to start with,
Got a good week on the way.
The Texas Rangers. Did you know that the Rangers have only swept 3 4-game series this decade?
I did not know that.
Twice, it was at, I'm still going to call it the Sky Dome, Rogers Center. So they did it, obviously, this past weekend. And then again in 2023. Those are the only 2 road 4-game series sweeps of the decade for the Rangers. And then the other one was at home against the 2024 White Sox, who, if you recall, went 41 and 101-21.
I don't recall that.
121, not 101-21. But that's before they got the Pope.
Say 101-21?
Yes, so I revised that. Yes, it's too many. They could have lost that many games, but they were 41 and 121. So the Rangers are your true winners of the weekend.
Yeah, they absolutely are, dude. They looked good, too.
Next up, the Rock Twins. So, trust me, you're going to like this.
Okay.
Liam and Marcus Rock
were
both drafted by the Pittsburgh Penguins. They were taken with pick number 22 and pick number 39. And this is, I believe, Marcus, who said, I didn't have a preference of when, I just knew where I wanted to go and who I wanted to be with. He kept me calm, told me it was going to happen. So for it to happen, it is in fact awesome. And then pointed out he can brag all he wants. I'm so happy to be with him. I know he won't brag, but if he wanted to, he could at getting drafted higher. So yeah, Liam and Marcus Rock both going to the Penguins.
From the 3-2-1, Mother Ruck must be so proud.
Yeah, I hope they had some fun with those headlines. I don't know. I did not look across the Pittsburgh.
Can you imagine our old newspaper boss, how he would be like, guys, I'm not even letting you write these headlines.
Probably.
He would come in and be like, not today, guys. I'll write the headlines for you.
Yes.
From the 817, guys, I love you, so I have to do this. I give you trash when my Blue Jays are doing good. You guys whipped my ass this weekend.
Yes!
Congratulations. Woo! See, that's how it should be. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to tell you how to sports or how to fan.
Thank you.
So, you fan how you want to, but I appreciate the sportsmanship in that right there.
I like it. I do. Now, I'm going to stick with hockey, if you don't mind. Another winner of the weekend, Alexander Karmenov. Have you ever heard of that player?
I feel like I have. He plays tennis.
No. Remember, what I just said was I'm going to stick with hockey. He was...
Sounds like a tennis name.
Okay, well, you'll have to take my word for it. He went, I believe, in the 7th round of the NHL draft with the 201st pick. And you might be like, well, why the hell do I care about this? At 7'1" without skates, he is the tallest player ever taken in the NHL.
So we have 2 very tall players, and neither one of them are 7'1".
Correct. They're like 6'8".
Yeah. Wow. That's impressive, dude. Is he good?
I mean, he made it to the NHL.
So is he good?
He was taken in the 7th round, but you have a dude...
Probably not the best.
Yeah, but if you have a dude skating around that now is going to be like 7'3" or something, I want to see that.
From the 940, is that the wiffle ball guy, Kevin?
No, it is not the wiffle ball guy.
One of these days we'll figure out if it was a wiffle ball guy or not.
All right, I'm telling you right now, it is not the wiffle ball guy.
I don't know about that.
Dude, can you imagine, though?
You can't just say that without any...
Say the tennis player's name again.
Alexander Karmanov, and he's still a hockey player.
All right, yeah. Can you imagine, though, all right, that dude playing wiffle ball in that strike zone?
Ooh.
Doesn't matter. You're still throwing it like a lawn chair behind him, but you got to lift the lawn chair up now.
And then it's going to be high in the zone, and you don't want to go middle. Would you?
Jacob deGrom knows that. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you rather pitch to him or Altuve? That's like a 2-foot disparity in height right there.
Yeah, but
if he were a baseball player.
It does feel at 7'1", everything's middle because of his arm length, So
that's true.
You're gonna have to go in on the hands with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Follow-up question.
What's up?
Would you rather pitch to Jose Altuve with Karmanov's arms or Karmanov with Jose Altuve's arms? Okay, all right, because then you have a massive strike zone, shorter arms, whereas Altuve,
going outside
little strike zone, and he can swing anywhere.
I'm going low and away all day.
Are you picturing it, Alec? That's really what I want to know, is if you're picturing.
It's the dumbest picture I've ever pictured.
But it makes so much sense.
Okay, then, hooray for that. People making pasta jokes. Come on, people. All right. Are you ready for the wankers of the weekend?
Yeah, let's get after that.
I'm going to take you to newswoman Abigail Velez. She works for now, ABC 7.
Oh, no.
She was going to give you a preview of soccer. And look, the next team that the United States plays is Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Okay.
All right. You could just be factual like that. Maybe you could throw out something else if you want. This was probably not the way to go.
Okay, the next round, Team USA will play Bosnia next Wednesday. And one thing about Bosnia, I could not point out where it is on a map. I don't know the first thing about Bosnia, and I don't want to know. That's because Team USA, we're back, we're better than ever. That's next Wednesday. Get prepared, Bosnia, because you don't want it. You don't want it like that. But you're going to get it. That's next Wednesday.
It's you don't want none of this, but it's happening.
Yeah, and it was.
Do you think somebody in her ear was like, chill the excitement out just a little bit, lady?
Like, I don't think it's the end of the world, but the Bosnian football Twitter account picked it up and said, my goodness, the stereotypes write themselves. I'm assuming that's a general shot at America. Rude. We didn't all say that, but
we do have a general sense of brash and confidence.
True. That's why I would have just
arrogance
kept it to yourself.
Or confidence?
I mean,
how do you look at it?
I will say confidence, but I can see apparently everyone else in the world thinks it's arrogance, and we think it's confidence, which probably leads to the stereotypes. But just don't say anything then. Just say they'll play them on Wednesday. So she had to go ahead and come out and make an apology. Quote, in a poor effort to have a little fun with World Cup competition, I took it too far and made a thoughtless comment.
Good job by her to do that.
That was insensitive and inappropriate.
Probably told to do it, right?
Oh, 100%. That's what I mean. Maybe not 100%, 95%. I think 95% of the time somebody apologizes for something like in the celebrity or public realm, it's because their people or their bosses were like, hey.
She was just overcome with the excitement of World Cup soccer and the competition that comes along with it.
I mean,
you got the best of her.
And that's why she apologized.
That's why she apologized. She was like, you know what?
What is that noise?
The excitement that comes with competition.
Okay. Do you want to go to O.J. Simpson next?
We can do this because I have thoughts.
Okay.
What's up with O.J. Simpson?
Well, hold on. How do you have thoughts if you don't know what's up with O.J. Simpson?
This is how. This is the structure, Kevin. You just broke structure.
O.J. Simpson.
I'm so confused.
I'm looking at you, fourth wall. All right, so O.J. Simpson will not be honored among Bills legends at the new stadium. Here's a quote from Pete Goelli. I'm going to say, the president of business operations. We have made an organizational decision that he is not a fit to display inside our new stadium and family circle.
Okay.
Oh, and then there's a little ad for a buffalo-shaped whiskey. The whiskey bottle is a buffalo. That looks neat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just Kevin would never drink out of the bottle, but he likes the shape
really
of the bottle.
cool, though.
You know, he's like, how do they make the glass in that shape?
And the bottle topper is another buffalo.
Is that hand blown? Hand blown doesn't sound right? When it comes to glass blowers,
It is a natural transition. Oh, my mistake. I misunderstood.
The whole this situation. I am very adamant that I think that Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
For the purpose of they were the most famous players of that generation, for one, and for another part, it tells the story of baseball. The baseball had a very bad mark on it. Whether it was good or bad, it had a very bad mark on it. With this, I heard Bobby's argument this morning, and he was like, it's the story of that team. The team kind of gets to decide what they want to remember and what they don't. Baseball does too. I think that if they had built this stadium right after and had put it up there and then waited until he passed away and then removed it, that would have been a weird thing.
Yeah.
Not including him now that he's not alive. And they just left it up there. I wonder if they were ever like, will we ever replace it with anything? Or because it was already on the wall before.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big deal to not include him. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. But if you're trying to tell the story of your team, that's one of the best running backs that ever came through your doors and ever came through the NFL's doors as well.
From the 817, I don't know how many people got that joke, Kevin, but I'm dying. I know Alec understood the joke, and that
sadly
makes me happy. So, wanker of the weekend, stupid, idiotic, analytic people, or might it be Bobby Marks for not phrasing things very well? So,
Alex friend, what are you doing right now?
I'm
careful.
Just asking the question because Jaylen Brown seems to think it's Bobby Marks' fault that this came out. So, Bobby Marks put out a tweet talking about the value of Jaylen Brown, and he said it could be essentially mixed across the league because he had one analytic person who told him he thought Jaylen Brown would be the 7th best player on a team, which is an objectively insane thing to think.
Which team?
See, and that's the issue.
The team with 6 great players on it?
I mean, if it's the dream team, then all right, I'll accept that. But
he didn't even make the Olympic team.
Wow. But people were like, hold on, why would you just drop that out there and give no other context? Jaylen Brown was upset, and at one point quote tweeted, and when Bobby Marks was like, no, I'm not saying that, the other person saying it, he was like, who is your source? So who is the wanker for this back and forth?
The analytics person, I think. I don't agree with it. The stupid analytics people.
Right.
I don't agree with it. He was the MVP of the finals for a reason.
Yeah, yes.
I have been very adamant. Like, I wanted him next to Luka the entire time that Luka was here. I was like, that's the dude that I want to play right there next to Luka. And Bobby Marks went along with it. Dude, do you believe that? I don't know that Bobby Marks believes that, though.
No, he doesn't. And that was one of the issues is when he said, I don't think that. That's what the person said. And then Jaylen Brown it felt like a little heated at him by being like, then who's the person? Who said it?
Well, I mean, we're not in court, buddy. I don't have to tell you. You know, just like whenever you find some information out about something that's going on, they're like, who said that? You're like, I don't have to tell you crap. Pay me.
And plus, the Celtics are asking for 4 first-round picks, supposedly, for Jaylen Brown.
That's it.
So clearly they don't think that he's that
Would
bad.
you ever have the 7th best player on your team be like cost you 4 first-round picks?
I can see how the Cowboys would do that, but in basketball, probably not.
Dude, Mac this morning.
There was a while when I thought that about Gobert.
Mac this morning really did crush my soul whenever he said you had Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic, and you essentially got Max Christie after having that.
And Cooper Flagg. So you traded up.
We keep forgetting about that, don't we? But yeah, this dude.
if you think
in exchange, they got
yeah.
essentially Max Christie and for Luka. Would you make that trade every day?
No, it is an idiotic deal unless you think the conspiracy theory is true.
Which you know I believe.
I know, because if you don't, then you got to be like, what? What are we doing? Why would you do that?
Who even said this?
What? That's still my reaction. That's still my reaction. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, don't you think that's a fair reaction? If you could look back at it again, you look at that trade and like, what? Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus John Daly is just different. Next on The Fan.
Sean and
by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Got that Jeff Foxworthy ticket giveaway happening at some point in the show today when Corey decides. But right now, you're going to piss him off if you do that.
Did it, Alex.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, John Daly proves that he's just better than all of us. We'll get to that here in just...
Did he do something neat while smoking a heater?
Yes, he actually did.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about that here in a matter of moments. Before we get to the question of the day, thank you to everybody for the birthday wishes last week and the belated ones as well. The big 2-5. 25 years old.
Louise.
Yeah, just had to remind Kevin and Corey of that. 25.
Our boy's all grown up.
Now you can rent a car.
I know.
All grown up.
So excited.
Get better deals on car insurance.
What's after 25?
26.
No, okay.
Then you can't be on your parents' insurance.
I know. I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And then after that?
30?
So you'd count 26?
Not really.
Like from 25
Then it jumps by 5.
From 26 to 29, it's a virtually non-existent age.
Yeah.
Like I'm turning 45 this year. I think I won't nothing really big
even
happens
that does
until
not feel noteworthy.
50, you know?
Yeah. It feels like 25 is the last 5 for a while. Then maybe when you get to like 55 or 65.
And then every year after that, you're like, man, just counting the days.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
You see somebody like, if they ever come up to your house on Halloween with a black hood on, you're like, no, it's the Grim Reaper!
And your wife's like, I don't see him. And you're like, no, it's for real this time.
Crap.
And then
That's
she
not what
pranked
you
you.
want.
That's
Yeah.
terrifying. I'm not looking forward to aging. Thank you. But the question of the day today.
You'll be fine. Shut up.
214 25-year-old stepdad.
Stop. I'm having to explain this to more and more people in my real life.
Just shows the popularity.
What would you rather explain? This or the nipple ring thing?
Neither. Because neither are true.
I'm not entirely sure you understand how or works. Neither is not
It's
an
my
option.
segment. I can deflect if I want to.
That's a fair counterpoint.
I can absolutely deflect if I want to.
I'm backing down. I'm backing down.
You know what, Kevin? Push. Anyways, the question of the day. Today is National Camera Day. So, the question of the day is, what is something that you wish you were better at? Because my answer is I am awful at taking pictures of either myself or myself with other people in group settings. I realized that this morning when the group chat of all the best friends from high school and college were putting together the 4th of July plans, and one of them was like, the last picture we have as a group with each other, I think is from like my 18th birthday. Which is absurd. We never take pictures together. So anytime we're like trying to commemorate the group or whatever, everybody, it's like pre-facial hair. For me, pre-long hair on top of my head. Like everybody's unrecognizable compared to right now. So I'm just awful at taking pictures to commemorate experiences and moments that I'm involved in.
I wish that I was better at more intense fixing projects around the house. Like I wish I was essentially like a contractor on the side And I could be like, oh, yeah, we can fix that drywall right up for you.
Yeah,
No problem. That would be awesome.
But then you'd also hate that because, trust me,
see that.
You're always trying to fix something.
Yeah. Yep.
And it drives, for me, it drives me nuts that it's not fixed. You know, I'm sitting there looking at it going, I have to do this. Do I have the time to accomplish that job today?
Right.
And then the wife always has a to-do list. Like, oh, we should paint the daughter's room today.
Huh.
Because she knows I'm good at painting, but I retired from that.
Do you think, my question of the day for you, Alec, do you think you should need to take place in a couples project 50-50 if you have no interest in this project being done?
Like, I like the room the way it was.
You're like, you want to paint it? Knock yourself out. Like, I get it. It might be something problematic with the house where you're like, we legitimately need to fix this. But your house will survive whether or not that room gets painted.
Over the weekend, Alec, Adrian gave me that look of, hey, I got an idea.
They always use that tone, too.
You want to do something? And I was like, not really. And then she was like, I think we should paint Lucy's room. And I was like, sounds like a great idea for you. And then I came to the conclusion that I'm going to put her bed together. So she had a new bed. I was like, all right, then you paint the room. She convinced Carter to cut in around all the edges too. That was awesome.
Nice.
So that was smart on her part. And then I put the bed together, and she was like, thank you so much for that. And I was like, that's why I didn't paint, because I knew I was going to put the bed together, and I would have just been ticked off at the end of the day if I had to put the bed together after I painted. So
that's valid. I like the line of thinking
you just
there.
cut some deals, Kevin.
Hell yeah.
Oh, bartering.
I mean, I told you, I bought my wife out of like 3 years of arbitration of gifts, so...
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to do the same thing with her air conditioner.
It was great, because she wanted a patio, and I was like, that's going to be really expensive, and we negotiated to buy her out of birthdays, anniversary, and then I still got her some presents because I'm a dumbass.
No, because you love her, Kevin.
I like the way I said it.
From the 3-2-1, Alec won't go 50-50 because he can get her kids to help paint. Stop.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point.
There is a mythical her out there somewhere. It's just assumed.
I mean, she exists. You just haven't found her yet.
Jeez, man.
From the 858.
The love of your life is somewhere out there.
This question's so fitting. I'm literally currently working on being better at just overall procrastination, but I'm failing because I bought floating shelves 2 weeks ago and still haven't put them up. Do that today. Do that today after work. You got this. And then text us tomorrow and let us know how successful it went.
Yeah. Remember, today is yesterday's tomorrow.
Well, what is today if yesterday was tomorrow?
Was that the Dennis Quaid movie I watched with Jake Gyllenhaal? The climate changed?
I don't even know where I got that.
That was the day after tomorrow.
Memories exist in neither time nor space and have no beginning or end.
Whoa.
See, from the 806, before we get too philosophical, wish I was better at sticking to diet and workout routine. I might be able to help with that in the future.
Oh!
I did get my basic life support certification last week, so I can take those first steps into getting my personal training certification.
Give you mouth to mouth if you need it.
I'd rather not.
Kevin.
Yeah, but if you had to save that person's life, you better.
Obviously, I'm going to in a life-saving scenario.
Let's say we're in the studio one day and all of a sudden Kevin's drowning and you have to jump in the water.
How is he drowning?
I don't know.
I also would like to know the answer to that question.
We got a pool in the studio. I don't know. And then you get him out of the water. Now you know how to save his life. And that's great. I'm proud of you.
Definitely think a pool around all this electronics is a great idea.
Yes, but in that scenario, I'm hoping we have 2 rescuers on hand so I can be the chest compression man.
I'm pretty good at a lot of things, Alec. And thanks to Cara Buono. From Netflix.
Yes.
It's a good show. It's called Stranger Things, if you haven't heard of it.
Hey, what? I have. Netflix.com/Stranger Things. That was a real talking point they gave us. And I was like, you know what? I feel like people know about this show, but I will say that.
She showed me how to take better pictures of ourselves. Like, remember when she
took your phone
She changed
away,
all the settings on my phone and probably installed some sort of Trojan horse or something.
What?
But it's finances. I wish I could look at APR and all that stuff and immediately be like, okay, I know exactly how much money I'm going to have to spend and all those things. A lot of times I have to like really work hard to figure that stuff out.
Jess told me the other day we were talking about something, and I go, "Are you interested in these things?" And she goes, "I can tell that you're excited to tell me, but I'm just going to go with whatever recommendation it is that you make."
You were excited though, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. And she was like, "Sounds good."
Uh-huh. I know the exact feeling of just being like, okay, like I can tell that this is one you have put thought into this, you care. Let's roll.
And Corey's like, "So we're going to finish first?" Or I was like, "Oh, yeah."
Let's see. For the 940, I wish I was better at thinking before I speak. That's probably a lesson that a lot of us could learn, including me.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think everybody could probably do a little bit better at that?
Dude,
100%.
There are two things that stick in my mind. One of them I can't remember, but two things that Mike said. One was, I am listening to myself. And the other one was, I've heard everything I've ever said.
Which, I mean, it's a good argument. I was like, all right.
Valid point.
Gosh.
Guys, before I tell you about John Daly and how he's just different, and this might be my favorite story of the week, and it's only Monday, but I do want to share an experience that I had on Saturday that was just absolutely awesome. I went to the Bomb Factory in Deep Ellum, the Wingstop House of Flavor. It sounds unique because it is. They're doing watch parties there, and then they're doing live local DJ sets as soon as the final game of the evening is over. And it is awesome. They have all kinds of stuff. They have real tattoo artists there giving out real tattoos.
Okay.
Face paint, makeup. They have a barber shop in there so you can get a haircut while you're there. And then obviously the game viewing and the DJ sets, as I mentioned. I went there on Saturday, got to watch Messi do his thing, and then afterwards the DJ set by Cozy Campos, a local Dallas-based DJ. I've been to 3 of his DJ sets now. He is awesome. Had an incredible night out there, but I thought that was the coolest thing. I was like, what in the world am I getting Instagram ads for? And why does this sound awesome? And there's free Wingstop too. So
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, wings are fantastic.
It was pretty incredible. So shout out to Stay Cozy and Wingstop for the awesome night on Saturday. What is also awesome is John Daly. Pretty much any story involving him is just must read. And I haven't kept up with his stuff in the PGA Tour's Champions circuit. I don't really care. I'm not much of a golf fan myself outside of the majors. Sure. But he did something.
Whole family of us.
That's right. He did something incredible at the Dick's Open.
Okay.
Yeah. So
did he just say that on there?
He shot a 63.
Really?
He shot a 63 at this tournament.
It's a par 3 course.
And in the Champions event, since 2017, he has not won an event since 2017 in the Champions circuit. He's not even finished better than 17th this season.
That's the seniors, right?
Yes.
Sorry if you just said that.
And he shows up and shoots a 63 after shooting 1 over in the first round that included 1 birdie and 2 bogeys. He was flawless. He started his second day with back-to-back birdies, eagled on the 8th to finish at 33 on the front 9. The back 9 was even better. He birdied 5 times to a record 63, bogey-free golf in round 2. They asked him in his post-game presser what he did to prepare for all of this and like what kind of training. He said, quote, "I haven't seen a driving range in 5 years.
Oh my goodness.
I don't work on my golf game at all." End quote. So he shot a 63.
He's like Josh Hamilton.
Yes. He shot a 63 off of no practice. He just showed up, played, and was incredible, yes, Corey, at the Dick's Open.
Yeah, that's, first off, what a name. Spectacular group that
makes you wonder what the next tournament is called, right?
Probably the Trojan that Corey was talking about.
You want to go through some of the names that are possible, Kevin? Hold on, did you just turn your mic off? Was that?
Yes, I did. That was not suitable for air.
Yeah. Do you admire or despise the people that have that much talent
I think they suck. And I'm sorry, Alec. I'm against this. I think John Daly is a tool. If you're given those gifts, I really think you should try your best to make the most out of them.
Yeah, I get it. Josh Hamilton had a couple years of greatness, right?
Sure.
And honestly, should have won us the World Series.
Agreed.
It should have happened, but we all know how. Y'all remember what happened?
No, yes, we do.
But you're right when you talk about that. That he's a dude that just walked in one day, as Mike pointed out, lifted a weight and said, "Yeah, I'm good to go."
He's like, "Ha ha, I can play baseball."
Yeah, and it's just those are the people that you're like, you have all of this talent, and you would rather do everything else than maximize that. Let's see what the greatest, But that is part of being the greatest at something too.
Yeah,
you have to have that desire and drive to want it. And that stinks.
And luckily, I'm not good at either one of those things, but I'm sure there's many a golfer or a baseball player who are like, God, man, you're such a dip ass. If I had anywhere near the natural talent you did to go along with that person's work ethic, I was like, I could have done amazing things.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We've got NFL either or right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
8 back in coverage this time for Minnesota. Hurts pointing, throwing, trying to find a loose man. It's A.J. Brown. He's in. Touchdown Eagles on the opening drive.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, let's start with some Cowboys-centric news. Former special teams ace C.J. Goodwin has announced his retirement. Now, I don't think he's been anywhere near as effective for the last year or two, but there is no doubt that for a long time he was a special teams whiz, and he announces his retirement. He created quite a niche for himself.
Dude, it's always interesting when a guy goes, all right, I'm not going to be one of those guys, but I'm going to be on this team, and this is going to be the avenue with which I can do it. And I'm going to work my butt off, and I'm going to lead this group as if it's mine and it's important. And a lot of people sometimes are like, oh, special teams. But Kevin, every coach that's ever been good has said all three phases.
I was going to say, you just need to look at this last season to see how special teams can make or break you.
This will be our C.J. Goodwin appreciation tweet.
All right. I like it. Yeah, he was a heck of a player for quite some time. Now, to the, man, I had no idea. It felt like it just kind of came out of nowhere. Former NFL running back Chris Johnson went on Good Morning America to reveal that he has been diagnosed with ALS. He was diagnosed with the disease last year and said that there's no history of ALS in his family. I believe Bobby threw out some research this morning that talked about how much more susceptible to ALS professional football players are, or players that were in the NFL. This feels pretty stunning and obviously very, very sad for something that we still have not really figured out.
Yeah. I heard Bobby say that this morning, and that, like, does it immediately make you, if you know somebody, think about them? Because my first thought was Carter, my son, who's playing football, and I'm like, it's not. And I started justifying, going, well, it's a different level, right? They're hitting harder at the higher levels. He was playing running back, and then I started going, well, I don't know all the other cases.
Yeah,
but like,
I could see how you might be concerned either way.
With Chris Johnson, he's using the eye board, dude. Like, that's how he's speaking, is using that. And that's not the dude that we remembered rushing for 2,000 yards.
Yeah, there was a time, if you don't remember, you're a certain age, where that dude was unfreaking stoppable. Like, when he came into the league, just...
There were years in fantasy where you're like, why did I not recognize this? He caught fire. Him and Lindale White with the Thunder and Lightning. But I do think if that's the case with that big of a number, does the NFL need to start looking into it? And not, dude, we know how the whole CTE thing went. Do they need to go ahead and get out in front of this thing, or do you think that they and say, "Hey, look, we're going to make sure we track this all as well"?
You know, I would love to tell you yes, right? But the NFL still drags their feet on the CTE and giving those payments out to the older players, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like the NFL came around and said, we're ready to do the right thing, much like the NCAA. It was only when they were trapped in an absolute corner. They had nowhere else to go. They had no other options that they're like, oh, yeah, of course. We want to give you these all of this money. Why would we not? And you're like, I don't know, because you haven't for months, or excuse me, for years and years and years.
This is always this is a question, Kevin, that I wrestle with more and more as this time goes on. From the 214, would you take CJ's career but have his disease?
No.
And a lot of the players, understanding what could be in front of them with lots of injuries and lots of things that could happen, willingly take that risk.
Yes.
And I don't know, like, I know what he said this morning in that interview, and they were like, why are you talking about it now? And he was like, because if I can help one person, help somebody else get more studies done on this.
Right.
If this for me that could help, then let's go.
See, and I say no to that, but how easy do you think it would be to find so many people who are like, I would make that deal in a heartbeat?
Yes. Yeah. And that's why the NFL is what it is, because those dudes are like, all right, I'm going to be in fantastic shape. I'm going to be, in the prime of my life. I'm going to be one of the most popular people around. All these things that go into it. And for a lot of people, man, for a lot of us, it's a way to get our families into a good situation.
Okay, let me ask both of y'all something on this. Obviously, Corey, I'll start with you, but Alec, I want to know your thoughts as well. Does that impact, or do you ever think about, should I be watching football knowing all of these potential outcomes, or are you to the point where you feel like most people know that there are multiple potential physical negative outcomes that come along with this? But then again, I didn't know about the ALS correlation until this morning. Does that ever make you think, ooh, should I be feeding the machine?
Dude, think about this. I don't.
Okay.
As a fan. I'm like, okay, it is my entertainment. Those dudes know what's going on, so I don't ever think about it.
Okay.
And never do I think I'm going to boycott it because they need to do something. Nothing like that has ever happened. I will compare it though. Like, I know in Carlsbad, New Mexico, a lot of my family have worked in the mines out there, and they all understand. Every day that they go in there, they understand what they're doing to their lungs, the risks that they're all under. And one of my cousins he had cancer from it. He left it eventually to do something else, but he was able to. A lot of the guys, that's the only way they can manage. And so they're like, this is how I have to live my life. I have to go in understanding that that's what's there for me.
Alec? And by the way, I'm not saying you should one way or another. It's just those things periodically cross my mind.
It crosses my mind, but it doesn't change my thought process in watching the sport, which is weird because I'll admit hypocrisy in certain other sports I won't watch. Like, for two different reasons, Power Slap has never been a thing for me.
Sure.
One, because I think it's just stupid. But two,
right.
On top of that, I've seen some of the injuries and some of the nasty, scary knockouts and stuff, and I'm like, that is not cool to watch to me. So I'll admit the hypocrisy there, but for football, I feel like a lot of people are just kind of conditioned to it.
Okay. Now, we've been tracking the NFL Top 100 as it crawls at a snail's pace. 92 on the list, Azeez Al-Shaair. 91, Montez Sweat. And then 90, Derek Brown, the defensive end from the Carolina Panthers. And I feel like this person is perpetually ignored. Kyron Williams comes in at 89. Now, he was 85 last year, so I'm not saying nobody knows who he is. I just feel like he doesn't get brought up in conversations of quality football players as often as maybe he should.
He puts up good numbers. I think a lot of people might throw in anybody can run in this offense. With this Sean
I get
McVay.
that argument, yeah.
And he's not the dude that the world revolves around. It's Matt Stafford. And then addition, you got Devontae, you got the three tight ends, all of them, because nobody's ever run that many tight ends out there before.
Never happened.
And then Puka. So he's so far down on the pecking order, but being in the top 100 with that many players still in front of him, you got to think that those guys are all on this list still.
Yeah.
Even Devontae Adams, I think, is probably still on this list. That being said, Al-Shaair, I really wanted the Cowboys to make that trade for him.
And this is his top 100 debut?
Yeah, that dude is a monster on the football field and willing to put his body on the line, and he is fast.
Now I've saved the story you're going to care about the most for last.
Great.
Hallmark has made their next Christmas football announcement. The Chicago Bears will continue in the holiday touchdown tradition following the Chiefs in 2024, the Bills
text Adrian and let her know.
In 2025, and during Hallmark Channel's 17th annual Countdown to Christmas programming event this holiday season, They're going to go with the Chicago Bears as their movie for 2026. You know who made the announcement? Colston Loveland. So, like,
you think he's going to be in it?
A little bit.
I think there were 6 Bills players in it last time.
Oh, then definitely, I think he's going to be in it.
And I think Andy Reid was in the first one. Like, I'm just like, yeah, they've been able to swing some of these. So this is a smart move. The Bears, especially with their new stadium being built in Arlington.
When the Chiefs one came out, it was the most watched show on cable that night, except for the Texas A&M game. The most watched on TV that night. Mm-hmm. So here we go, part 3. And I thought you would really want to know that.
No.
Oh, well, I mean, it's still happening. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, The Shindig.
I like it.
Next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, The Shindig. We're going to keep coming up with new names for this every single day. Tomorrow might be my favorite one.
I need a Woolchuck to come in here and put the game on because I don't know how to use these TVs still.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe Chiafalo.
Maybe Eric knows how to.
Maybe he knows how to do it.
Turn the TVs on to get the game on, the soccer matches.
All right.
He said no.
Dang it! Well, thanks for nothing. All right.
I always liked him, too. I always liked that guy.
Yeah, I did, too, until that. So let's go to the plight of, well, I shouldn't say it like that. The elimination from the World Cup of Iran.
Gotcha.
I should leave it just at that because I do not want to expand out into geopolitical issues. Let's go to Austria and Algeria. Now, it felt like the game was 2-2. It felt like for a while because both teams seemed fine with just coasting to the end with a draw, which would knock out Iran. But instead, we go to cut number 9, and Algeria decides, no, that doesn't really work for me anymore.
Top of the penalty area. Maybe they can still get more. Slipped ahead. Oh, Algeria got ahead. Morris! Do you believe this?
I did not believe that.
Nobody did.
Because like I said, it looked like for 20 minutes they were fine with just kicking the ball around the field. And they're like, hey, if it's a tie, we both advance. So now Algeria takes the lead, which would not only put Algeria potentially through, but would put Iran back in and to move on to the round of 32. But alas, thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA, because for the second time in stoppage time, we would get another goal. Give me cut number 10.
The service across. Snap back through. The header down is in. Austria's alive. Collides it.
So they get the draw.
Do we have to thank them every time we play that?
I was told that one thank you covers the segment.
Well, that's good, because otherwise I would just be like every single time.
I mean, we can do that if you like. Austria,
cover our butts.
They finished second in the group behind Argentina to advance into the knockout rounds for the first time since 1982. On the flip side, Algeria became the 9th of the 10 teams from Africa to advance. So early on, man, you're getting some African domination in this World Cup. But with that draw, Iran eliminated, and they have to go back home.
Kevin, I'm sure you have all the thoughts here lined up. Can I go through the way
Please.
that I thought Colombia and Portugal 0-0 was phenomenal.
A lot of people are hot on Colombia in this tournament.
That is a weird thing to be like, that 0-0 game or 0-0. As some people say.
You really have been listening, paying attention.
I thought that it was just an absolute blast because there were so many scoring opportunities. Now, they didn't finish, but the fact that they battled back and forth, it was a fast-paced game. They moved upfield, and there were so many near makes. It was just an absolute blast for me. So that one right there, I enjoyed. Argentina, seeing Messi get his opportunity.
Yet another goal from Lionel Messi. The dude is just unfreaking believable. He became the first player ever to score a goal in 7 straight World Cup matches. Never happened in the history of the World Cup.
Yeah, they named all the people that had done it 6 times. But never anybody to do it like that.
Unbelievable.
And the way he did it, too, he had one earlier in the match that was pretty much the same distance. And everybody was like, oh, you can do this and that. And then he gets another one right there in that area. And it just magician style does what he does. He's so accurate. He still strikes the ball so well. And
True.
I know, look, he's like, this is my last one. It's kind of sad. We've watched.
By the way, did you hear the other day? He just casually was like, I mean, probably. And you're like, wait a second.
I mean, if his body still feels like he can do it, like you look at
Which
Neymar.
it looks like it does.
Yeah, you look at Neymar's knee and you're like, nope. Then you look at him and you're like, what? He still does everything so well.
Yes.
He's the only dude I know that can walk around most of the time and then within seconds be up the field with the ball and bearing it.
Right.
So, and he's still just got such great touch. Those two games, though, Kevin, really caught my eye this weekend. And I just was, I don't you feel like if it's in 0-0, America hates that? It's a tie.
Yes.
And like we hate ties
As an
for
American,
one.
I do feel that way.
But I still feel like after watching the entire match, I liked it. Like
I get it.
I really enjoyed, and we've seen plenty of those games in our time too. Right back cover in high school, where you were like, "That was one of the best 0-0 games I'd ever seen."
Right.
So
and the alternative. Just to play both sides. I've definitely seen a 0-0 match.
That was very boring.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
If they're just going to kick it around in the backfield for the entire game and play defense against each other, that's boring. But the way Colombia and Portugal said, let's push, get everything up front, that was awesome.
Now, let's go to Cape Verde. Cape Verde, another off the western coast of Africa, became the smallest country by population to ever make it to the knockout stage of a men's World Cup after a goalless draw, there you go, with Saudi Arabia. They will move into the group stage situation. They play Argentina on Friday. So what a tremendous bringing together of two of the hottest things in this World Cup. Cape Verde and Vozinha, as well as Lionel Messi. By the way, in case you wanted to know, Vozinha's Instagram, which had fewer than 50,000 followers before the World Cup, is currently at 17.3 million followers.
Nice.
So good job for him. And he did have a fairly inspiring quote to go along with this. He said, "We are small, but we have big hearts and we are fighters."
I like that.
Now, I would say I'm rooting for them, but obviously I'm rooting for Messi. If they were playing, I just love watching him play.
The U.S. might have to play Argentina in the final if that's the case.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take my chances. If somehow the United States, for the first time in the history of the World Cup, made it to the final, I'll take my chances with whoever.
You want to? Oh, kind of sounds like you're thinking like me now. You're like, you got to beat the best to be the best.
Only in a scenario where it's never been done before. If it's a team that I've seen win a title before, give me the Diamondbacks and whatever the soccer equivalent of them is all day long. By the way, if you want to plan... Diamondbacks.
Hey.
That's just, we beat them in the World Series. And I was like, that's much who I would rather face. Now, let me ask you this question.
Ask me.
I want you guys to both take a guess.
That means you, Alec, and me.
Somehow, Nielsen put together the data. How many people in America, or North America, do you believe have watched every single second of all 48 initial World Cup matches?
Nielsen was able to find this?
Yeah.
And get it out in a week?
Yeah, but somehow we can't figure out other things.
Dude. 200 billion people.
Okay, well, Earth has 8 billion people, so that's
not enough.
No, and remember, I'm just saying North America.
400 people.
Okay, Alec?
You said every single second.
Of every single first 48 match.
Ooh. I'm going to go with a little more than Corey. I'm going to say 10,000.
That is a savvy guess. 9,722.
Ooh.
Are you proud of those people, or are you like, what's going on?
Well, it kind of depends what is going on in their life.
Did they take a holiday for the World Cup?
Maybe they did. Yeah, maybe they were like, this. I want to watch this entire first round.
I respect it.
Maybe it's you're like you are with the NCAA tournament, and they're just like, this is my favorite time.
Yeah.
And maybe they're dude, that would be awesome. Host watching parties at your house or whatever, and you're like, everybody's invited over and I just got cash, I am proud of them, Kevin. That's 9,000 people that are doing something with their lives.
By the time we get to the end of it, 104 matches, assuming Nielsen still has access to this data.
Do I think it's going to still be 9,000 and whatever?
That feels... Somebody's going to miss some along the way, right?
To have gotten this far is pretty impressive, though.
True, but they weren't even halfway yet.
Yeah. Now, here's what I don't know. How does Nielsen track that?
That's a great question.
If I just leave my TV on,
am
I capturing it the entire time? You got to turn it on, leave it on.
Fair point.
We've always said that.
That's true. I don't think like Joe Nielsen is sitting in the living room and he's like, "Hey, eyes at the screen." I don't think that is
you
the
can't
case.
get up and go to the restroom during the hydration break. You have to stay.
Exactly.
I think we're gonna pare it down to 1,500.
Okay.
For the rest of the way, if they keep track of this.
I think I could see that. Now, the knockout round started yesterday with one of the host countries, Canada, getting they're already in the knockout round for the first time in the history of their country, but
yeah, they got their first win ever.
They
this
did.
year.
That's right. And so we fast forward to cut number 11. In an absolutely captivating way to win this match in stoppage time.
Here's Jacob Schaffelberg. Schaffelberg's ball into the box, headed away by Ocon. It's Eustachio! Stefan Eustachio in stoppage time might well have sent Canada into the round of 16 at the World Cup.
And he did, and you always know the crowd's loud when you can barely hear the announcer on that, but Stephen Eustachio scores in the 92nd minute, and to your point, a couple weeks ago, Canada had never won a World Cup match. Now they're in the round of 16, obviously much to the enjoyment of their countrymen.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That felt disingenuous. Are you not rooting for them?
I absolutely am. I want all the host countries to rock this thing.
Okay. Mexico plays on Tuesday. The United States plays on Wednesday.
Yeah. I just don't want to see Canada get into the final before we do, Kevin.
That would
You understand that?
Yeah.
Like, can you understand, like, now, if U.S. and Canada got into the final, that would be the weirdest thing. And people would be like, what's happening right now?
The rest of the world could not possibly care about that.
This is not hockey.
Yeah. I feel like the worldwide ratings would go off the cliff. By the way, speaking of the ratings, tell me if you think this is accurate. Fox has projected out NFL championship game level ratings if the United States men's team were to make it to the World Cup final. So they believe 50 million plus viewership if the United States was in the finals of the World Cup for North America and America. Obviously, around the world it would be like 1 billion. But what do you think about that? Do you think that the United States, if they made it to the finals, could get better ratings than the AFC and NFC championship games?
Yes.
Woo! I think you're right.
Yeah, and I guess one of the other things that I'm interested in, too, now that I think about it for the first time, I'm talking about it on air, is the U.S. the one that the country people want to see lose the most? Or is there another country that people are like, no. We would much. Is the U.S. the Cowboys? In that instance,
I don't think so. I think they would turn into being indifferent as opposed to actively watching and rooting.
Is England still kind of that, or is it?
Oh, England's a good one because there'll be a lot of the country or a lot of the world that would tune in and be like, "Can they finally get it done?" And then there'll be a lot of the rest of the
surrounding
world.
countries that are like, we've always hated you, or whatever. Like, I'm interested to know. And England folks who are like in town and listening, text us, let us know. We'd like to know. 877-881-1053.
Now, by the way, the England national team is frequently known as the Three Lions. If in the knockout round they played Portugal, what would you think about the Cristianos and the Lions?
That's good.
Oh, man. I did not feel like you liked that one.
I liked it, dude.
All right, let's go from that, you jerk, to...
give me a little more time to ponder on it, all right?
Okay.
Because it's across the pond.
Oh, my God. Now, the matchup everybody wants to see is Argentina and Portugal, because that would mean Messi, the real superstar, and side B, Cristiano Ronaldo. The projection is that the cheapest ticket for that quarterfinal match would be $3,400, with the most expensive ticket perhaps being $229,000.
Wow.
Or you could see that's why watch parties are really taking over this World Cup, where you can get into multiple watch parties for free or maybe pay $10.
I want to pay $10, Kevin.
Okay. As opposed to you'd rather pay $10 to go to a watch party or $500 to go to the actual event?
Do I have to drive to the watch party?
Either way, I'll drop you off.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about parking?
Exactly.
Ooh, probably that watch party. Dude, I hate traffic
in
so much.
the watch party, you have to park. But I'll drive you to the game.
$500. Okay, $500.
Okay.
I'll pay you $700 if you're going to drive me to the game.
All right. So
I have to park at a watch party. Ugh.
By the way, if you think it's bad for some of these teams at the World Cup, I take you to South Korea, where their president has called for a government investigation into the team's early exit, and their head coach had to resign. Whew. That's tough.
That is tough for them.
That's worse than Uruguay. They had 0 wins, 2 draws, and a loss, and their football federation canceled their charter flight home, and so they didn't get.
How are they gonna get home?
Yeah, well, so they booked them on I don't know, Coach or whatever, and they didn't all get to fly together.
Greg T. Nelson.
No, not that Coach, but that's bad. But if your government is going to investigate why you failed in the World Cup, that
is brutal.
Yeah, that feels like a bit much.
Get something away!
877-881-1053. You might be a redneck if you win this giveaway. Jeff Foxworthy, a pair of tickets to go see him at the Texas Trust Credit Union Theater on Friday, July 10th. You can buy tickets from AEG or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, is it too early to say Wyatt Langford will never be a true superstar? Or did all these injuries have you thinking that way? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The 1-1. Hard hit ball inside third under the glove of Okamoto. It kicks off the short ball back toward the diamond. Wyatt's headed to second. Here's the throw. He slides. He is safe at second.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan, and that hustle play is something that Skip Schumacher talked about as like being ashamed that Wyatt Langford is hurt again is because it happened on a hustle play. So there's a lot to break down with this. Let me start with this question. Is it too early for you to say Wyatt Langford will never be a true superstar? Or do all of these injuries have you thinking that way? So he's only 24, but the Rangers said that not only is he going on the injured list, he'll be out until after the All-Star break. He already missed Saturday and Sunday's game. There's 12 more games until the All-Star break, so that's another 14 games that he is going to be out. He missed 39 games earlier this season with a right forearm strain, and this is already his 6th stint on the injured list in 3 MLB seasons. So there's some of the base information to start it off.
It's a lot. I do wonder, I think because he's still relatively young, he has time to change maybe some of the way that his body is constructed.
How would you do that?
Stretching. And I know he's like, I stretch every day, bro.
Right.
Well, all right, you're going to have to find another stretching
like yoga.
partner. Yeah, you're going to have to find a different approach to this. And because he is a built dude. Mike Trout was a built dude too.
Yep.
And you kind of seen some of the things that have taken place in his career.
But with him, it didn't happen for a long time.
It didn't happen, yeah. But, you know, if you go back and look at Mike Trout early compared to what he was when he got when these injuries started piling up, A, age took place.
Yeah.
But also, B, then you started to see, like, he got a little bigger and bulkier.
Too much muscle can be a bad thing, to be
Ruben
sure.
Sierra was the first time I was ever informed of that. And go back and look at Ruben Sierra. Dude had a gun whenever he was a Ranger. And then one day I watched him throw and he was bigger and bulkier, and I was like, oh, wonder what that is. And I started talking to some people, and they're like, yeah, once you don't have that same flexibility in your arms and shoulders, that changes a lot for you. I'm still going to say it's too early.
Okay.
Now, the thing about Wyatt was everything we're building that off of, I still think is off the idea of the prospect of him.
Yeah.
Rather than what we've actually seen. What we've seen is he's a good baseball player.
Agreed.
I haven't seen MVP yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. And
Have we seen an all-star?
I don't believe so.
So that's kind of where I am with on the he's never going to be, because he could be.
Yeah.
But these injuries are you might have to change some things about your life a little bit.
And so I found a couple of examples of players that were injury prone early in their career and still turned out to be pretty awesome.
Okay.
But first I want to ask y'all this. Through the first 3 seasons, if you had to guess, what percentage of the Rangers games has Wyatt Langford played? That he could have been in these first 3 years.
41%.
Oh my goodness. 75.5% of the team's games.
So that's actually a lot better than I thought.
Yes, since reaching the majors. And that's all the way up to yesterday.
Okay.
So obviously we'll tag on at least these next 12 games. But he plays in about 3/4 of the game.
Do you feel like it's the stop and start nature of it, though, that kind of wears you? Like, if it was he's going to miss a first part of the season, but he's going to be there for the rest of it, then he can find a groove. It's this kind of like, oh, it's this, and then all of a sudden he's moving, and then bam, another little thing pops up.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair, because like you look at his first 2 seasons, I think he missed about 30 games apiece in those seasons. And now I talked about it, he has already missed more than that this year. But it always feels like, if it's, to your point, if it's not one thing, it's another. And so I was trying to think. I was like, ooh, let me see what Corey Seager looked like. In his first 2 full seasons, Corey Seager played 157 and 145 games. And I was like, oh, well, crap. Because, like, to your point about Trout, it makes sense. Then inevitably a player is going to get more injured when he gets older, unless sometimes miraculously, like David Ortiz just magically got better later in his career. I
don't know what you're talking about, Kevin.
Wonder how that happened. So I was like, let me seek out some people who were really good despite being injury prone earlier in their career. And I found 3 like contemporary examples that I thought could really work here.
Okay.
Let's start with Carlos Correa. So,
yeah,
Carlos Correa just explodes on the scene, wins Rookie of the Year, and then the next year, he has just an excellent, excellent season. So he's 21, and if you're the Astros, you're like, this is the dude of the future.
Okay.
Then in 2017, misses a ton of games. 2018, misses 50 games. 2019, misses more than half the season. And you're just like, all of a sudden, and it's a similar age to Wyatt, 23, 24, 25. And you're like...
that definitely became... I remember the thing was, okay, is this guy even going to turn into anything?
Yes, and so...
Because he already had the commercials and everything.
Exactly. And then in 2020, he stayed healthy. I realize this is the COVID season, but he only missed 2 games. And so he had a solid season there. And then the next year, he was 5th for MVP. Probably had the best season of his career. The year after that, his first year in Minnesota, was another really, really good year. So Carlos Correa is example number 1 that I want to start out with in terms of he kind of sputtered along early on, and people were like, I don't know.
He fairly won championships.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
He cheated for that.
And do you ever feel like Carlos Correa was ever the leader on that team that he kind of was expected to be? Or that was more of a Altuve-led group?
I just think he was only at best ever going to be the lead by example guy. And there's a place for that person, for sure.
Yeah. I expected more out of him, and because he was injured so young, I felt like it was kind of all right, well, then he got good, and it didn't feel like you got a long enough time out of it.
Well, I want to know what you think about these 2 people then. Do they fit both of those sides of it? Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge. So again, some similarities here. I told you Carlos Correa won Rookie of the Year. So did Bryce Harper. So did Aaron Judge. But what happened with Bryce Harper is he, again, 2012, 19 years old. Holy crap. This kid's going to be awesome forever.
Yeah.
2020, misses like 44 games. And then the year after that, he played 100 games and had probably his worst season of his career. So he goes from Rookie of the Year at 19 to, his stats just took kind of a downturn, but maybe it's probably because he missed so many games. And then the next year, he misses 62 games. And now all of a sudden at 21, you're like, dude, we had the dude.
Yeah.
What the hell happened? But they kept sticking with it, obviously. The very next year, he wins MVP. Then you look at Aaron Judge, a very similar trajectory. His first full season, 2017. Doesn't it feel weird? It feels like it should have been way longer before that. He, unbelievable, wins Rookie of the Year. Then the next year and the next year, still has WARs above 5. But guess what happened? He misses 50 games and 60 games. Even in the COVID season, he only played half of the games. So all of a sudden, you get up to 2021. And it's easy for us to think now Aaron Judge is the best.
Aaron Judge,
why would you ever judge that? But you're looking at a player who started in 16. First full season was in 2017. We're all the way to 2021 with him, and they're still like, I don't know. And then what happens? He turns it on, and he's been really healthy ever since. Obviously, I know this year he's missed.
Turned it on, left it on.
Yes, exactly. But he's healthy in 2021. He's healthy in 2022. Misses time in 2023. But you look at 4 of those next 5 seasons, he was playing an average of more than 150 games and piled up 3 MVPs. So I just wanted to bring up Correa, Judge, and Harper because usually we think, well, players get more injury prone later. Those are 3 players that kind of sputtered with injuries early and then became stars.
The way that the contract is built, is it too early to stress about that with Wyatt? I mean, he's still relatively cheap.
He is.
He's not really going to win anything in arbitration with this also. And so when it comes...
So here's the tricky thing about that. I'm going to disagree with that just because sometimes I think both arbitration and war are very weird, because he's going to go into that and be like, I have 2 5+ war seasons, or about 5+. Give me a lot of money.
Yeah, probably so.
Like, I bet in arbitration he's going to be like, I want like $15 million, which seems a little wild for first-year arbitration, but that's based on our expectations, like you said, not on the actual performance.
I'm curious if, like, front office wise, if they're that concerned about it, or they're like, we'll wait this one out. It was the pick we made. We expect him to be a great player.
Right.
All those things. Boach told us how loud the bat was when he swung the bat. All those things. Plus, he runs violent. I don't know if you've heard Tim Kirkjian tell us that or not, but he runs
as
violently.
evidenced by that injury.
Yeah.
He got an extra base, but then he got hurt.
And then have we been kind of forced to play him? Everybody would love to see him in center field.
Not anymore.
Never.
I do not want him to play
Stick
center
him in
field
left field,
anymore.
leave him in left field. Matter of fact, one day we'll move him to right field.
Yeah, I don't care if Evan Carter's out. Don't put him in center field.
But that's the thing of, I'm willing to give him more time to progress.
Sure.
None of these players are going to be the same. I'm also curious, like, how many. I'd love to see the number of dudes that hit the ground running, rookie of the year type guys, and then just kept going.
Yeah.
It never changed. Now, like, Trout is a different story, different animal, different conversation altogether. And I think because of the comparisons to him so early, it did become that part of the conversation of, we expect these numbers to be here and for him to eventually taper off. Well, maybe it's the flip side of this, and he's going to become, hopefully, what I would suggest is a smarter hitter, and because he'll be a little more patient with the process as he goes along.
So I think my concern about that, and you're right, you have 3.5 more years of comparatively cheap Wyatt Langford, right? Here's my concern. Usually baseball players will excel if they turn out to be like superstars over their career. They will frequently excel in this time period when they're not making all of the money. And Carlos Correa is also a cautionary tale about what you were just talking about, because he's excellent his first year, wins Rookie of the Year, even better the next year. Then he starts to still be good, but scuffle with injuries. And so then what happens? Healthy in the COVID season of 2020, has his best season ever in 2021 because he plays his first full healthy season in 5 years. And then that clock is up.
So,
which means then Minnesota comes in and they're like, we'll give you all of the money. Good call, Minnesota. But we'll give you all of the money. So Houston doesn't get to enjoy the rest of the fruits of, hey, you're supposed to be cheap.
Which doesn't feel like isn't that kind of Chris Young's approach to this? I'd rather purchase the dude that's already good,
right,
than develop these guys into something that's eventually going to leave us for that cheap part of the money.
See?
And you're right, because Chris Bryant was amazing, right?
Yes.
Now, injuries weren't really the thing. He just fell off as a hitter. Bellinger starts off amazing and then falls off. As the contract and conversation goes along, I'm fascinated by this because back in the day, Kevin, your idea was you want a player that's going to be a 20-year player for your team.
Sure.
He's going to be, and you'd love to have Wyatt Langford for 20 years on this team.
Putting up a 5 WAR, he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
At a reasonable price.
That is true.
Because by the time he gets to the point where he's going to command money, you don't want to pay that.
No, and that's why this is probably a conversation for another day. You have plenty of time. There's no reason you have to even consider this right now.
You're just frustrated as a fan right now that this dude is has gotten back on this injured list.
And he might not ever reach the height, but if you continue to sit around mediocrity for the next year and a half, you have a massive trade chip. Just something to think about if you decide you need to tear it all down. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, our Dallas Stars insider and man live on the scene from their development camp. It is Robert Tiffin. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Good to talk to you guys. There's hockey happening, so I'm in a good mood.
Indeed, there is.
Who needs the most development out there right now?
Oh, good question.
Me, honestly, I've clearly already reverted to summer shape, so I've got some work to do to get back into game shape.
Okay, I like that. I appreciate the self-scouting right there. Is there any part of you that is surprised that Jason Robertson is still on this team?
A little bit, if I'm honest, just with all of kind of how the trade stuff got out last week. And we talked to Jim Mill on Saturday after the draft, and he acknowledged that, everyone kind of did know about some of those trade talks and stuff. And those are things they have to look at. And given that it doesn't really seem like either side is going to be caving in that kind of 1.5 or 2 million kind of gap, it is a little surprising to me. Now, on the other hand, it takes two to tango, so you need to work out a trade or even a three-way trade if you're going to go that route. So I guess to answer your question in a convoluted way, I'm surprised just because it seemed like there was momentum for a big trade. But also, if you're Dallas, this isn't a trade you want to rush, and especially if it's a little more complicated than maybe they thought it might be when they had that deal with Seattle that fell through.
So, speaking of that deal, Jason Robertson, man, he's an interesting cat because on the one hand, you're talking about like that $1.5–2 million difference that just appears to be too much for either side to overcome. But at the same time, Seattle was willing to pay even more than that. And he's like, "No, I'm good. I don't really want to play in Seattle." So what is the balance of dynamic for Jason Robertson between I want to get paid, but I also have a very specific number of places I would go to?
Yeah, if you're Jason Robertson, I would imagine, and again, we're not talking to him or anything. Obviously, his agent is handling negotiations, and it's not really to their benefit to do too much in public here. But if you're Jason Robertson, it is clear it's not just about the money. That much we can say for sure. He would have been, I think, the second or third highest paid player in the league if he had taken that deal, and he turned it down. So that shows both a confidence by him that he believes he'll be able to get still pretty good money somewhere else, but it also shows that he wants to be on a good team. And to be honest, I still think he would probably prefer to stay in Dallas. We know he's comfortable here. We know he likes it here. It's the only team he's ever played with in the NHL, and we know he can do really well in this team. We saw how well he performed for Glenn Gulletson last year, both in the season and in the playoffs. He was really, really good. So if you're Jason Robertson, you don't want to leave just to leave. But also, he switched agents midway through the year, and this kind of feels like the reason you switch agents is to extract maximum value. And the question really now is, can you get that value from Dallas? And his camp seemed to have set, by all reports, their minimum asking price at $14 million a year, and the Stars can't really right now go above that $12 million-ish per year, maybe a little bit more, without doing something really crazy like trading Jake Ottinger or Thomas Harley or something. And I just don't see that happening unless it's for a really big deal or something that's probably separate from Jason Robertson altogether. And to be honest, I don't know if the Stars have the appetite to go that high. Even if they did have the cap space, I have a hard time seeing the Stars saying, sure, we'll give you $2 million more per year than Mikko Rantanen, who won a Stanley Cup in Colorado, who's one of the best playoff scorers of his generation in the NHL, is Mikko Rantanen. And Jason Robertson, now you want to make $2 million more per him per year? I can see the team being a little hesitant to do that, even if they did have the space. And, of course, they really don't have the space. So we are where we are.
Robert Tiffin joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I feel like Robert, let's say NFL, baseball, a lot of times whenever you see these kinds of contract negotiations go on, there's a lot of support from the Players Association. Is that kind of the same support of, hey, we'd like to see us crack a little bit more for a guy like Robertson because that helps us further down the road?
Yes, to a point. I'm sure the Players Association wouldn't have minded if Robertson had taken that $15 million extension, just because that, every little bit helps raise the bar. The funny thing is, the markets in the NHL right now, and Jim Nill even alluded to this on Saturday, we really are kind of in a weird new landscape where player control, especially for the top tier players and especially for the top tier of American players, it's kind of different these days. Like they are very clearly willing to go different places and maybe take a little bit less money to be in a situation that they would prefer to be in. We saw it with Brady Tkachuk being able to kind of force his way or at least encourage a trade to Florida. We saw it with Quinn Hughes being traded out of Vancouver to an American market in Minnesota. And I think we're going to keep seeing it. You know, names like Zach Werenski and Dylan Larkin, of course, are out there. Two more players in that gold medal USA team that sound like they're trying to get to better markets. So, yes, it's all about getting that number to go up. We saw Kirill Kaprizov get that number up to $17 million for a winger last year from Minnesota. Little different situation, both in what Minnesota could do. They had the cap room to do that. And Minnesota can't really afford to lose a player like that, whereas Dallas has a lot of other really good players in this roster where, yes, they don't want to lose Jason Robertson, but if they did, if that trade to Seattle had gone through, they would have gotten a pretty good package back, and there still would have been some pretty good players here. So it really does vary a lot by market, even if the general desire from the player side is always to get as much as you can. Situation is a big deal in a relatively short career too. You want to win if you can.
Now, I know you said in terms of like a cap position, it would be exceedingly difficult, if not flat out impossible, for the Stars right now to hit that $14 million mark. But at the same point, like, let's say they did magically just have that room barely available. Do you think that would cause any like issue on Rantanen's end when he's like, oh, so I'm getting paid less than him now?
That's a great question. The most honest answer I can give you is I don't know, because players are always very careful in how they talk about salaries because you don't want to be critical of one guy's negotiations, and then your time comes up and you're negotiating. The last thing you want is another player being critical of you. So players are usually pretty careful in public never to be too critical of someone else for trying to get the most that they can, right? They're all trying to make the best life and make the best career. You know, we're talking about generational wealth here, so it's something that I certainly can't totally relate to, but I get it, right? You're all kind of trying to do the same thing, and it's going to be your time one of those years when your contract's up.
That means he wants us to plug starsthoughts.com.
You absolutely
so he
should read
get
starsthoughts.com.
that generational wealth
Actually
eventually.
reading it right now as we speak.
All right.
Speaking of which, yeah, you saw right through me, man. I got to get more clever with that stuff. I do wonder, to be honest, though, I also have wondered about that because, Rantanen's camp, and again, he has the same agent. He has Andy Scott of Octagon. That's Robertson's agent that he switched to last January. So the same agent has negotiated the Wyatt Johnson deal, the Thomas Arley deal, the Mikko Rantanen deal, and now the Jason Robertson deal. It's the same agent in all four cases. So
he should know what our cap is then.
Exactly. And you have to think that's Jim Nill too, right? Saying like, dude, I get what you're saying. Are you bad at math? Because I can show you like what's going on because you're the one who wanted to get all this stuff done for these numbers. So I'm sure there's frustration that we won't hear about because both the team, you know, Jim Nill's always very, very careful not to let that frustration out or show or whatever. That's just how he's always operated, you know, professionalism and kind of courtesy and everything. Like, it's a business, and that's what he said on Saturday. He's never gonna, you know, let that show. But on the room side, I imagine if you're Mikko Rantanen, you might make a call to your agent saying, now hold on a second, because his initial ask was 14 too, back when the Stars were negotiating that trade along with an extension from Carolina. Rantanen wanted 14 as well, and finally he, because Toronto was in on those trade talks too, they almost got Rantanen in exchange for Mitch Marner at the time. Rantanen initially wanted 14, and that's one of the reasons Colorado traded him, because Colorado was in the same position with Rantanen that the Stars are with Robertson. And Rantanen's agent, again, the same agent as Robertson, Rantanen's agent held strong on that line, and Colorado finally said, we don't want to deal with it. We're done. They traded him to Carolina. We know what happened after that. Carolina traded him again to Dallas. But now Dallas is in that situation, and it's looking pretty eerily similar, where same sort of situation going into the final year. Now, Robertson doesn't have a contract, but still there's 1 year left of team control, and it doesn't appear the ask is coming down. So, yes, to answer your very original question, it does surprise me that he's still a Star to an extent, because at this point you have to think the Stars are reaching a similar level of frustration that the Avalanche were with Rantanen a year and a half ago, where they're just ready to move on because they need a plan, right? You need to know how much money you have. Free agency is starting on Wednesday. You can't sit in limbo forever. So I would expect something to start to happen in the next day or two here.
Now, we're talking with Robert Tiffin from starsthoughts.com. Now, to be clear, that's THOUGHTS.
Okay.
If you go to starsthoughts.com, you might get something very different.
Go to THOUGHTS.com.
I haven't looked at the other website.
I haven't either, but now I'm scared.
Robert, is there an urgency with Maverick Bork and Jamie Benn at this point?
Jamie Benn, no. Jim Nill said he will be talking to him, but that's less urgent. I think Jamie Benn is something that, he's going to sign for probably a base of $1 million or even league minimum at $850K. You can figure that out whenever. Jamie Benn's not going anywhere. That's less urgency. Maverick Bork, there is. In fact, today even, the Stars have to decide whether or not to qualify Maverick Bork, which he's a restricted free agent. So all that means is they make a qualifying offer, then Maverick Bork can decide to accept that and sign it, usually a 1-year deal, 1 or 2 year deal, or go to arbitration. And arbitration, as we know from every sport, is a longer drawn out process. There's still negotiation happening alongside. You can resolve things before you get to arbitration. But if you're the Stars, the risk there is he's open to an offer sheet and another team could swoop in as soon as tomorrow. If the Stars don't sign Maverick Bork, if they only qualify him, give him a qualifying offer, other teams can start calling Maverick Bork tomorrow and say, hey, you can sign this big $5 million a year offer sheet to come play here for a bunch of money right now, guaranteed. If you're the Stars, you don't want to mess with that because he's young. His ceiling is still very high. Maverick Bork's a player you want to get sorted out. So I would expect the Stars want to get him signed. And again, that goes back to the Robertson thing. How much money do you have to sign Maverick Bork is directly related to what's happening with Jason Robertson. So all this stuff has a domino effect.
Do you have any particular thoughts, insights, or breakdowns that you feel like the people need to know about the Dallas Stars draft class? And did you see that guy who got drafted in the 7th round that's 7'1"?
Yeah, I did. Great pick. I'm blanking on his name, but that was we'll see. Tallest player ever drafted into the NHL.
Alexander
the Stars
Karmenov.
did have a draft pick. Thank you. Yes, Karmenov. The Stars, by the way, do have a history. They drafted, of course, we remember Jamie Alexiak, 6'7", and Liam Bischel also right up there. They also drafted Curtis Douglas, who I believe is like 6 foot. 9 or 10 or maybe 6'8", but another really back in the day. He's not with the organization anymore, but they've drafted their share of trees, as they call them in the NHL, but no one in the Shaq range up there. So yeah, that's pretty great. As far as this year's draft class, 4 of the 5 players they did draft are all here in camp. They look good. I don't have any hot scouting takes other than to say their 2nd round pick, Jakub Vanacek. It looks very good, and he's a player I actually think already is one of the better prospects they have. Probably easily a top 3 prospect for him right now, certainly top 5. So I'm excited to see what he turns into. But all of these players, when you don't have those early 1st round picks, they're all still a few years away, most likely. So that's why we wait and see, and you follow them, and then you come to development camp, and you can see them in person this week if you really want to do that. So.
And Corey, I know I'm way behind on this, but Robert, as you know, I will be texting you if something happens to Kanan on Star Wars Rebels. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, no spoilers here. Don't worry. I got you. But he's voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr., so don't worry. The acting is going to be great no matter what.
Do you think Freddie Prinze Jr.
I think he wrote his own script.
Has had the most varied career from being an actor to now being a voice actor in Star Wars? And did you know he also used to be a writer for the WWE?
Okay. See, I didn't know that, but that all lines up in a weird way, just because someone who's willing to do like voice acting for a Star Wars cartoon series and also do all the stuff that Freddie Prinze Jr. has done, sure, why wouldn't you throw that other stuff on your resume? I guess if you say yes to everything, you're going to be famous at some point. So good on him. That's a great fact.
All right. Thank you very much. As always, Robert. Now go get to those interviews.
He's still married to Sarah Michelle Gellar, too.
He is. Good job.
Congratulations, man.
Pretty good life.
There you go.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
That's why we need starsthoughts.com to really blow up. You can find his Sarah Michelle Gellar. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, Kevin,
there's no way you have a Freddie Prinze Jr. story.
Freddie Prinze Jr. is not on the Are You Better list, but we're going to do Are You Better next to The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for that C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Got a couple things I want to get into before I get into some other things.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Are you sure?
That's your segment.
The Athletic has re-ranked all the teams in the World Cup.
Even the teams who are out?
Even the teams who are out.
Oh.
I believe.
That feels like a waste of time.
It's weird. This is kind of a weird thing. Where do you think the United States is?
Ooh, I'm going to say 11.
11's a good number. Alec, where do you think they are?
12.
Alec is power ranking better than Kevin. The United States was ranked 15th, and now they are at 12. But Kevin, I like your positivity on this new approach to what we're doing.
You know me.
But I know that tomorrow we're going to have an even more in-depth conversation about the future of U.S. soccer.
Can I just throw out my hypothesis? If you lose on Wednesday, you accomplish nothing in this World Cup. And in fact, you just tied for last at the World Cup.
Kevin, what would make it even worse is the Athletic ranked our opponent as well.
Ooh. Were they like 19?
31.
Oh, dip.
So, if you lose...
Yeah.
Their FIFA ranking 61.
Okay.
If you lose this match on Wednesday...
You might as well...
You just pack it up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell everybody, take the games.
Yeah.
We don't even want the games here anymore because we lost. We got embarrassed.
Yes. And you tied for last in the World Cup.
And I would hope that our manager said, I was embarrassed. You know?
And then do you think they should have waited to give him the contract extension until after
this round?
The Bosnia match?
Yeah.
I think they'll win, but if they were to lose, do you think they'd be like, ooh.
So yeah, there's
Are you embarrassed?
The World Cup action that's happening right now is Japan and Brazil squaring off. Japan's up 1-0.
This would be pretty shocking if Japan can pull off the win.
Japan's now trading at 56%. Brazil is at 47%, which I don't understand how that works, but I get it.
That extra 3% is built in for the house.
Gotcha. To advance. So we're going to see what happens here. Brazil does not look like the Brazil we've known, and that's
man. You know what? Can I ask you a parenting question?
Yeah.
I have
kids.
This weekend, Brandon was talking about how he was high on Brazil, and I was like, yeah, this Brazil team just isn't what they have been. And he goes, what are you talking about? So if and when Brazil loses this match, should I text him immediately and be like, your thoughts on Brazil?
Just text him and say, Dad knows ball.
Yeah. Let's talk ball. Where the ball?
Yeah.
We all love
ball. Or something like, I thought I raised you better than this.
Yeah. And also you took my red, white, and blue socks.
What? Do you need some socks, dude?
No, I had America socks because I told you my mother-in-law, she loves the 4th of July. So Jess got me some America socks, which I set on the table so I would remember them for 4th of July. We set things for Brandon on the table and he just took them. So
how funny would it be if those socks were made in England?
That would be weird.
They don't produce much there, right?
Bangers and mash.
Bangers mash. All right, I am back.
I knew that. I've been listening.
I went on a vacation, and we went to Galveston. Here are some things that happened in Galveston.
Why are you saying it like that?
It's fancier that way until you get there. No, it's fine, dude. If you just like to sit on the beach, it's fine. We played some washers on the beach. But when we got there, my son Avery did not go with us this year. Currently, Avery is in Colorado.
Oh, on a competing trip?
He is on his senior trip. He just graduated.
Okay.
He was like, Dad, can I drive up there? And I was like, your car's not going to make it. And then he was like, but we're going to figure it out. And I was like, okay, good luck. I got a video. It seems like he's safe.
Okay, they figured it out.
But my sister printed up a giant fat head of Avery's face. And when I got there, I walked up the stairs and looked through the window, and all I see is this huge fat head of Avery's face in the window, and I just laughed really hard. And then
for half a second, did you think he was there after all?
Here's what we did, Kevin. I'm glad you asked. It was Rad Graphics with an X, by the way. Thanks to our Tolo Randy. He knows my sister well, and I think she asked him to commission that. So that was really cool. But we took that everywhere we went.
Okay, as you should.
We took it to dinner. We took it to the beach. We took it the only place it
dirty ass water.
The only thing it didn't make it to was the fishing trip, but that's because he was on the beach with the ladies.
So believe it or not, I have kind of a similar story to this. Except I always think of this the same way. So we always take family pictures at the 4th of July thing. And so Brandon has had a harder time being there every year because of work and
I get it.
Doing summer school and stuff like that. So one year, a couple of years back, my 2 nieces sat on the steps at the lake house holding a framed picture of Brandon. And I was like, it looks like he died. Like, it looked like they were, I mean, like, we have that picture in the digital picture frame. And I'm like, but why? It looks like they're like somberly memorializing him. And
I wanted to do this at his graduation. I wanted to print up a bunch of them.
That would have been awesome.
And just hold them up inside the star and do that. But my sister, she loved the idea, so she went ahead and got this done for the trip, which love my sister for that. She's awesome. We had 19 people in one house. Everything went pretty well.
Who was the MVP?
We broke one lamp.
That's
MVP, I'm going to say it was the twins. Even though they
beat each other?
They were the ones that caused the most drama, but they kept the energy high. They're 6 years old. We had 4 6-year-olds there. My goodness. And then 13, 10, 18. Like there was a chaos everywhere.
Who's the LVP?
No, nobody. Everybody was good. Okay. Except maybe that dog. They did bring a Pomeranian. She was cute though. She's almost 20.
What?
Yeah, dude. Old dog. And I'll tell you this: the husbands were awesome. Work got done. My biggest concern, and I tell you this all the time, Kevin. My biggest concern was with a group that big. It's fine. It's fun, unless somebody's not pulling their weight, and then people start to snap.
Yeah.
But everybody was like, "Let me help you with this. Let me do this." We cooked dinners. It was great. It was smart. We decided to go on the last day to go on a fishing trip. Carter had been fishing all week. He would just cast all day at the beach, and him and his girlfriend hung out. They were great together. It was awesome. But he just fished all week from the shore. And he goes, "Dad, can we go on a boat?" And I was like, "All right, let's go on a boat." And we called, got one set up. We had to take a ferry. Now, Kevin, they said for a 12 o'clock afternoon trip, maybe leave around 9:30 in the morning to get to the ferry. And we were like, what? We left at 10:30.
Oh, dear.
We got over to the ferry, and we noticed there's a long line.
Oh,
and the lady at the front, she said, "Do you have a karate pass?" And we were like, "What is a karate pass?"
Shut
I misheard her. She said priority, but I heard karate. And that's exactly... So the whole time I was like, I wish I'd have gotten a karate. What if I didn't know karate and I needed karate? So there were lots of questions. But we sat there for about an hour waiting for this ferry, Kevin. When we saw 2 ferries drive away and 1 ferry return. That ferry then loaded 3 cars onto it and drove off. And we went, What is happening? And you saw everybody get out of their cars and march to the front of the ferry lane and start talking to the ladies. And they're like, they work on 12-hour shifts, and this is a shift change.
Oh.
So we waited another 45 minutes for another ferry to return. That wasn't ours. We waited 2.5 hours for the ferry, and we showed up an hour late to
those 9:30. So those 9:30 people,
they were right.
They weren't jacking around.
Then we got on the way back. We said, do we risk it? Do we go sit again in the ferry traffic? Or do we take the 2-hour drive around the coastline to get back? We risked it, Kevin. 15 minutes to get onto that ferry, which was infuriating.
I was going to say, I don't think you made the right decision, but I guess you clearly did.
We almost flipped a coin, but we didn't do it. And then on the way home, my wife decided to, you know what? I'm going to save this one for tomorrow. We'll save this one for tomorrow because we got to get into some Are You Better, ladies and gentlemen.
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry.
And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Never forget about the ferry traffic. Guys, this is the segment where we find out if Kevin thinks he's better than everybody born today. If you think you're better than Kevin, you can text in right now, 877-881-1053. Or you can say, you know what, Kevin is definitely better than that person.
And I can answer the person from the 972 who said, where did it come from?
Mm-hmm.
I invented this in college as a way to mix in birthdays and pop culture, because everybody does birthdays and stuff. And somebody that I was working with in college, I was like, oh yeah, it's Jodie Foster's birthday. And he's like, who?
Oh.
And I was like, what do you mean who? And I listed off this stuff. And he goes, well, what is she known for? And I was like, she's known for being Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster,
what are you even talking about? And so we got into it like that. And I just thought, hey, that could be fun. And it is continued all these years further.
Mavericks, according to Mark Stein, also do plan to exercise Ryan Nembhard's $2.2 million team option for next season.
Smart. I'm curious what's going to happen with Brandon Williams now.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Free agency starts tomorrow.
And don't forget about what the Stars have to get done within.
That's right. Maverick
shortly.
Bork.
Jude Bellingham turns 23 today. Kevin, do you know who that is?
Yes, I do. He is part of the perpetually underachieving English soccer team. And I'm sure that he's great. Make it past the semifinal, dude. Sorry. You can't claim to be better than me when we're number one and you are never better than the semifinals.
That TV's faster than this one.
You know what's funny? Last week it was the other way around because somebody saw Messi go before I did. So sorry. Hey, Jude. Better.
The reason, actually, you know what? I'm not there yet. Theo Fleury turns 58 today. The hockey player. You don't remember him? Dude, I thought Theo Fleury was going to be the best hockey player ever, and he never really turned out.
Well, you just said he never really turned out.
Yeah.
You like me. Better.
Turning 25 today, Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah, so I thought Gunnar Henderson, once he arrived, he was never going away. But both him and Rushman have had kind of their ups and downs.
He was really good in the World Baseball Classic, I thought.
Yeah.
Very helpful hitter.
He's having a down year, but he's still really good. Yeah, you know what? He can be better than me. Congratulations, number one Gunna. You're better than me.
All right, I think we're Colin Jost turns 44 today. He's on the best part of Saturday Night Live.
Him and Shay.
Yeah, his weekend
wrestling
update.
Fan.
He writes. I think he's one of the head writers for it. And then on top of that, he's married to Scarlett Johansson.
That is true. My goodness gracious.
Oh, no. Oh, my.
Unbelievable. So, let me ask you this. If you're...
How did that not go
I don't know. And the counterattack is wild here. Oh, good pass. So here's my question. If you get somebody like super hot and desirable, but you think, this is a theoretical question, that 8 million people have been there before.
Oh my God.
Is it still a cool deal for you? Or are you like, meh? This is a theoretical question.
I don't know. I haven't been in that theory.
All right. Sorry, Josty. Better.
All right, here we go. We're going to hit some basketball real quick, Kevin, before we hit Are You Deader? Kawhi Leonard turns 35 today.
Future Dallas Maverick. Obviously, want to pave the way. You, sir, are better than me.
Michael Porter Jr. turns 28 today.
Yeah, well, you know what?
He's a champion.
I'm going to bet that I'm better than him. Yeah, somebody who's coasted off their name from AAU basketball for like 10 years now. Better.
Julian Champagnie. Dang it, I got it wrong. I love this dude, man.
Yeah.
I loved watching him play. He turns 25 today.
Yeah, but guess what? They lost. And
Hold on, Michael Porter Jr. won.
That's an interesting point. But he doesn't play for a team that I'm programmed to dislike. I am programmed to dislike the other team.
Good point.
So sorry, Champagne. Better. I know. But that's what I choose to say. Guess what? Colin Jost's name isn't Josty, but I called him good old Jostins. So,
Kevin, Oliver Tree passed away last weekend.
Oh, He's survived by Jebediah Bush.
Oh, stop that!
I'm sorry. I don't know who
He's a
Oliver
musician.
Tree is.
He's got a couple of songs that I really liked a lot. My kids, though, like Avery.
What is with his hair?
Well, it's not anymore because he just passed away last week.
He looks like Mark Davis with that hair.
He has lots of different looks about him. That was an interesting fella, dude.
Just the picture that came up. He looked like he got rejected to be in the Beatles in 64 or whatever.
I think he's got a song, Cowboys Don't Cry. And there's a couple. It's a good video.
Man, he does some wild hair.
We're going to check out some of him later on, but
you better hope so, because otherwise, I'm better than him, but he's deader than me.
That is true. Craig Sager, no longer with us as well.
Oh, I love
Remember
Craig
his
Sager.
jackets, those coats that he would wear?
The fashion of
the
Don
one
Cherry.
person that it seemed that Greg Popovich changed his whole approach with.
That's true. He really did. As Brazil finally gets its goal, I still can't believe that last one didn't go in. Craig Sager can be better than me.
And lastly, Harmon Killebrew is no longer with us.
Oh, man. We just talked about Harmon Killebrew last week because Byron Buxton became the second ever Twins player to get to 25 home runs before the All-Star break, behind only Harmon Killebrew, who did it 5 times.
And inspired the name of Frank Provenzano's 2 kids.
Yes. Harmon and Killebrew. So he can come on the show whenever he wants to correct that. He is better than me. Man, I want to know more about Oliver Tree. He's in a picture here with just his dark hair, but then maybe a blonde wig and a fully zipped up coat. And he has a Cowboys hat on and tiny glasses. It's a lot.
I'll send you a couple songs.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do our Dallas Cowboys news of the day, plus some collectible corner. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Take us with...
Injury alerts, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where Japan and Brazil are even at 1, even though Brazil probably should have scored 3 goals in the last 6 to 8 minutes.
This match is drugs.
Man, the offensive runs from Brazil have been absolutely captivating. All right, we got some Dallas Cowboys news of the day and the weekend and collectible corner. Which would you like to start with?
Let's go with the collectible first.
All right, let's go with the collectibles. The highest priced sports magazine ever has been reset once again. The previous record was Michael Jordan's Sports Illustrated debut from 1982 with a high grade at $229,000. The 1956 Mickey Mantle Sports Illustrated, his first appearance on the cover of Sports Illustrated, graded out by PSA at a 9.6, just sold for $328,000.
Dang, dude. Dang. Those are the kinds of things. Oh, wow. I have that card. It didn't sell for $22,000 though, right?
I don't know what card.
Sorry, it's a Michael
at.
Jordan holographic card that it says on Fanatics at $22,000. But I'm looking at like the Sports Illustrated Michael Jordan holographic cover. I don't know if you ever saw that one. I have one of them, and it's anywhere from $75 to $199. I paid what? $5 for that?
Right.
And to think of somebody that probably with that Mickey Mantle paid, 10 cents and a pack of tops or whatever, and they ended up getting that, and now they have $320,000. This is insane, dude.
We've seen a lot, while cards have gotten overwhelmed grading-wise, you've seen a lot of uptick in grading of tickets and magazines and things like that because people are looking for other spots in the collectible market that they can maybe take advantage of.
Yeah, one of the things that you brought it to me that I've kept around and I have it, nicely taken care of was the Luka ticket.
Yes,
it was like the commemorative thing of one of his big games, and I thought I thought it just looked cool. I was like, this is great artwork, and I wonder how much that has the difference in it, or just because it's not sentimental value. It's does the market care that there's only a few of these out there,
right?
And I have the one.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that the ticket grading has gone way up as actual physical tickets have been phased out.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense to me. Then for Shohei Ohtani, his 2018 Topps Chrome Superfractor rookie, that's a 1 of 1, graded out a BGS 9.5, sold for $2.56 million, the second most ever for an Ohtani card. And then a LeBron card, or excuse me, the highest one is just out of this last Topps Chrome Gold. It sold a 1-of-1 for $3 million.
Dang.
So I don't know if you know this, but Shohei market's pretty high.
What do you think it is? Are we in the middle of his market's high right now?
And it's really taken another
because
jump
the
up.
guess is it's just going to he's going to continue to have this type of career. If he, let's say, at the end of his career, will that dip down or will it stay there?
I don't think so, like barring injury and stuff, just because I think people went from, wow, this is an amazing story, he's clearly the best in the game or one of the best in the game, to he legitimately is going to be an all-time great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's gone from, oh yeah, he's really good, to, ooh, is he going to be in the Ruth Mantle, etc. discussion?
I'm interested too, Kevin, to study the chart of this specifically with Ohtani. From when to when did you see the biggest peak?
I honestly think in the last year and a half.
Even his rookie year.
Correct.
Wow.
Oh, well, yeah, probably not, just because it exploded at that first MVP season. But like since
he probably dipped down and then went back up when he did these things.
Exactly.
But then when you retire and you're done, it seems like it's a steady progression. It's slower, but it's a steady progression that you're in this number, and then there seems to be somewhere down the road somebody's going to be like, nope, jack that price up even more.
It can be a weird combination of things. It can be when you retire. It can be when you make the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, in the Kobe market, that took off to another level again after he died.
Right, yeah.
Because, you know, he died so young and unexpectedly in very tragic fashion and stuff. And so that took a bump up. And so you never know, like, what could kind of be the catalyst to drive it there, which
is... because it feels like every time we get around championships, like, oh, Jalen Brunson card's about to go up, right?
Yes, and it did.
When we get to whatever this final could be, if it's France and Argentina again, Mbappe and Messi might be, out of the stratosphere.
For sure.
So, yeah, it's always interesting to see where these guys are going. I'm fascinated, though, if Argentina and France weren't in, whose card would launch?
I mean, you have the opportunity for Holland. I mean, Pulisic, definitely. Yeah. If you made a run,
Weston McKennie.
Ronaldo might be back in the mix. And that's the thing. Like, United States soccer cards are super duper cheap.
Yeah,
so,
unless they're in the final.
I mean, if that happens, yes, I also believe that market would explode. Now, on the Cowboys front, I know you like this. I think it is really cool as well. Quinnen Williams has been getting some extra work in with team pass rush specialist Brandon Jordan. Y'all weren't here last week, but one of the things that Quinnen made reference to was the fact that he felt like he had a down year last year, in part because his pass rushing statistics were nowhere near where he wanted them to be. So you like seeing that extra work get put in. And I think Quinnen Williams can add a lot to the game outside of just sacks, but obviously that is a ultimate result in a play.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see him be one of those kind of productive guys. We discussed at length the ability to do that from different places on this team, too.
The Rangers, by the way, are calling up Cam Cauley. We talked about some of the move-ins and the shake-ins, and Cam Cauley is somebody that I feel like definitely came up and was a talking point.
No, absolutely. During spring training, it was, is this guy going to make the team? And we kind of got to the point where we got later into it, and I think it was Kennedy and Jared both sat down there like, look, it's really fun. It's really exciting. What was it, Jared? I think Jared said this.
Because I thought he was going to make it.
But can he take the hit and go back down to the minor leagues and continue to do what he's doing here?
Right.
Because that'll show more consistency. Because he might have to take the lump a little bit, but if he can show that he's still doing that, then he keeps rocking.
And he's been solid, if not spectacular, in the minors. 8 home runs, 33 RBIs. Also has 29 stolen bases, if you're looking for that element right there. 262 batting average and a 770 OPS. So there's that. Now, Back to the Cowboys front. I wanted to talk just a little bit about P.J. Locke. So we've kind of been highlighting and isolating some of these defensive players, and Locke is somebody you picked up relatively cheaply, 1 year, $5 million. What do you think about P.J. Locke, the player, and then the familiarity with Christian Parker's scheme since he was the defensive backs coach with Denver back in 2021 through 2023? And as you'll remember, P.J. Locke picked off Josh Allen to get the Broncos the ball back and eventually advance them to the AFC Championship game.
Alec, I think one of the things that I've liked the most about P.J. Locke is listening more about his story and the type of fighter he is. And that's
crazy injury to
that's the kind of mentality that I think Christian Parker's look, I can always point to that dude because he's going to keep working his ass off. He's going to keep doing those things, and he's going to be able to tell that story over and over that whenever some of these other guys start to slack up a little bit, he's the example. In addition to his ability to play a variety of different areas in the secondary, which it seems like that's what Christian Parker loves the most. Not the way position flex Jerry always drops in position flex as a way to save money. He looks at position flex as an ability to manipulate his defense to distract you. But I think the story of P.J. Locke's the one that I think the Tolos, the fans, are going to be most inspired by, but also most interested in how he goes about his business.
Yeah, and I guess, Alec, just for you as well, at a time when we've talked so much about other secondary players, whether it's because they were drafted or because of injury concerns, it does kind of feel like P.J. Locke is sort of just existing, and he has the potential to do something.
Yeah, and it feels like he slid in pretty well. Like Corey said, the trust with the new defensive coordinator is already there, and from day one, I've kind of thought that he's got a chance to play more than people expect. Not because he's some star player or anything. You got him for the low on the free agent market, but I think you've seen how beat up this secondary can get in recent years, and you've seen what they ask from different positions to do. And like Corey mentioned, moving people around and playing different positions and playing different looks, especially if Christian Parker lives up to the idea of, well, we have a base front, but we're going to be in a billion other different schemes and looks and fronts and whatnot. He's probably going to play a lot more for you than you expect. So I'm excited to see what he can provide. If anything, he's a good veteran presence for some of the guys that you're bringing in.
Now, I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. I wanted to pick y'all's brain on this statement. We go back about a week or so ago, so I wanted to talk with you guys about this for KaVontae Turpin. So KaVontae Turpin last year on kick returns averaged 26.3 return yards. Season before, career high 33.5. This is what he said. Quote, I just feel like the blocking level was wrong. We were getting blown up on some of the plays. We weren't sticking our ground. That's something that we're working on this offseason, holding your ground and just punching back pretty much. Things kind of piled up, and it seemed like I was running behind people and stuff like that. So we're just trying to clean everything up. Now, I'm not disputing what he's saying because, look, that special teams unit had the second most penalties in the NFL last year and penalty yards. But what kind of responsibility do you think Turpin holds in all of this as well? Because I don't think it's strictly that.
I wish I had I think it's kind of it's split into threes amongst your coach, the returner himself, and the guys blocking him. The coach has to figure out what before the season's over why that blocking's not working. Like we shouldn't be in an off season going, well, guys, now that we look back at it, we didn't do such a great job at it. That should be figured out, in game. You try and figure out what's going on there. I feel like Bones always would have had a plan. Then I always rank the returner third on this. But if he's not, because I think, and I rank the running back second behind the offensive line, because if you don't block it up front, it's not going to work for you. But there are times where I was like, there was more on that play. Why didn't you see it? And there have been a few times where I question the vision. I don't question the speed. I don't question the athleticism. Sometimes the vision, I'm like, there's a little more to it. But I also think that studying that too, knowing what your weaknesses and tendencies are, can help you develop that next cut that's going to open up that big play.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bang Nation right here on 105.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Pause and the 2-2. Swinging a high fly ball hit to right field. That one's back. Lucas of the track at the wall. That one is out of here. Into the Rangers bullpen. Corey Seager with a solo home run. And the Rangers lead 7-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers, with just their third 4-game sweep of this decade, finished it off yesterday. In case you missed it, Cam Cauley, their number 13 prospect, is coming up to the Rangers, and he might well be in the lineup tonight. Have not seen any potential for a corresponding move just quite yet, but right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Absolutely terrific, Hagee. How about you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic as well. How excited are you about the first place Texas Rangers? And are you really going to be able to tell Wolchuk to suck it today?
I'll try, several times. He can be pretty evasive in those kind of situations. Sure. He likes to escape accountability, act like he never said stuff.
Yeah.
But I got my broom out today, Hagee. I'm celebrating the little things. I'm celebrating getting back to 500 and feeling quite crotch first, if you will.
How much does it put an extra pep in your step when there's daytime World Cup happening?
This is when it gets fun, when elimination is on the line, and you just feel the intensity and the fear of if we don't figure out a way, we're going to go home, and so
feels like for Brazil that would be hugely problematic today.
I mourn that we've crossed the halfway point of the tournament.
Yeah.
We've seen more games than we're about to see, and that's kind of like, oh, here we go. This thing is wrapping up a little bit quicker than I'd like. Mm-hmm. I'd prefer if the World Cup would go about 3 months. But it's amazing that every single game is going to be more meaningful.
Give that group a couple of months, and they'll figure out how to add 3 months to this thing.
Let's get 64. Let's get 64.
That guy will. Yeah. Let's get. What other countries you want to throw in here? Let's go.
They're going to start inventing new countries.
I mean, look,
it felt like they had
64 teams make sense to me. Then you just go ahead and get rid of your silly third place tiebreaker thing and everything like that.
About 128 teams. Figure that out.
This match right now between Brazil and Japan, clearly, I'm saying this, Brazil's fans have to be most on edge, right?
Oh, yeah.
By far. I mean,
if they lose this.
Do you feel like Japan is playing? Because there's a lot of critical commentary that's been made about Japan, and this, and how this might play out for them. But it just looks like when they show the Brazilian fans, they are wearing this one hard right now.
I believe it'd be the first time since 82 or 86 Brazil was not in the round of 16, if that was the case. Now I realize
6 was Argentina, right?
Yeah, I realize round of 16 used to be where we started the knockout round, but still, it has been quite some time since they have not advanced to the last 16.
It'd be a massive failure, and this is a down cycle for Brazil. It's crazy that they don't have many more great players. I think Rafinha is out in this game after pulling his hammy in the group stage, so that's a world-class player that they are without. But even that being said, I think not a disappointment or not a crisis for Brazilian soccer probably starts in the semis, and maybe this year you could argue it's the quarters. But
I mean, and look, they got the equalizer in between, but they probably should have had a goal on either side of that tying goal in the span of 6 minutes. They hit a post, and I still don't know how that other goal that other shot didn't actually end up being a goal. So this might be a conversation more for Wednesday, but we're in the middle of it.
You ever feel like watching these matches, the best team doesn't always win?
100%.
Yeah. Well, that's the great thing about soccer is you could
annoying part.
Yeah, you could just pack it in, and then all of a sudden you catch a break, and and next thing you know, you're winning a match. But man, it is. There's a lot of times where the best team does not win this thing.
That's the argument too with penalty kicks, right? With and the purity of it, and decide that. I always say that to troll soccer fans. When I'm always like, "Oh, the purest way is PKs. That's the way to do it." But when it comes down to it, as Broadus just said, if you're able to just do what they did the entire game and give yourself a chance in penalty kicks, anything could happen.
And I gave you 2 hours to figure it out. You had 2 hours of playing time. You couldn't decide a winner, so I will decide it for you. Is usually what I come down to.
But you gotta love when they're attacking. Like I was telling Kevin earlier, watching that Colombia and Portugal game over the weekend, it was just back and forth going at the goal. Even though it ended up in a 0-0 tie, it was still a lot.
Some good chances.
Yeah,
I like the idea of maybe taking a player off every 5 minutes in a sudden death situation.
Ooh, okay, I would support that.
Maybe bring the goals closer, 10 yards every couple of minutes.
Oh man, so it's kind of like dodgeball watching. You're like, all right, you can't go past that line anymore.
I mean, we could gamify it if we want to get it out of the way and not have to do PKs.
I like that. The one
only
thing,
corner kicks for 5 minutes.
Only set pieces.
Set pieces would be good.
It'd be like an all-star contest. The only request I will remain to the end. I need specifics on the stoppage time, all right? Don't flash a 7 up there. Put a 7:34 and start counting it down because, obviously, when the United States lost their game to Turkey, the stoppage time was up, but they were moving forward. So I keep thinking about the OG Anunoby tip-in. Can you imagine if on the other side of that they're like, well, there's only 1.2 seconds left, but if Wemby can get forward progress, they will not say that the game is over until he's taken a shot. That's an insane thing to. So I would really like it if we could get some specifics on that.
U.S. had the ball though at the end of that game, weren't they? At a throw-in, didn't they?
Yeah, and then they kicked it back to their keeper, and their keeper was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, I just
he wasn't ready for that. Yeah, no, they messed up a lot of stuff, but I was like, "Come on." There's 7 minutes of stoppage time. They scored it in the 8th minute.
And they should know. They should know how dangerous those are. They start all of their kickoffs by just kicking it into the corner so the other team has a throw-in in their area.
Right.
They know how dangerous that is. And they still bleeped around and found out. Hey.
They really, really did. Now, on the Rangers front, since they are in the midst of the winning streak, it feels like every time you're like, all right, this season's a pass, then they're like, look what we can still do. But anytime you get forward momentum for the Rangers, something happens. Do you think the Langford injury will undercut that momentum, or are they ready to put together an honest-to-goodness, lengthy winning streak?
I mean, I'm really happy that they've done this, but the Guardians are pretty good, and it does feel like the way this season goes, we're getting ready for the Langford injury to have them getting shut out a couple of times in the next week.
This is the only above 500 team you play till the break.
Okay.
That's positive.
That's actually not a good thing.
I know, for us, it is not.
My brain goes, that's a
Blue Jays.
You think it would be, and then it's like, no, give us the
Dodgers.
Yes, but maybe they can sweep Cleveland.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that the Blue Jays turn that logic around, but you're right. It has been a very weird split between good teams and not
bizarre.
so.
This team is just bizarre, but this is kind of par for the course with them. Like, we're winning 4 in a row, then maybe you lose 2 of 3. I don't know. Maybe you get a 7-game heater going. That'd be nice to go into that lull of the schedule.
You're not very far away from the best record in the American League, and not that far away from the best. You're not that far away.
You're 12 games out of the National League.
Yeah, it's the Dodgers. The
we're not
National
worried
League
about them.
Yeah, come
You're
on, dude.
7.5 games out.
Not very far, man.
Okay.
9-game win streak.
You can basically long taste season.
Yeah.
Are you
A lot of games.
Are you guys convinced that Y. Langford will always be a good player but never next level, or is it too early to say that?
Well, I mean, I think the injury stuff is something where is that going to be the
Yes.
most synonymous thing for him?
Yes.
I know Broadus has already punted on the Wyatt Langford tenure.
Yes.
He will be taking a victory lap for the first couple of minutes of our show.
Not at all.
I believe he will be walking around the studio
Not
and
at all.
cheering
No.
during his victory lap.
I do not cheer for injury. Neither.
No, not for
Dawson
injury.
cheer
Just for your take. Working the right way.
Yeah.
I think Langford is clearly showing that he, when healthy, can be an
He's an
absolute
incredible
menace.
player.
Yeah,
Which is what's so agitating because he was on a heater.
I know.
Oh, dude, he's been on fire. Yeah, 7 home runs in the last couple of weeks. I think he's like the poorest man's Mike Trout.
Okay.
If you so he's going to be really dang good, but he just won't be able to stay in the games because he likes to get too yoked.
You sounded too excited
Male
about
vanity.
the poorest man's part. Like,
Yeah, I think that is a very fair way to put it. I mean, Mike Trout had the most unbelievable start to his career of any player in the history of baseball. So I get that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We're going to chat with the Rangers general manager, Ross Fenstermaker, coming up at 4:20. He's pinch hitting for CY.
Do you think CY's caught up in World Cup fever? That's probably why.
No, he's traveling the globe.
Okay.
Traveling.
Trying to find the next Ohtani.
Oh, I mean, sure.
Scouting him up for draft stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
draft meetings.
Fair enough. Well, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It was good to be back, Kevin.
Well, you'll be back tomorrow, right?
We'll see.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on your home of the first place, Texas Rangers. Pregame coming up tonight at 5:30. Brazil have done it. They scored the go-ahead goal about 3 minutes ago, and right now the final moments of stoppage time are playing out with them holding a lead against Japan 2-1. After trailing for the first two-thirds of the game, it appears Brazil is going to advance. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout and Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Control 75 and 635. Fixed it to go 3.5 flawless. Of course, you have Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk, your Nosebleed brothers. And you have Austin Nix coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation. How you guys doing?
Fantastic, dude. Happy Monday to you guys.
Happy Monday, man.
I like the festive Crown Global Media 250 America shirt.
USA.
It's looking good,
USA, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Remy loves that stuff. She calls it American Day.
American Day?
That's adorable.
When's American Day coming up?
That.
Yeah, we were at a parade last year in Cannon Beach, Oregon, and just had the best time. I think it created a core memory for her, and I was proud of creating that. Okay, still not over. Still not over. Okay, we'll let you know when it goes final. But 4 in a row for the Rangers.
Yeah.
A hiccup this weekend from Seattle, just like that. Kelenic having to score from second on a wild pitch. It was one of the crazier finishes after blowing the save in the 8th. Great job by Skip, I think, pinch running for Josh Young.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
And the pinch hit with Foscue.
Yeah, so much good stuff going down. Kumar Rocker was brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Kumar went 6 innings scoreless before Cole Winn kind of screwed it up there. But, they now have the best record in the American League over the last 28 games. Saw that from Jared Sandler last night. So it's an open floor here at 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I would imagine after getting back to 500 twice over the last 3 weeks and then going right back significantly below, it's going to take more to impress Rangers fans. But this is fun at least.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome
making
weekend.
it entertaining for us.
Absolutely, and I thought the way in which they won throughout the course of the 4 games. They had some really highs offensively. It was nice to see Seager get the stick going. Some incredible defensive plays. I mean, the catch to seal the game by Brandon Nimmo was outstanding yesterday. They did some small ball. They were able to work some 0-2 counts, get some big hits. I mean, up and down the lineup, you had moments from everybody. They all contributed, and I thought the pitching was also pretty gutsy as well. Cal Quantrill going out there and doing what he was able to do. So it was a hell of a series win. I mean, you get a 4-game sweep. I mean, Hagee gave us the stat. That doesn't happen often. Now it's just kind of been the issue. It's like, all right, you climb yourself back to 500. What do you do now?
Yeah.
And you're taking on a good Cleveland team. This would be a step in the right direction if you can carry over this momentum, if you're able to take it minimum 2 of 3 against the Guardians and try and stack some wins to get yourself well above over 500. Because, man, you can serve that crow to me fried, boiled, steamed, blackened, however you want it. If they're going to stay the first place Texas Rangers, I'll eat it up.
Yeah, having fun with that on social media a little bit. I don't think you ever really said you didn't think they'd get back to 500 or, could get to first place. I think you're just saying overall your feeling about this team is that maybe they should retool or, and I haven't seen anything yet that would definitively change your mind on that. But 17-11 in the last 28?
It's impressive. It is. I mean, things are, and to do it with guys in and out of the lineup, I mean, a large chunk of that, you haven't even had Corey Seager. So now it's a big bummer. You get Evan Carter back, and then here goes Wyatt back on the IL.
Yeah.
And I get the frustration with Wyatt. I'm with you there, Brian. It's like, dude, you've got to be available. And it sucks as soon as you started to get hot and you were making some tremendous plays, not only offensively, but I thought his defense was stellar out there in the outfield, and he gets hurt, making a play against the wall. So, but you kind of expect that now. If he has any type of physical type of play, it's like, okay, him, Seager, there's a lot of guys now you've got those questions about fragility, really. The second something's kind of, oh, man, he landed a little wrong on the bag there. It's like, oh, is this going to be a 10-day IL stint? And it sucks because you really, really need these guys right now.
Well, these guys have heart. Skip hasn't lost the clubhouse. I think those are great things to say mid-season. Corey Seager with a total of 5 walks in his 3 games since his return. I I think he's made a nice little adjustment.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing to see, and just the overall play discipline. I mean, they were walking all weekend long. It was fantastic.
So I guess the only downside is the Wyatt Langford pulled hammy, and he'll be on the 10-day. We'll get Ross Fenstermaker coming up at 4:20 to talk with him more about that.
Maybe this is ends up being a bit of a blessing because we get to see our guy Cam Cauley.
I'm excited about Cam Cauley. I mean, that was one of our favorite dudes to hang out with in the clubhouse.
He was the star of spring training.
He was, and
wasn't he playing third base in spring training?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got some versatility, though.
He can do a lot of stuff.
All over the infield, and then they were trying to play him in the center field.
Are you over there wishing he's got versatility?
No, man. They're playing him in center field, and they moved him all around the infield.
We love the guy. He's our favorite guy.
He's got the versatility.
What other positions can he play? Oh, no, don't worry about that. He's our favorite guy.
Played him all throughout the infield, and now they've been looking at him in center field for the last few weeks because they've had a disaster of injuries back there, and he's shown well. And he's a bag stealing mofo, bro.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's 29 for 29 on stolen bags so far this season. We could use that.
I'm in on this bag stealing offense. Let's keep it going.
Might have to manufacture it without Bang Bang, who has 7 home runs in 20 games since returning from the injured list June 5th. This is his 6th IL stint of his career. He played 134 games each in 2024 and 2025. That was just pretty annoying. This is significantly worse. He's appeared in just 40 games this season. He is batting .278 with 8 bombs and 20 ribbies, and the Rangers going to have to get it done without him for the next week and a half. That'll probably take you real close to the All-Star break. Wouldn't be surprised when you're dealing with a hammy.
I think he could come off July 7th is what they said. Right?
Yeah, well, Skip said he's not going to play before the All-Star break, so they're pretty much going to shut him down until post-break.
So this is a 3-weeker.
Yeah, they're going to let him fully get that body right.
Jeez, what do you do here?
I'm serious.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, hammies are 6 weeks.
This guy will be gone 6 to 8 weeks. He'll be gone. Like, this guy is like, to me, there's an air of toughness about him, but he is a guy that has to be, his body, I believe, has to be almost perfect for him to play. And so I don't think he's going to play for 6 to 8 weeks. I'm just in my mind, I'm saying, get ready. He is not. I mean, I was looking at his injury, and you look at how it rates in the calendar. Guy misses like a month. He misses a lot of time. So you can't. It's not like he gets an injury and it's like, oh, he's only out for a few days, a couple of games.
Yeah,
this
guy missed months.
Yeah,
on injuries.
I mean, honestly, when you said it's only his 6th IL stint, I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, times 2.
They last a long time, like Ron has said. They're usually just a very long time on the IL.
Any type of muscle injury this guy has, 6 weeks. Get ready. Yeah.
You know, I did ask him about this in spring training. I think he likes being strong so much, and it does look badass.
He does,
You're strutting around in that baseball uniform. You're like, yeah, check this out. I'm pretty much. He looks like he looks like he played in the '90s.
Yeah.
With some of these guys who were like roided out.
He fills it out.
Freaking shredded.
He looks like Prime McGuire.
He does, dude. So I get it, but I think at this point, and maybe I'll ask Ross about this, is there any point he's coming up joining us at 420 Rangers GM? Is there any point where as a front office you would go to a guy and be like, hey man, we need this TB12 time. We need to get you doing yoga. And we're willing to give up some of your home run potential. Like, yes, with as strong as you are, if you got dialed and you were having like an elite contact and barrel rate season, you could hit 50 bombs. You could hit 60 bombs. Why not? You're that damn explosive. But we're willing to give up on that upside if we could get 35 home runs without you going on the IL every 40 games. It's crazy. Okay, there's NBA stuff going on. Chief has a rim session coming up at 4 o'clock. How are we feeling about Kawhi Leonard and the Mavs? Is this still a thing? I know we mentioned it Friday. Today, there's more Clippers and Raptors momentum, but I'm still seeing Mavs Kawhi Leonard on the timeline here. Is this still a realistic thing to talk about?
I think that the momentum certainly has shifted with Shams. Like Clippers and Raptors are in serious talks here. So maybe if that falls apart, I mean, I was chatting with Eric a bit about this before the show. When I saw the Sam Amick and the Athletic report, and it's P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, and maybe draft capital, like, to me, I got excited about it. I'm like, yes, let's do this. I mean, when Kawhi plays, he is phenomenal. He averaged 28 points, played 65 games last year, which I was shocked looking through his game log. That is the second most games I think he's played in the entirety of his career. So you know what you're getting here with Kawhi. You're not going to get a guy, if he plays 60 games, it's like, hell yes.
First time he did that since 2019.
Yeah, it's
when
amazing.
He won the title.
But he was playing at an MVP level, had the Clippers, and you saw what they were without him. You're a dumpster fire team that's a top 5 lottery pick. With him, he's dragging them along to where they're now competing to be in the postseason. I mean, I just look at what San Antonio did, and they make the finals in year 3 with Wemby. I get Cooper Flagg is super young, but I don't think just because a player's young doesn't mean, okay, we need to punt on contending. If you can add a player like Kawhi Leonard and you get Kyrie Irving back, now what version of Kyrie? That's a big question. But let's say he's 80% of what he was. A Kyrie Irving, a Kawhi Leonard, and a Cooper Flagg, and you're giving away guys that you're going to probably trade anyway, and I don't know what you're going to get for them. I got excited about the idea of the move. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's probably somebody else that can outbid Dallas. But Kawhi's the type of player, man, that really could have this team competing in the West pretty damn fast. You've got a question about Derek Lively's health. I think that's probably the biggest thing. If I could get Lively to play 60 games, I think this team could make noise with Kawhi Leonard in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it'd be a rental, and you're talking about Klay Thompson. Who cares? P.J. Washington. I mean, that's a legit dude. But then the draft picks. It's like I kind of want to be in a stage where I'm accumulating picks right now. Even when we laugh off the Daniel Gafford trade to the Lakers, and it doesn't seem like any team's willing to give a first-round pick for Daniel Gafford at this point, but it's still, I'm getting some level of an asset here as we're trying to build. Can I move on from that draft pick at some point to acquire a player down the line? Of course you can. So I'd be more interested in accumulating draft picks instead of taking a one-year flyer with a Kawhi Leonard who's not going to re-sign with you. And I don't know that you'd want to re-sign him anyway. Huge money for an injury-prone guy. I don't know that I'd want to anyways. But I'm just in the mindset of trying to accumulate more picks right now and build something that can be sustained with a rookie head coach in Dusty May, who I really believe in, and Cooper Flagg, of course, and just the youth movement. That's kind of what I'm wanting to go for right now. But you also had Mark Stein. So it was The Athletic who was reporting that the Mavericks were interested in a trade for Kawhi. Mark Stein said Dallas is not currently regarded as a plausible trade destination in this case and has not yet been presented to Leonard as such.
Okay.
So I do think this ultimately ends up with him with Toronto because he's saying he would extend with Toronto, and Toronto clearly wants him pretty bad.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't hate the idea of trading for him because of what Wolchuk mentioned, but when you start talking about the extension,
yeah,
like if he starts getting hurt, you could have a $60 million player that doesn't ever play for you again.
Yeah.
Like that's what I think is potential with Kawhi Leonard at 34 years old, and he has gone through a lot to try to stay active. Is he at a point in his career where he's grinding for his next and final chance to write a final chapter in his legacy? Or is he thinking, I just want one more big contract so I can sail off into the sunset? And I don't know how to answer that question, but it's a huge risk. There's nothing that's been discussed that could bring the Mavs as close to a championship as Kawhi Leonard playing at the top of his game. He was 7th in MVP voting last year.
Yeah.
He is.
So he was awesome.
When he's out there, he is still really good.
So good,
even though he can barely jump.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He just bullies people, and he's a good two-way player at age 34. So I like it. But at the same time, the other part of that coin is there's nothing that represents possible failure over a long period of time for the organization than if you would bring in Kawhi Leonard and have that not work out for you. So it's terrifying to me, and I think I would just rather continue to pursue my options. Mexico and Ecuador tomorrow in the round of 32 at Estadio Azteca, 8 o'clock Central. The winner takes on the winner of England and DR Congo. USA and Bosnia Wednesday night. Winner faces the winner of Belgium and Senegal. Belgium currently ranked 9th, Senegal 15th. Mexico ranked 14th, USA 17th. Mexico, the only team to not surrender a goal in group play. 3-0.
It's amazing.
So they are rolling into tomorrow night's game, Brian, and this Brazil game went final, didn't it?
Yeah, it did go final, and congratulations to Brazil. Shame for Japan what happened to them in this one. I was going to ask you, though, Dawson, would that match be played? Do you have that in front of you? I'm sorry, I need to fire up my computer, but where is that match going to be played if England and Mexico both get through? Is that going to be played in Mexico?
I believe so, yes.
At the
I read
stadium
that today.
Azteca?
Yeah. Azteca.
Oh, Azteca?
Yeah, they would stay there.
Gosh, dang.
That'd be wild.
That would be wild for England to have to play in altitude and play in heat. That would be crazy for them to have to do that. But wow, what a venue though for soccer though.
What a cup! Yeah. I mean, you now you have Canada, USA, and Mexico all going through and feeling pretty good. And Canada advanced late yesterday afternoon. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, in honor of Supergirl just bombing at the box office, the top 10 summer movie blockbusters, the most iconic, but also the biggest bombs. That's next in the nation.
right, welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here we go. Into the Pimp Cup. Lucius, the champ.
Shout out to the beautiful game for putting this island right here on the map. It's their very first ever World Cup goal was scored live on BBC as they were doing the interview out there on the island of Cape Verde. Got a whole lot of favorites and saved in my Instagram and threads. Got the Cape Verde people. Got a whole lot of stuff saved. Gonna do some research.
Threads can be a little reckless sometimes, can't they?
Dude, the who?
Threads.
Yeah, I was saying that today.
Yeah.
I was like, look at Threads. Distracted me again.
There's a lot of
distracted me again.
A lot of things going on in
You win, Threads. You win. Cape Verde's very first goal scored in the World Cup caught on BBC live during the interview.
What's your appraisal of the way the Cape Verdean team has been playing so far?
I personally think so far Cabo Verde has been playing great. It's been matching Uruguay's pressure. Goal! That's a goal! That's a goal! Oh, what? The Cape Verde has broken. He has made history tonight, scoring a live goal here. And you can see Marcelo. We pass into the next phase. History. We are going to the next phase. What do you make of that goal? We're proving everybody wrong. Cabo Verde is going along, man. You just saw it. I'm on the live on the BBC. Cape Verde has just made history, scoring the first ever World Cup goal in the tournament. You can probably see from behind me the ecstasy, the exhilaration, and the euphoria in this place. Amanda, a big deal for the Cape Verdeans. It's one that will go into the history books, I must tell you.
Yeah, he was telling it. He was telling it, bro. He was telling it. Hey, so this squad, they arrived in a bus with no windows.
Is that right?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, they don't even transfer you to like county or state jails. There's at least a window on those buses. These guys arrived in a bus with no windows.
We could definitely use some air conditioning this summer, depending on our location. Yeah, congrats to them. Congrats to many of the African nations who this has been a coming out party for a lot of them. You know, last cycle it was Morocco that kind of broke through, became a top 10 team, appeared in the quarterfinals or maybe even the semifinals. But this time around, several African teams, and that's not even counting France, who have broken through and sort of legitimized that whole continent now as
How's
a soccer
the Congo
power.
doing?
They're doing good. They're getting ready to play a little bit later on. DR Congo.
Yeah.
Argentina.
Will my Lumumba guy be able to get to this trip right here? I see he couldn't make it to the last one. He had some type of issues with his passport. And they had another Lumumba guy like to fill in for him.
They had a fill-in guy, yeah.
Yeah, but I think he dropped his arm.
But I tell you what,
I think he couldn't hold it up, bro. He got to have practice.
He had a very stylish jacket on.
He was sweet.
He had his
practice.
leopard.
He was sweet.
Yeah.
Princess Zamunda.
All righty, it is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All right, we need to some cinema talk, but we do have Jason Robertson updates as Elliot Friedman has put out that he thinks the Stars are interested in defenseman Zach Werenski, who was a golden medalist with Team USA. Actually, he's the man who had the assist to Jack Hughes for the game-winning goal. He's been one of the best defensemen in all of the NHL, and he is having trouble getting a deal done with Columbus right now. So could that end up being a deal where Thomas Harley would also be part of that potentially? Elliot Friedman reporting that the challenge is they're not sure how Harley would feel about that. And Jim Nill is a big Thomas Harley fan. I mean, he's got him on the Canadian national team. Obviously, he's a homegrown guy. They took him with the 18th overall pick in the draft several years ago. They just gave Harley a big-time deal last offseason, but that would be a big upgrade. I mean, Werenski's a guy who has had back-to-back seasons of over 80 points as a left-handed defenseman. You had 50 points was the high 2 years ago for Thomas Harley. You'd be upgrading in a big way. Pittsburgh is the other team that seems to be interested right now in Jason Robertson. Can they get a deal done? Ricard Raquel, who's a winger, has been rumored in those deals, as well as Brian Russ. So could you get two wingers back and maybe a draft pick from Pittsburgh, try and mitigate that loss from Robo? But ultimately, I think this is going to end up in a trade.
So how would you get Werenski? You're trading Harley for him?
Harley has been mentioned in that, but I don't know if that could also just be Robo for Werenski.
Okay.
I mean, I would love that. I'd like to
want to pair up
Harley.
Yeah.
I'd like to keep Harley and add another defenseman if I could, but I don't know if maybe they want more of a righty shot, so you'd switch two lefties, you'd go lefty for lefty, and then you can get back draft capital, which they also really, really badly need because the Stars traded everything for Mikko Rantanen and then Granlund and that deal that they made 2 years ago. So it's a fluid situation, but to me, all signs are kind of pointing towards there's going to be a trade here, and Robo will be traded. He's just got to kind of sign off on who he wants to be traded to.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to win, you need more good players, right? So they can't subtract. If you're going to move on from Robertson, you're going to have to come back with a couple of complementary moves that at least hold the line as far as your overall talent base.
Well, and is there a way that you can make the money work, I guess, with the cap? Like if you were to trade and shed some of Harley's money, can that work out to try and give Robo what he wants? Because right now the Stars are like $2.5 million short of what Robo's asking price is. All the reports that I've read are he is standing firm on $14 million, and the Stars have gone up to $12.5 million, but they need more money to get to 14. And you kind of need to know. I mean, Robert Tiffin was on earlier with KNC, made a great point. Like, you got free agency starting here in a few days. Like, you need to know what your situation is. So I think they want to try and act quickly on this sooner the better, so that Jim Nill kind of knows what he has to work with and how he wants to try and fill out the rest of this roster. But let's get to your top 10. I got the top 10 most iconic summer blockbusters of all time, but also your top 10 biggest flops. Has anyone gone out to see Supergirl? 877-881-1053. It did not do well.
I see what they're doing with the Supergirl popcorn buckets.
Oh, okay. What do we got?
What they're doing with those.
What are we doing?
And they're posting it on themselves.
2 girls, 1 popcorn bucket?
No, but it's kind of like that almost.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Dude.
Yeah,
in the theater?
You should Google that because I can't even explain it on the radio.
Okay. Well, it stands to lose $100 million.
Is it like a fleshy looking thing?
Yeah, just the back for a cape.
You got to be kidding. It's what?
Oh, my gosh.
No. It made just $68 million worldwide opening weekend. It's set to make a $100 million loss.
Supposed to just keep that in your pocket?
That is crazy, bro.
Maybe the popcorn bucket can salvage it. I don't know. Can the popcorn bucket go viral enough to where people are actually going to see this movie? I've heard mixed things. Like, some people say Millie Alcock, who is the star of Supergirl, she's fantastic.
You don't find that suspicious?
But the movie itself, the storyline, pretty damn mid. Is what the reviews that I've seen. I might go check it out just to try and support it.
Does she have a flesh-colored cape?
Not to my knowledge.
If it's supposed to be the cape, that thing should be bright red, shouldn't it?
It's like a duster almost. It's like a...
Oh, it's a duster.
Kind of, yeah.
Looks like a
house coat. It does look very veiny.
This is unbelievable, dude.
Yeah, maybe we should rethink these like creative popcorn bucket ideas.
At some point, you have to draw the line.
It's like, guys, what are we doing? Can we stop this right now? But your biggest flops...
I know they're having meetings, too, as a company. Do you see what they're doing to the buckets?
Whose idea was this? Why didn't you think about this? You didn't workshop this could be a problem? No.
Very creative.
Cutthroat Island that came out in 1995 had a $98 million budget. It grossed just $10 million. The Adventures of Pluto Nash in 2002.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be on the darn list.
Gosh, man, $100 million budget, made $7 million.
Ooh. Can I throw out maybe a Cuba Gooding Jr. might be on this list. He made several bad movies. It was just darn awful.
Yeah.
Snow Dog and Boat Trip and something else. Daddy Day Camp. Terrible movies.
Snow Dogs took a huge loss. It really did. Speed Racer in 2008.
Oh, man, come on.
Is a big flop. $120 million budget, made just 93. John Carter in 2012. It's our guy Tim Riggins from Friday Night Lights. He starred in that movie, was hoping to be a big-time movie star because of that. It lost $100 million. The Lone Ranger with Johnny Depp in 2013, $215 million budget, lost $260 million. Battleship in 2012 had a $220 million budget. That one lost over $300 million.
Play that game.
It's a fun game. Made for a bad movie.
Every once in a while, you got to leave the submarine off the board to kind of give yourself a chance.
One of Eric's favorites.
Cheating. Shit, that's crazy.
What, man? What are you saying?
No,
you're cheating.
You ain't cheating. You're not trying.
Well, every once in a while,
submarine off the board.
Every once in a while, you got to hide the submarine.
I just didn't play it. What do you want me to do? Mars Needs Moms, 2011 summer blockbuster. Wasn't much of a blockbuster. It made $39 million.
I'm noticing these cups now, by the way.
Yeah, you see them?
Yeah.
You thinking about it?
What does that look like to you?
It's not good.
It's not good?
Not good.
King Arthur, Legend of the Sword. $175 million budget, lost $148 million. And the last two, Waterworld in 1995.
Oh, my God.
Oh, an iconic flop.
Yeah.
$264 million.
Is it really that bad?
Kevin Costner, he brought it back, though, right?
Did he?
He was okay.
It went viral a couple years ago because people were laughing at it ironically.
It was bad. I haven't seen many movies in my life, and I saw that one.
I was so young.
I mean, like, I haven't seen many movies.
And that's when like HBO just hit you back to back with the same movie over and over again. Like if you miss it at 9, you're going to catch it at noon, and at 3, it's just over and over.
Yep.
After the melting of the polar ice caps, most of the globe is underwater. Some humans have survived, and even fewer still. Notably, the mariner, who's Kevin Costner, have adapted to the ocean by developing gills.
He's got gills, bro.
We will develop.
A lot of floating around out there. A lot of floating around.
The trailer looked cool, you know?
Yeah. And
this guy that could jump in the water, move like a dolphin, get right out.
It's like The Deep in The Boys. Stealth comes in at 2005, lost 70.
Oh, Jamie Foxx movie.
A lot of movie. It only made 79.
Yeah, they said that's how the crowd was as we were watching the movie. They were Stealth.
What are we watching right now? All right, your iconic summer blockbusters.
13% on Rotten Tomatoes for Stealth.
Oof. This is your top 10 most iconic. 84. Ghostbusters. Coming in at number 10.
Okay, nice, yeah.
It's a classic.
They're doing like remakes of it now.
Yeah, they are.
Was the
these are the hits.
Was the 2 really good?
Yeah, these are the hits.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the most iconic.
Pivoted.
We've pivoted. Lion King at 9. 1994,
Sing
the
your song.
original.
It's a lion.
Oh my God, it's a lion. Oh my God. Saving Private Ryan comes in at number 8, releasing in 98, summer blockbuster, kicking ass, taking names.
The cinematography.
Incredible.
You feel like you're there.
That movie's still good today. Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's OG, in 2002, comes in at number 7. You didn't like Tobey as Spider-Man either? He didn't do it for you?
No, I think he was the worst.
I like
He was
his
by
boss.
far the worst Spider-Man.
I like this hard-ass boss.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons getting it done. The Daily Bugle. Marvel's The Avengers, the first one, back in 2012, comes in at number 6. How far along are you now?
Pretty much caught up. Watched that series WandaVision last week.
Oh, yeah.
Which was really interesting.
It was. WandaVision
It was kind of like Stranger Things vibe.
How many do we have to watch to catch up?
Oh, there's a crap ton. Like 30 movies?
30 movies.
I'm not going to live that long.
That's unreal.
I'm just not.
Took us like 6 months.
Although
we watched like 30 minutes a night. It was fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bonding experience. You're just like chilling and watching.
Yeah, we're just
Just
chilling.
like sit down as a family and get all excited about it.
Some of them are really badass movies. Some of them are
we just hit next.
not too good.
You skipped along.
Yeah.
The Dark Knight comes in at number 5, 2008.
Yeah, one of the greatest.
Amazing. E.T., 1982,
I thought there was just one, right?
number 4.
Oh, there was just one, right?
E.T.
Yeah,
that
I
was.
don't think there was a sequel to E.T., was there?
No, I don't think so. I said no so
1982.
fast, but I don't think so, bro.
I don't think there was.
We would have heard that.
Yeah.
E.T. 2 was terrible.
I mean, I was 6 years old when this movie comes out, right?
Freshman in
So it
college.
just blew my mind. It was amazing. Was it George Lucas? Yeah, it
Yeah.
was.
Yes.
You know, Star
Steven
Wars.
Spielberg.
Well, I think I think they were both part of it. I think Lucas might have
Were
written
they?
it. Yeah.
Were they both part of it?
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
You get both those guys working together?
Yeah, George Lucas was doing a lot of stories, and
get
then
out of my way,
Spielberg
bro.
would direct them. Jurassic Park at 3, speaking of Spielberg, continues this list. He's on a heater here. George Lucas, Star Wars at number
He's a
2
billionaire.
in 1977, but number 1, the most iconic summer blockbuster of all time, Jaws
Yeah, the big shock.
in
You'd
1975.
eventually. Boom,
Don't
boom,
worry,
boom,
the beach
boom,
is
boom,
fine.
boom, boom,
Terrifying.
I mean, the music, like the theme music for it, it's just
Nailed it.
iconic.
You know what? They couldn't get the mechanical shark to work, so they had all these pictures. They don't show it. You don't see that thing till the very end of the movie.
Yeah, and that
I mean, it's like you're
blessing in
thinking,
disguise.
Builds the suspense a little bit.
It's like
It's a great documentary about that movie being made.
The thing was named Bruce, and it kept screwing up.
Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce the Shark. It kept screwing up, and they're like, we can't use this. And they're like, so they kept just like filming scenes without it.
469 asked Dawson, who's the best Spider-Man? They're all real pathetic simps.
It's the animated guy.
The animated kid's
in
good.
In the Spider-Verse.
Nick Cage in Spider Noir.
That
actually, he's like an old Spider-Man who retired because he kept getting his family hurt.
What?
And now he's coming back, but it's like the 1930s.
It looks good. I haven't watched it.
It's pretty good.
Like he was like 42 years old guy?
Like maybe 60?
What?
Like this is old. This is like a Spider-Man set in the 40s.
It's black and white, right?
You can choose to watch
color?
it black and white or color. It's interesting, but he's the most masculine Spider-Man, and even he's kind of a P word. We got Jared Sandler coming up next to the Nation.
Oh my gosh, is he a P word? Yes, he is. All right, speaking of not being P words, let's talk Cosm, shall we?
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Jared Sandler to join us for a baseball conversation. Coming off a sweep up there in Toronto, Sands. How the heck are you?
Doing great, guys. Just starting to get a real taste of summer. It seems like we're going to have some heat here in Cleveland the next few days.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the Rangers are well adapted to that, but I don't know if we have that advantage of playing in the hot stuff anymore, do we? How do you look at that with this ball club these days?
Well, I'll tell you that the last 2 years, the team hasn't been very good playing in the really cold weather. So hopefully they'll be a little bit better in the heat. But you're right. Yeah, they used to be an advantage in the 90s. They position players, at least. I'm sure pitchers felt differently, but position players thought of it as a home field edge, and other teams would come in. It would, first of all, it'd be a mental battle, and then they wouldn't know what to do to hydrate, overhydrate, IVs, this, that. I mean, it just starts to get in your head, and I guess that's not really something that the Rangers deal with a whole lot in the summer when they play at home.
So, what does 17-11 in the last 28 games mean to you right now, Jared?
Well, it means that they're in first place with a 500 record in the AL West. I guess everyone had their own thoughts coming into the year on, how good this team was or, what this team was. I feel like most people felt like they were within a range of, 75 to 86 wins. Not to say they can't fall outside of that range, but if that's the case, then a run like this is likely. I mean, at the end of the day, they're a 500 team, right? They've played better, obviously, over the last month. They've done some things offensively that have allowed them to tick up. I mean, first of all, their first inning run production, which is an indication that the top of the order is producing. That kind of coincides with Jock Peterson, really starting to slug. It coincides with the Josh Young continuing to hit. It coincides with the Rangers being creative with what they do offensively to try and score runs. I think the starting pitching, especially that Blue Jay series, was outstanding. The bullpen has, had its ups and downs, but overall still a solid group. But I think, and the other thing too, guys, I think the defense has been a lot better over the last month. And I know, again, that's not sexy. We don't look at that in the box score necessarily. It's not only indicated by errors, but I think that's played a role too. But at the end of the day, this is the type of run the team needed at some point. We always talk about, well, they're just a week away from being back in it, right? They're just a 6-1 stretch. They're an 8-2 stretch. And I feel like the last 2 years we would constantly talk about it and would maybe get it, but would only get one of them. You need a couple of these throughout the year, right? And the Rangers have one now. And, thankfully the AL is not, a very good league. And so they're right in the middle of both the division and the wild card race.
So what can you tell us about Eric and I's buddy Cam Cauley getting called up? I mean, He was one of our favorites. We're rooting for him. We're excited to possibly see him in the lineup tonight.
Bag stealer.
Bag stealing offense. He would be a big part of that. So, this year in AAA, first exposure in AAA after having a really good spring, I think 29 for 29 in stolen bases. So just to give you an idea, like great speed and speed that he utilizes, right? They're guys who are fast but aren't great base runners or base stealers. But, he's demonstrated that's a skill of his. One reason why he might be getting called up, the Rangers are facing a couple of lefties this series, Parker Messick and Joey Cantillo. And I think we're going to be facing some lefties here coming up. His OPS against lefties this year in AAA is over 900. Now, I want to just a quick disclaimer here. We always talk about how the gap in talent between AAA and the big leagues is as wide as it's ever been. Success in the minor leagues doesn't indicate any sort of probability of immediate success or guarantee immediate success at the major league level. I think a lot of people believe Cam Cauley is going to be a good major league player. either as a utility guy, maybe an everyday guy at a certain position. It's way too soon to know. But he has done a really good job to put himself in this spot. His versatility helps. He's played, I think in AAA, I think he's played second, third, short, and then in the outfield, center field. He can obviously play left field, and I'm sure he could play right field if needed. I think the thing that I like is the plate discipline. His chase rate in AAA is, it's pretty good. It's around 20%. His walk rate's around 13%. He walks against righties and lefties, right? Sometimes guys, their walk rate is much higher against a righty or maybe against a lefty, which is an indication that they, see the ball a lot better. But his walk rate is about 13% for, against both righties and lefties. So for a guy who runs well, that's important because, that's an easy way for you to get on base and utilize your speed. And so, it'll be interesting to see what the Rangers do, how they utilize him. But I think it's an exciting injection of athleticism and youth into this ball club.
Jared, how'd you take the news of Wyatt Langford?
Yeah, that stinks. When he got scratched from the lineup, obviously, that's a possibility. The next day, and talked to Wyatt and didn't get the sense that it was hey, no big deal. We'll be all right. There's two sides to this, right? There's the immediate, like it stinks that, just when, all right, Corey Seager's back now, Wyatt Langford's not. Like it's just the Rangers can't get these guys on the field at the same time, unfortunately, and that's tough, especially with how well Wyatt was hitting. And then the other angle is like it's another injury for Wyatt, and he's young, and understandably, there's concern that I see amongst the fan base, and not just the fan base, that hey, what's the future going to look like? Is he going to be? What can the Rangers? I'm sure are thinking internally, what can we do to help keep this guy healthy? And people can talk about, well, he shouldn't be playing center. And listen, I've been in the camp that I think Wyatt Langford could be a really good center fielder, but what's the point? I'd rather stick him left. But he got hurt, trying to stretch a single into a double. And that's the thing is like we always talk about like where the guys play defensively, and maybe it all adds up. But at the end of the day, you can't bubble wrap these guys. And the best version of Wyatt Langford is a version of Wyatt Langford that utilizes his athleticism. I'd hate to see it, 24, 25 years old, Wyatt put on the stop sign in terms of taking advantage of that dynamic explosion and that athleticism that makes him such a uniquely gifted prospect or candidate to develop into a star in this league. And so, hopefully he's able to come back right around, the Atlanta series after the All-Star break or shortly thereafter. But I understand why there's some concern or question about, hey, what's the long-term prognosis look like, and what can be done to try and keep this guy healthy and get him on the field for 140 games.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. What stood out to you more this weekend, the overall team plate discipline, drawing walks, long at bats, or some of the adjustments Skip was making in these games with the pinch runners and pinch hitters?
Well, let's address both those things. I thought the Dylan Cease game on Saturday was super fun to watch from like a nerdy baseball standpoint, because you're not in an advantage going into that game. The starting pitching matchup heavily favors Toronto. The bullpen situation heavily favors Toronto. The Rangers, when you face a really good pitcher like Dylan Cease, obviously objective number one is to score runs, but sometimes that's tough. I mean, there's a reason why these guys are really good. You can get them out of the game early, then that is going to give you a better chance to win, because the thought is the guys that come out of the bullpen in the 5th, 6th, 7th innings, they're not as good as Dylan Cease, and they're not. The way the Rangers worked Dylan Cease, the way they stayed disciplined with 2 strikes, the way they got that pitch count up there, I mean, it was really, really impressive. Jock Peterson and Jake Berger and Corey Seager, I mean, that walk that Corey Seager drew in the first inning kind of set the tone. And so that was a fun game to watch the Rangers kind of, deconstruct Dylan Cease and get the win. With Skip, hey, the Rangers are 42-42 or whatever their record is. And I know that, a manager, a head coach, offensive and defensive coordinators, no matter what, they're always going to be under scrutiny. And I think that it's easy if you decide you don't like a guy to find things that fit that narrative. And if you do like him, to find things that fit that narrative. All I'd say is this, you can't have it both ways. I feel like people will complain about the options, but then also get upset at Skip Schumacher, right? The fact that this bullpen has been as good as it's been, given that they don't have traditional, high leverage arms, I think is very much a credit to Skip Schumacher. The way he navigated the last 2 games, I think, major credit to him. One of the things that people got upset about with Bruce Bochy when this offense was struggling is that it kept on running out the same lineup game after game. Well, you can't look at the Rangers for like a 3-4 game stretch and say, well, yeah, no, same exact lineup. They're not making any changes. I mean, at a certain point, it's on the guys who, are in between the lines. But I think that, to Skip's credit, the creativity he's shown in trying to make stuff happen, trying to change things up has been pretty impressive. And the other thing, that 23 Marlins team, they got better as the year went on. I've thought about that a little bit. Some of the decisions a manager makes is, yes, it's for the immediate, but it's also for the long term within that year, figuring out who can do what, whose buttons you can press in this spot and that spot. And I think that, I'd be curious to see how the second half plays out. But that was something that really stood out about the 23 Marlins, is how they truly got better as they made their playoff push in 23 and eventually got into the playoffs.
Have fun up there in Cleveland. Stay cool, Sands, and we'll try to catch up with you tomorrow.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. You too, sir. We got 1 down, 2.5 to go. Wolchuk, what's in store?
Living with the GOAT, who threw the best ball and making bonds. That's next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We got a battle with the coffee machine going on. And look, I don't blame Gavin because I dealt with the same thing. It was like the trash bin needs to be unloaded in that thing. I thought that I had fixed it. Evidently, I think there's another bin somewhere inside that like multi-million-dollar coffee machine. That
I thought you were the fixer.
I saw Fred working on it. It looked like he had it going the right way.
And he might, I don't know what's going on, but that thing's been, I haven't been able to get my espresso in today, Brian, and I'm agitated.
I think Dawson would literally rather not do the show if he can't have coffee.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we're off at 5:30 today.
Yeah,
because I'm starting to get a little tired.
You're starting to feel it on a Monday already?
I got a case of the Mondays.
Oh, that's because you were partying so hard at the FIFA Fan Fest.
FIFA Fan Fest got a little out of hand.
Gosh, you were there for all day.
Oh, it was so hot. Yes, and my buns.
Did they allow you to bring water in?
My buns were burning. I did. I was allowed to bring some water in there. Maybe I just went ahead and slipped it inside the pocket.
I was expecting to see
with my
you
water bottle
like you did at the Cotton Bowl a few years ago, where you're going to have your sunglasses tan on your face, just etched in with the sunburn.
So here's the amazing part of it: when you walk in, you know how like typically you'd have like a hand sanitizer station.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they've got sunscreen station.
Oh, okay. So you just lathered that thing up.
So he took all his clothes
like
off.
Charles Robinson.
Everyone was looking at me
Oxnard.
like, dude, what are you doing, man? You need to go to the bathroom to apply it there. And I said, what? Excuse me? I thought that this is what it was.
Did they provide a mirror for you to use?
There was no mirror. So I might have been walking around just like Charles. And I just had
a large
all over the place.
And nobody told him, right?
He just had it caked on his face.
No. I think he was going for that look. That was the look he was going for.
Well, Dawson's got coffee. What'd you do?
He's got coffee.
Well, I hope that he fixed it. I hope the machine's correct.
I think somebody fixed it for him. That's my guess.
And we got this thing good to go.
Open that thing up because it said remove the wastebasket.
Yes.
Pulled the garbage can out.
Okay.
And then I had to use another coffee cup to like almost shovel that out and throw that away.
Ew.
Dumped out a little bit of the very disgusting wastewater.
Yes.
Yeah. And then it's working again.
All right, thank God.
Put it back together. Boom.
There we
are. So my bad being late. But.
All right, so the waste bin is actually the trash bin that's inside of it. So we got to open it up. Okay.
Yeah. And then you just gotta flip up the little spigot there.
Flip the spigot.
Yeah. And you're good to go.
Without further ado, let's go.
There's no chance you fixing this thing.
Me?
Just what he said.
I think I could do it.
It just needed maintenance. You know,
it's all. It's just a little maintenance.
Wouldn't it feel like you were breaking it though if you had to open it? It feels like I'm about to break this damn thing, and I'm hearing it's like $15,000.
This spigot thing, a lot going on.
I mean, it was a lot easier than I thought it would be. You know, it was
I'm
very
glad
intuitive.
you did it though, bro.
Very intuitive. Yeah.
Okay,
it's good to changing a fuel pump in a car or something. Where you dumping out the old gas, put in new gas.
I was about to get you to Americano, then I looked at my clock and I was like, "Oh,
my guy!"
That was clock with an L.
As soon as you said, just so everyone knows, as soon as you said spigot, I felt like I was lost. All right,
that's what I'm saying. I looked at you, you're like, "Oh yeah, I know what's going on."
I can do this, Brian. Okay,
I
have
admit
some
it,
faith.
I would not have done it right.
No, I probably would totally F that up. I'm glad you got that taken care of. I'll hit the espresso machine after this break, but let's go ahead and get our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, this just in here on the news desk. You know, it's not a Newsbag Nation, Eric, but I did see this from Dove, which means that somebody else reported it, but Dove's just collecting it. I guess Terrion Arnold has been granted bond.
He has.
$1 million. And people are really praising his lawyer. I guess his lawyer's done an excellent job in this to even get him to where he is right now.
Didn't have to wear an ankle thing.
That's the guy who's about to get locked up for kidnapping the wrong people.
Lions Corner, former Alabama Crimson Tide.
Number one on a lot of boards.
In a lot. Yeah. I mean, I thought he was the best corner in that class. I'm glad
he's going to be catching passes from Paul Crew here in a couple of months.
Yeah, he might be. As part of the conditions, Arnold cannot have any contact with co-defendants or witnesses. He must surrender his passport, and he must remain at home or work. He will not be required, though, to wear the ankle monitor, as you mentioned, Brian.
They didn't say that he had to not kill or kidnap any people?
No kidnapping.
They didn't say, like, and he can't kidnap anyone?
No. I think that goes without saying. But maybe with him, you've got to specify.
I would just note that, you know.
Just community note it. Maybe X comes
You
in
sound
here.
really against this whole thing right now, don't you?
I just think it's one of the funniest stories ever.
It's crazy.
This guy tried to get payback on someone who stole from him, and he kidnapped the wrong people.
Bad scouting report.
Yeah, he got bad info. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, got to be a little more buttoned up than that.
Yeah, just a little
I'm just
bit.
watching me. I think he just got a penalty in this Seahawks game.
No, he's got a bigger penalty to deal with right now.
Yeah, he was getting flagged for a lot on and off the field. 3 penalties already in this game. This was a bad one for him. I remember watching this one live.
He's very grabby.
I mean, you got to get with your lawyer and just try to plea it down as quickly as possible. You got to avoid life. And then you got to try to get back before you turn 29. Can we plea bargain it down to 5 years?
I'd like to.
What's possible here?
If he could plea bargain down to 5 years, it's a huge win. He should take that. But you're right. I think that's probably what his lawyer should end up having to do. So he looks very guilty.
Did you ever play the game of life? The around the board?
Yeah, you spin that thing.
Yeah. Did you ever have trouble getting the family in the car?
Little pegs in there?
Yeah, it just never worked. Mine were laying all over the car like they were in an ambulance or something like that. I mean, it never worked out well for me. I'm the guy, again, I told you this about the game Monopoly. Just hand out all the cards and all the money and let's start playing.
Let's get this show on the road.
Let's not make this like a cricket match, where it's going on for days.
Don't do it like a cricket match.
I had to tell the kids there's no way I'm ever playing Monopoly with you.
Yeah. It takes way too long.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know if you start doing like the side bets and side gambling to it,
I've
side
never
deals.
finished. Yeah, I don't think I've ever finished, like actually truly finished.
Does it end? How does Monopoly even end?
Somebody quits. Yeah, you won, man.
You quit.
It's inevitable.
Jeez.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't actually end.
Yeah,
Somebody's just got to
I've
say I'm
refinanced
good.
every property.
When the Red Cross stops dropping supplies to you, then you're like,
And then the person be like, I'll give you $100.
Yeah.
Stay in the game.
Oh, let me stay in the
I'm
game.
good. I'm out, man.
I'm out. I'm totally out.
J.C. Treader, NFLPA director, is saying an 18-game season is considered unlikely for the 2027 season. So we'll have to wait for maybe 2028 to get the 18-game season a rocking and a rolling. But we did get big news for those of you that used to love, and we do love Mike Golick Jr. on the show, but Mike Golick on Mike and Mike in the morning. Well, the Golicks left ESPN. They've been with DraftKings, I believe. They've been bouncing around. But now they are reuniting as they put out this tease. Let's go to Gojo here, calling Pops.
Hello.
Hey, what are you up to?
What am I up to? Well, it's been kind of a long day here. I was getting ready to soak in the tub. Your mother, she got this great new bubble bath that really...
I'm going to stop you right there. I should have been way more specific, and that is not a visual that I or anyone else on this planet needs. What I meant to say was, what are you up to from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern for the next few years?
Well, that's pretty specific. Why? What's up?
Well, I was thinking, the last 4 years have been fun. We've gone some great new places. We've met a bunch of awesome new friends. But what if we went back home? What if we tried going back to ESPN Radio?
Oh, wow. Back to where it all began. That would be just like going home. That sounds pretty cool. Who would I be doing the show with?
What part of we didn't you understand? Me. You'd be doing the show with me.
I got to think about that then. I'm just kidding. All right, we are back starting this fall, 10 to noon Eastern time, the Golicks on ESPN Radio.
We are back. Oh, I think it's awesome. And we love Gojo. He's one of our favorite guests. And I loved it when we got to have Mike Golick on the show at the Super Bowl a few years back. Brought the donut for him and everything. He's just a sweetheart. Those are just two lovable dudes. I'm excited for their return.
10 to 2, huh?
10 to 2.
Was it 10 to 2 or
10 to noon, I
10
think.
to noon. Jeez.
Nice 2-hour show.
Wow.
2 hours.
Just crushing it.
How do you get that all in, huh?
Probably. Get that Norm Hitzkiss live.
10 to noon.
150, 200K.
Who knows what that contract
Couple
is?
I don't see what that budget look like, though.
Yeah. 10 to noon. That's not
What
bad
that
hours.
budget do, though?
Crushing it right there. All right, 5-star wide receiver Eric McFarland. He's committing to Texas A&M. A&M's got themselves another loaded wide receiver class right now, but also just in general, their 2027 cycle is looking really good. McFarland, 5-star recruit. He's joining a class that already has 6 5-stars on it already. He's a small guy, though, from Florida IMG Academy, 5'8", 180. So he's fitting in line with, I feel like we're getting shorter and faster. But twitchier.
Malachi Toney kind of deal.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen have you guys been seeing these college quarterback pictures
of John Mateer?
Well,
I
I've been watching like the Manning camp. Have you seen any of that?
I haven't seen it. Are they broadcasting it somewhere?
Well, they're having like clips and stuff from it. Guys throwing the ball around.
I'm just seeing different photos. Arch, Mateer, Gunnar
looks
Stockton.
like he has gotten yoked, and he's changed his throwing motion. The ball is flying out of his hand now.
The Alabama quarterbacks. Like, I'm wondering, is this another one of these Ben Johnson Photoshop deals? Because these look like the most jacked quarterbacks ever. Like, college football is going to have.
Arch is a big guy.
Yeah, Mateer on 3 just had a whole article up on him, so I know Mateer's is legit, and I saw some video of him throwing. He had to change his throwing motion because of the hand injury, but it looks like it's done him a benefit. I mean, Mateer, I like
Mateer, dude.
I might be buying into some what John Mateer's been doing this offseason. He is looking good. Maybe he's finally healthy and ready to rock.
But the Manning camp was going on. Bennett went down there for a couple of years. Back in the day, it's a lot of fun to go down there. Then you have some big time quarterbacks down there throwing.
Okay, let's talk quarterback here. This is great. Let's go to Tom Brady, who was on the Stick to Football podcast. And who does Tom Brady think threw the best ball?
Aaron Rodgers, where would you put him? Is he in the mix? Yeah,
loved Aaron. I think there's no greater passer of the football than Aaron Rodgers. It would be like someone kicking the ball. I mean, there's certain people like, I love Roberto Carlos, the Brazilian, the way that he kicked that ball. I mean, there's certain people you're like, you see everyone do it, and then you see one person throw the ball that much better. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was incredible. He's hard to put into words how incredible he passes the ball. Yeah. The ball, the way it comes out of his hand, the way that it spins and delivers with the pace and with the accuracy, I think
it's like a bullet coming out.
It's like a bullet. Yeah.
Man, a lot of high praise there. And, I mean, just as a watcher of sports and football, Rodgers was special. He is special, the way he's able to throw it. I mean, we know for sure.
He threw one last year like 72 yards
crazy.
Or something.
Yeah. I mean, the Hail Marys that he's pulled off, more successful than any other quarterback. Now, Michael Irvin would say Troy had the best balls. But in your opinion, what quarterback do you think throws or has thrown the best football?
You'd probably have Marino up there, wouldn't you, Broadus?
Dan?
Yeah.
Brett?
The way he could spin it.
The way, he was incredible, and it was all really a compact throwing motion right around the ear. But the deep ball stuff with him and Clayton Duper, that kind of stuff, he was pretty special throwing that ball.
Okay, I just sent you guys, by the way. I think Aaron Rodgers would be the one.
Yeah, I think I would tend to agree.
In terms of I
can't stand Aaron Rodgers.
Over the last 20-something years.
Yeah, Rodgers is there.
Just purely throwing the ball, it's ridiculous. And being on the move, going to his left.
The throwing motions.
It's like a flick of the wrist. Yeah.
The different platforms, angles in which he can throw from. Absolutely.
I think Joe Burrow's pretty darn good throwing a football, too.
Yeah.
I mean, accuracy, no question.
Yeah.
Crazy thing about Rodgers is I think he would have been heading towards that realization maybe at 42, 43, I'm done for. I think it really happened when the Achilles tore, and the last couple of years have just been atrocious for him.
Yeah.
It's crazy how he built up such a reputation for being that guy that 2 organizations now have just failed to see it and continue to employ him.
Yeah,
how bad he is. Like, okay, so Warren Sharp's NFL preview is out.
Yeah,
and he's got a huge section on every team. It's the best $30 I spend every year learning about the NFL. But he compared the stats of Rodgers last year to what Russell Wilson and Justin Fields did in the previous year. And in most of the statistical categories that you measure quarterback from these days, he's not number one, It's either Fields or Wilson who had more success in 2024 than he did throwing the ball.
I know the ones that, when we came to accuracy back when I was, in the 90s, it was Aikman.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that, the slants, the screens, the touch, the downfield balls, where he put it, the placement, he just seemed so much better. Even when guys were covered, he put the ball where it needed to be. So if you ask me that, like I say, I admire what Rodgers has done, no question, different platforms and stuff, but Aikman's one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, this picture that you sent us, Eric, of the Alabama quarterbacks, I cannot believe is real. With Austin Mack and Keelan Russell.
Yeah.
That looks like that's got to be Photoshop.
Yeah, and Keelan Russell from Duncanville, just super high prospect. But I'm looking at these guys wondering.
That doesn't look natural.
Yeah, bro, you got to have like Deca in your system to get that.
Yeah, there's no way.
No way, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's got to be Photoshop. The Mateer stuff, like On 3, that's reputable source.
And even Arch's arms look huge.
Like that.
Them thighs,
I know the thighs. Okay,
The
good.
thighs really did it to
I'm
me.
glad
Like,
we didn't
I'm like,
really run with this. We brought it up, and we were.
That's not going to work.
We knew that this was not real, but those guys look unbelievable.
They look jacked.
It does look like Arnold. It's been released.
Okay, so he's got the $1 million, so he can go ahead and pay for it. So there it is. Boom.
No. I'm sorry. Released from the Lions.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the Lions just released him. I thought you just meant from jail.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. The Lions have released Terrion
Probably a good
Arnold,
move,
according
right?
to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, there you go. Get on out of here.
I don't think I'd approve Bond if I'm judge on the legal thing. It's just like, man, this guy has some crazy ideas.
100%.
I wouldn't put it past him to try to pull off some like Leonardo DiCaprio, Can You Catch Me Now movie plots.
That's why he's got to turn over his passport and all this stuff.
Really?
Last thing I wanted to get to from Brady. This is actually Josh Gordon, and he's on with Neon, who is a kick streamer. Now, he's also the one that had that beef with Nate Diaz. And Nate Diaz, as people were chasing him, trying to beat his ass down, and Neon.
Sounds like a nightmare, bro.
Yeah. So Josh Gordon's dude. He
beat his ass down.
Puka was one of the guys that streamed with him, got in trouble there. All right, so here's Josh Gordon talking about Tom Brady when he spent a year in an offseason with the New England Patriots.
He made us live with him, bro. Like, it wasn't so much that he told us a story, but he made us like live with him in the off season, like train right there. His wife making us food and everything like that. Like, it'd be me, Edelman, and Gronk, or just him, and depending on who the off season was, and we would just do the most crazy routine of like stand in one spot, and then you just like over at least 50 times you just catching one specific pass, and it's a gun radar that is Alex Guerrero is his coach. Is just holding the gun like a speedometer for baseball or whatever. So just clocking if it stays at 62 miles per hour from a football. Meanwhile, your hands just taking a beating like boom, boom, boom. I'm like, what the And he doesn't give a damn, but but no, bro, that's about the crazy shit. He trains like he's obsessive, bro. So
that's important.
That's the crazy shit.
I tell him
seeing how hard people prepare. Yeah, it'd be like, you're not really ready to go all in.
It's different, man. That's how you become the best. The greatest of all time. He's having his wide receivers living with him in the offseason. Wifey's cooking. They're going out there practicing every day. Tom Brady, just a different type of dude.
That's why she loved, too. She's cooking for the friends.
Yeah.
I'm Tom Brady, man. Get somebody in here real quick. Cater this event. What are we doing?
DoorDash this thing.
I just got back from Taekwondo practice. Now I got to cook for these fools.
That's right. We got to run. Time for the C note. I'll give you the Warren Sharp takeaways on the Cowboys from his NFL preview and more headlines from America's team coming up next year to the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to Welcome back, Nation. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys News of the evening. The segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Warren Sharp NFL preview is out. Read the Cowboys chapter over the weekend and noted the most interesting things to me. Warren projects to see the number one largest overall increase in schedule difficulty by a mile. They're also going to have the number 3 increase in difficulty of run defenses faced and the number 2 in difficulty of pass offenses faced. So, wow. Hopefully Javonte Williams doesn't, have any trouble producing as much as he did last year. But the number 2 increase in difficulty in pass offense faced, boy, your secondary better be significantly better or that could get embarrassing. How do you offset that, I think is the question. Or do you think they will be able to offset that?
Specifically to the pass defense?
Yeah, the run defense is faced or the pass offenses they are going to face. Do you think they've done enough with the roster to make a bigger impact than the schedule difference will? From one of the 5 easiest schedules to the second most difficult?
Preparational help a lot. This guy who can, I think he has an idea how to dial it up. And I mean dial it up like he could sit down and kind of look at what you're trying to do with him or trying to do to him. Now, I just think if the Cowboys struggle this year, and I've said it earlier, I've said a bunch of different platforms, I felt like that if they do not have the ability to take from classroom to practice field to game field, and we start to see that all of a sudden it's not a cerebral secondary and it's not, they're not football smart at linebacker, and they, there's some things physically they're going to get beat on. But if they're a team that is not capable of doing all the things that this defensive coordinator wants them to do, they're going to struggle. It doesn't matter if it's Joe Namath or Troy Aikman or whoever's throwing the ball against them. It doesn't matter. That's the thing that they struggle with so badly is just those huge plays, but they were just so out of place.
109 explosives.
Yeah,
and I think it was probably smart of them to get the Cardinals secondary coach Ryan Smith as they signed Jalen Thompson, and Christian Parker has worked with PJ Locke, so hopefully they can smooth out that learning curve a little bit for you. But I think the biggest one will be takeaways, and with Diggs and Bland at the height of their powers, I think we were imagining at this point in their careers we would have the best takeaway duo at corner in the entire league. That's how they drew it up, but how it turned out is the Cowboys' defensive touchdown-interception ratio last year was the 5th worst of any defense in the last decade.
Wow.
Whew. Okay, the Jets were at 36-0. The Cowboys were at 35-6. And yes, it was one of the worst takeaway defenses in pretty much the modern history.
I mean, they couldn't even get pass breakups for a while.
Yeah, they hadn't touched the football in the first month of the season.
I think they've got the personnel. I think they got the personnel to do this.
Okay.
I really do.
Really?
I think they do. I just don't feel like I say, the only thing that could hold them back is everybody they brought in the type of guy that is capable of lining up in the right spot and kind of they're asking a lot of their guys to play man and a half, play gap and a half. They're asking a lot for that to have to happen. So I think physically they could be fine, but can you marry everything to that? And that's the thing that kind of worries me. To actually see them out there playing, I think they've got the players, the right players. I just don't, like I say, how football smart is everybody going to be is going to be the biggest question we're going to have.
I like their chances of having the right players, especially because what Brian said, you have the horses up front to play that style, to play that technique. But I think if you have injuries on the back end, you quickly fall off a massive cliff. You quickly get back into how bad it was last year, potentially.
At corner, for sure. I think they did a good job of safety. And I've said that, and you mentioned, the PJ Locke, he's got comfort with Christian Parker. They know each other. Jalen Thompson's clearly a player that they identified, comes over with Ryan Smith. So, the brain work thing that we heard all offseason, I'd like to think CP's not saying, yeah, go get Kobe Durant if he doesn't check off that box for him. But then some of the guys that are carryovers, whether that's Bland, whether that's Revel, whether, some of the other guys, there's Reddy Stewart, that are still on the roster previously. I mean, all we would hear about is Malik Hooker's your smartest player in the secondary. Well, I mean, now what is he? Is he still number one, or has he dropped down to 4 or 5 now? But at safety, they should be good in that area. Corner's the one that I would still have a question.
Okay, that's enough about the defense, at least for now, because there's some fun to be had on offense. And I would say this section is why they have to keep CD and GP together. Not only does it give you an offensive identity, but it makes you very good on offense in ways that we haven't seen. Sometimes for Dak's career, other times for this entire century, as the offense was the number one most efficient early down offense for the Cowboys since the turn of the century. 25 years, most efficient early down offense. The offense averaged the number one lowest punt rate for the Cowboys this century.
Nice.
Wow. The offense averaged 2.6 points per drive, the second most efficient offense for the Cowboys this century. The only place Dak wasn't significantly better in 2025 was EPA per play while throwing from outside the pocket, which I thought was interesting. Isn't Dak a good throw-on-the-move guy historically?
At one time he was.
Is he not anymore?
I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to get out of the pocket.
Yeah, I think it's more of a slide and find the base and throw. I don't think it's the things that we've seen, the waggles, the boots, those are things part of it, but those seem like the dump offs. I know there was some times down the red zone where he made some really good throws moving to his left, but like I said, him running and making throws, it's probably something he's not as interested in doing as he once was.
Man, the Jailblazers might be back.
I wasn't sure how you'd feel about this one.
The Grizzlies are trading 2-time NBA All-Star Ja Morant to the Trailblazers for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. So that's fascinating. They're keeping Denny Avdia, and Damian Lillard.
Player, right?
Avdia's probably their best player, and we'll see. I mean, Ja Morant at the height of his powers, I think, could have something to say.
Those two could be good together if he can get back there.
About that, yeah, that is quite an interesting piece of breaking news as this NBA puzzle starts to fall into place. How much did play action help Dak Prescott in 2025?
I think a lot.
Yeah.
He generated 51.9 EPA. On play action passes his entire career before last year, he had generated 35.7. What? Oh, that was just from 2020 to 2024. So in the previous 5 seasons, he had generated almost 36 EPA from play action. Last year, it was 52.
That is insane, dude.
Well, I remember, I think he recently spoke, and somebody asked him about working under center, and that was an emphasis for Shoddy. Like, we want you, because I think of the play action game, but also, like, we had heard sometimes, I think there was a knock on Dak. Brian, I think you even talked about this early in his career where, as soon as you for other quarterbacks, not just Dak, but you turn your back to the defense.
Yeah, that was a big.
Afterwards,
that was That was what they were kind of worried about him playing under center. That was he able to take the snap and then get back, but turn his back to the defense and then find where everybody is.
And last year he proved he made great strides in that area.
He made great strides in that. Absolutely, he did.
He had a total of 568 play action dropbacks before 2025. Averaging 0.06 EPA per attempt. In 2025, he had 173 play-action dropbacks and averaged 0.3, 5 times better. Yeah. So I think that not only goes to the volume of it, but it goes to the Pickens impact, and it goes to the design of your offense just being better. Okay, when will the Cowboys stop being so penalized? They did finish the 2025 regular season with 133 accepted penalties.
It'll never stop.
Right? It never will. It doesn't matter who the coach is.
No, you could talk about it all day, and you can talk about the various coaches that have been through there, and it just won't happen. It won't happen.
They rank number 1 for offensive holding.
Yeah.
It's been this way for multiple seasons in a row now.
Yeah.
False starts. They did say the Cowboys, this is from Warren Sharp, the Cowboys have the notoriety of ranking number 1 in 2 discipline-related categories, averaging the most unsportsmanlike conduct and unnecessary roughness penalties per game last season, a major contributor to their overall elevated per-game average. And I don't even think of them as like a big hitting team or a team that's going to set the tone physically. They want to become that team. It's not like they're even getting bang for the buck. Like they're not a feared physical team. If you're going to be playing unnecessary roughness and late hit game, then I want you to strike fear into your opponent at least.
Yeah.
Give me some trade-off for being the most penalized team, please.
I need to feel like I'm watching like the Steelers or Ravens from
Yes.
08.
Did you feel like, though, that the roughness stuff and things like that was due to, like, discipline, like, in the pocket of quarterbacks?
Ooh. Yes.
They're, like, going low or hands to the face or
There's
around
some
the
of them
head.
that I think can be ticky-tack calls, but others that, like, certainly Sam Williams has had a few.
Sam Williams
that are
always
like,
comes
what are
to
you
mind,
doing?
yeah.
You know, that's
What are you
just
doing?
that's a bonehead stupid penalty.
A couple of George Pickens ones as well.
Yeah.
But if they could just eliminate those, and that goes to just not putting the team first. If they could just eliminate those, they would fall back closer to average in the league rankings. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some some training camp questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the former Cowboy Scout. Brought us.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that, as always. Guys, before we get started, I do want to play, like I say, I have questions, but I want to make it a form of a game. You know how I always like to make it a game. Not keeping score game, but always like to get your opinion, come up with different ideas.
Participation trophy game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, participation trophy game. That's okay. But we've seen now in this World Cup stuff, I wanted to ask you this question. If you were a fan to experience this way, what's the worst way to lose one of these matches? And I say this, I say it in sports: extra time, Hail Mary, the walk-off, or the buzzer beater. Which, as a fan, would you feel is the worst way to lose a sporting event?
I feel like it's the soccer one. The extra time, just like sort of ambiguous. Like, oh, all of a sudden they get more time now. Here we go. Oh, they're close enough. We're going to just let them play it out. At least I know in a normal sport when the game's supposed to end.
I think the stoppage time goal has a good argument because at any moment you're feeling like we could take this ball and go downfield and score and win it ourselves.
Sure.
And we're just moments from overtime, basically.
Yeah.
But man, the Hail Mary just seems so unlikely that when you actually do lose like that, like Duncanville, it's just like, are you freaking kidding me? What did I just witness?
Yeah, the Hail Mary. I'm with you. I think, but what about like an own goal? You accidentally, like, you're passing it back to your own goalie.
Oh gosh. Oh
that might cause you to lose your life.
Yeah, for the goalie especially.
There's like an own goal situation. That's how you lose in a World Cup.
Yeah,
that would just be
like scoring in the other hoop for the other basketball team to lose the game. Like, are you kidding me?
I think I would rather get blown out though, Brian. I'd rather lose late than get blown out.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant to say.
See,
because that's the worst way to lose it is when you never have a chance.
I feel like this extra time, and I understand what you're saying, Chief, but man, you play this whole match, and and then all of a sudden it's down to, like, they score, like Brazil today scoring. You know, South Africa yesterday, late.
That's just such a gut punch.
Late score, and you're just sitting there for 90 minutes, your team's hanging on, and you had chances. Then all of a sudden you're like thinking, I mean, we've seen a lot of goals in this World Cup that have been extra time goals.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm kind of like, as a fan, I would think that would be the worst way to lose. Just sitting there all day, and all your team just in the last minute just decides that, oh, geez, you know, we gave it up here. So
I'm used to not being the better team in these U.S. soccer situations, so losing at the end would be like, man, we hung in there.
Yeah,
you know,
kind of like the Philadelphia-Dallas game in Week 1. We were all kind of like,
moral victory.
Yeah, all right. And then they played like garbage against
Best
the
loss
Giants.
ever.
Giants and won the following week. All right.
Yeah, it was ugly.
Vach and I played a little game or had a discussion this morning. We had a game called, we call it Look Out or Look Out. Okay?
Okay, so which one are we looking at?
Just an inflection change?
Yeah. Like, hey, look out for this guy.
Or
look out. Just get out of the way.
Got it.
Get out of the way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look out. Look out.
Look out. Hey, look out, or look out. Like, you know, you're trying to fix a car and you move the guy out of the way. Just get out, move out of my way.
I like it.
Wolchuk with his thespian background is going to be great here.
Okay,
crush this.
Yeah.
But the way we play it, the way we play the game is we didn't go for like star players.
Oh,
we went down the line guys. Like hey, man, you know, look out, or look out, you know, that kind of,
look out for this guy.
All right, so we'll go with the thespian first.
Oh, boy.
How about this one for you, Wolchuk? Jay Toia.
Oh, my Haka brethren.
Look out or look out?
That's a look out for Jay Toia.
Think so?
Yeah, I think that they kind of brought some guys in that are going to bury him down the depth chart a little bit. And I still think that he can be a solid player, but I think he's going to be fighting for playing time with guys like Otito Ogbonya, Bullard, who they brought in. I wonder if, like, Overton, the rookie fourth rounder, even is a guy that kind of fights him for snaps. So, I still like him, but he's a prior draft regime. And he's a guy that I think they've brought in some similar body types now to where it's like, okay, what do you do differently? Mm-hmm. What's going to be something that you're bringing to the table that's different? So it might be tough to get him on the field.
How about you, Dawson? Is that a, hey, look out or look out?
Look out for this guy at the LAX about 3 weeks into camp. I just don't think they carry that many big guys like that.
Do you think he's like the round peg in the square hole kind of a thing? You think he's that guy?
Is he not a gap and a half type of tackle?
I just, to me, it's a 320-pound guy, but it seems like, is that what they're trying to do? Are they trying to
get your old school nose more, don't you?
Yeah, I think he's more like a gap. I mean, everything's like this might be a two-gapping guy. I didn't see anything to really make me. Christian Parker was talking about we need guys that play square, don't get turned, take up blocks. I didn't feel like there was a lot of times last year where Jay Toia was taking up blocks, and I don't think he ever played square, completely square. And I wonder if this is one of those, we're kind of keeping it around guy, but if you don't show anything, LAX airport, I can see that. How about that, Chief? How about you?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not expecting much in the way of production or on-field presence for this guy.
Gotcha.
And what Wolchuk said, bringing in Ogbonya and is it Bullard?
Yeah,
Bullard's the other guy.
Yeah.
He's got some competition.
Okay. How about this one? Let's go with you on this one, Chief. Reddy Stewart. Reddy Stewart.
I think that would be like a positive lookout.
Like
like he can be serviceable for you.
Okay.
Yeah, getting with Christian Parker, like he wasn't amazing last year by any stretch. Nobody was in the back end of that, but he looked competent enough to think that with Christian Parker, I think that he could be a guy that's on your roster.
Dawson?
Yeah, I think I'm more with Chief because I like his competes, I like his toughness, but I don't know if they have another small guy that they want to play inside. And he got enough experience last year, right? Is this his second year?
With the Cowboys, yeah. 2 years out of Troy, right?
2 years out of Troy. So he's a practice squad guy, then he played with the Cowboys last year. I kind of like him. Look out for Reddy Stewart.
Okay, look out.
Yeah, look out.
Look out. Okay. How about you there?
I'm looking out for my guy Reddy Stewart here. He was probably the bright spot of the defense last year if you had to pick somebody. Now, if Kobe Durant and Caleb Downs take that role,
that's what here we go.
And you start to get into a numbers game.
Here we go.
Can he still make the roster?
Here we go.
Special teams?
I'd say no, but can he fill the C.J. Goodwin role?
That's what I'm saying. This is where I did this. I went, look out, and then said it as a defensive player.
Ooh, okay.
But do you make it now? Do you take over the role? He is a tough guy. He's a smaller guy. I kind of feel like that they were doing things in the OTAs and mini camps where they were putting other guys ahead of him. So it made me feel like that they were saying, look out, just move over here. And then we're going to put others, but can you develop into the C.J. Goodwin role, or can you be one of those guys? That's kind of where I felt like
I like that.
I felt like we've talked about with this nickel star situation, like these guys, Hamilton and James and Eman Wari, they get this reputation for they never leave. But in truth, they're down there about 40% of the time.
Yeah.
And you need different packages to put in there to handle different personnel. And I just think Reddy's unique enough.
Yeah. I think he's got some – he clearly was one of your better players in the secondary of a bad secondary group, which made me kind of go, I could see why you guys said, well, look out here. Because smaller guy, tough, all those things, it probably fit right in. How about this one? How about Sam Williams?
Look out. I love it. I love it. You know, I think what his plan is with the defensive line can free up Sam Williams, I think, to be more aggressive. And I think you're going to have to get creative with him and maybe not ask him to, do some of the stuff that Rashawn Gary is going to do because he's not that kind of a player. But if we're freeing up linebackers to get to the quarterback with simulated pressures, and this guy could come free or this guy could be a one-on-one, I think Sam Williams still has a lot of potential athletically, and could produce you 5 or 6 sacks in an ideal year.
How about you there, Wooly? Sam Williams.
Look out.
Okay.
For Sam Williams is your potential gunner on special teams.
Okay.
Damn, he looked good doing that a couple years ago.
My gosh, can he do that at a high level? I'd love it if he actually finally was able to click, but it's kind of I think Sam is who he is.
So you're a lookout.
I'm a lookout for if he didn't make the roster, I think that'd actually be a great thing because it means somebody else stepped up and booted him somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, physically, you just love him. He's extremely impressive and explosive and strong, and he can be a disruptor. But I just think the more you reduce his role, the better he actually is. And I mean, he doesn't have a Micah Parsons to play across. There's nobody that. Other than Quinnen Williams, there's nobody that I think offenses are going, oh my gosh, we really got to throw double teams this way. Yeah. So unless just schematically they're opening up and he's a free rusher all the time, I just don't think you can trust him.
Final one real quick, guys. Nate Thomas.
Yeah, look out.
I say look out.
Look out for Nate. Nate can play. Let's go. Come on.
He can at least be serviceable.
That's your starting right tackle in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a starter right now, but big picture, he's a depth piece that I want.
So you Shelton and Thomas.
Okay, so we got 2. Look out.
Yeah.
And Dawson's up. Look out. Just move.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You want depth that's quality. He's strong. He played, and he didn't totally embarrass himself every play. But I want my depth guys to have more upside, Brian.
Okay.
I don't feel like he's got much of that.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time to talk some hoop, Chief, as things are cooking out there.
A lot of stuff going on in the association. Let's hear from new Mavs head coach Dusty May, and then all your NBA free agency news and rumors next in the Nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the nation. We have the Rangers general manager, Ross Fenstermaker, coming up at 4:20. Looking at that conversation, coming off a sweep in Toronto, back to 500, sitting in first place in the pregame's coming up at 5:30. We'll talk with Ross here coming up in 20 minutes. Here's the Chief with a little basketball conversation.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance. Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when you are just under 25 hours to the official start of NBA free agency, but you already got deals going down left and right. And we find out, I believe in real time, in so many words, that Kyrie Irving is here to stay.
Nice.
At least for now. Okay, Dusty May.
Well, what is it?
He's here to stay at least for now. What that means is he's not going to be traded this offseason. He's not going to be traded in the early portions of the season. I think at best case scenario, if you want Kyrie traded, you're looking at the trade deadline in February. Based on Dusty May, your new Mavericks head coach, at his intro presser today, was talking about how he's been in conversations with Kyrie Irving, and this is what he had to say.
Kyrie knows what it takes to win a championship. So as a first-time NBA coach, I'm going to lean on him in a lot of areas. And someone as intelligent as he is going to bring a lot to the table for all of us. And so, he's one of the greatest point guards to ever play our game. I mean, he's a jazz musician, and so I can't wait to be around him every day and just help him on his journey.
Okay, so I believe Dusty May is clearly a fan of Kyrie Irving. I think Masai Ujiri and company understand, hey, we need this guy to help get this plane off the floor here, at least in the first portions of the Dusty May era, and getting to see Cooper Flagg with a legit point guard, and then perhaps build his value up a little bit more. And if you decide that, hey, we're not winning a title with Kyrie here, let's go ahead and let's get some picks for him, and more picks in February than perhaps you would get today if you decided to move on from him.
Yeah, I think they're totally handling this thing right. Who knows what might be on the cards here for the next 72 hours, and if enough things go your way and Cooper Flagg has a big year too, you could be in massive win now mode. You know, I think in order to make that happen a little bit more, I'd love to see more playmakers come in that can allow Kyrie to be under 30 minutes per game. Mm-hmm. To sort of preserve him, because I want the best of Kyrie Irving without having to overuse him like they did a season and a half ago that ultimately led to his injury. And then, yes, if it doesn't go your way, then let's play him 38 minutes a night. And right around the time he's averaging 24 points and 9 assists per game, let's move him to a contender and see if we can clean somebody out.
Yeah, I just think it's a no-brainer to keep him on the roster right now. And yeah, maybe things really fall your way and you're like, holy crap, we're actually closer than we thought we were. We're going to be buyers at the deadline. Or, okay, Kyrie, his value is now back to solid around the league. He's playing healthy, he's playing productive, and then you go ahead and move on from him then. So I like the way they're approaching this thing. The Mavericks have also brought back Ryan Nembhard, tiny man, going to be in year 2 as a rookie. Last year
had a hell of a rookie year.
The 23 assist game. Right? Yep. We had him on the show at one point last year. And so they're going to be bringing him back. And then it looks like they have extended a qualifying offer to Moussa Cisse, the big man, according to Mike Curtis. And I really liked what he brought to the table last year. I think that's a guy worth investing in.
Yeah, he played some solid minutes down the stretch for sure.
Yeah, super active big man with some athleticism there. So that's where things stand with the Mavericks right now. You have the Kawhi Leonard stuff floating around. I don't think that is going to be something that comes to fruition. The Raptors are pretty hell-bent on trying to get Kawhi back to Toronto, and Kawhi has said that is, I think it's only the Spurs, funny enough.
His old 2 teams?
It's the two teams he used to play for that he's willing to extend with. Now, priority number
San
one.
Antonio, you get.
Well, yeah. Well, you get in the sense that this is a legit team and a title contender, but just the way the
championship,
the Leonard divorce from San Antonio was pretty toxic, and so it's interesting that he's down to go back there and extend. But he wants to stay with the Clippers, but it looks like the Raptors are the team that's really pushing to get him, and maybe it's Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, first-round pick going to the Clippers for Kawhi Leonard.
Man, and I think that's what we're rooting for right now. Like getting him to San Antonio would be a pain in the butt in the division, in the conference. And if they could you imagine if they could deal De'Aaron Fox to the Clippers for Kawhi Leonard, and how much better that would make them, how much more composed and poised and better defensively. You know, keeping Vassell and Castle and just decreasing their importance in your rotation, like that's kind of that sent a shiver down my spine.
And you increase Harper's role, that'd be a really loaded
And you
team.
don't really need to lean on Kawhi. You could play him 50 games in 25 minutes and just get ready for the postseason.
Yeah, that would be a nightmare.
That was the biggest disappointment, I feel like, for the Clippers. Like to have him play so well and then not be available for you so frequently in the playoffs is just too much.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Everybody's looking at like the regular season. He played a fair amount of games last year, but how many playoff games has he missed over the course of his tenure with the Clippers? It's a ton. It is a ton of playoff games. So even
over
if
half.
If you're keeping him healthy throughout the regular season, at any point in the postseason, maybe one of your best players is unavailable to play. So it's been kind of a disaster there with big-time expectations for Kawhi and the Clippers, and they were never able to get over the hump. But we'll see if he goes back to Toronto. Now, the other big stuff is you had Draymond Green with the Warriors opting out of his deal for the final year to allow him to be able to re-sign and open up money for a potential LeBron acquisition.
So his plans to come back, but he just wants to free up that money?
100%. Yeah, Draymond Green just wants to free up that money. Yeah, that's the kind of guy that he is, man. That's the kind of guy that he is.
As long as he doesn't want to punch you, he's the ultimate guy to play with.
He really is, man. So they're trying to get LeBron, and then there's the Anthony Davis factor as well, where you have ESPN reporting that LeBron James would only come to the Warriors in a package deal with Anthony Davis, who is currently with the Wizards.
Steph and all his old buddies.
Yeah.
LeBron, AD, Draymond signing back there. Heck, should we trade Clay back?
Perhaps that could be in the
Maybe
cards.
we can make that happen.
They would have to move on from Jimmy Butler. They'd have to find a team that'd be willing to take on Jimmy Butler's contract right now. But that would be insane. And even Windhorst said like this package deal stuff. I don't know. They all share the same agent, right? Rich Paul, who's besties with LeBron. Same agent for Anthony Davis. Same agent for Draymond Green. This could be just a big ploy to get Anthony Davis and LeBron James a little bit more leverage in trying to get the contract that they're looking for. So, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be fun if LeBron ends up with Golden State and you're seeing the two guys that used to go toe-to-toe. They were basketball foes. Maybe with LeBron at least ending his career there. They'd be super old. I don't know how much damage they could really do, but I do think it would be pretty fun.
It just feels like that Lakers squad that tried to get like Karl Malone and Gary Payton and all like the aging veterans together for one last awesome ride, and it just didn't work out.
In 1993, they ended the NBA All-Star Legends Classic. Okay, this was an old man game on All-Star Weekend. At that time, in that final year, George Gervin played in it at age 40. Maurice Lucas, age 41. Artis Gilmore, 43. Jamal Wilkes, 39. It's starting to take on that feel.
Yeah.
The Warriors.
Yeah.
That'd be Golden State for you.
Just name us the legends.
Just give us the big name dudes. Don't care how old they are.
Yeah, 2-4. They should go back and get KD. Why not? Put KD back on the squad.
I feel like,
could it work?
Have bridges been burned there with KD and everyone else?
I don't know. I don't know if any of those bridges haven't been mended.
I mean, they're so old, they don't have, like, all the testosterone.
They don't remember.
They don't remember.
It's the amnesia squad.
They have subdued the ego of the younger man. These are old wise guys now.
Did you guys play with us one time?
Well, it is funny because they drafted the Michigan big Yaxel Lindenborg. And when he was introed as the newest member of the Warriors, he says it's a full circle moment for me in 2016. I'm a big Kyrie guy, so I used to hate Steph Curry. That's how he welcomed himself onto the Warriors. And then, how about this? He was asked about his early conversations with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Yaxel Lindeborg says, quote, he doesn't normally play rookies as much. He has a history of that. But the way the team is looking right now, I'm going to have a really good chance to play, maybe even start. Wow. It's like extreme confidence and also a little bit of shots fired at the rest of your veteran aging roster.
He will assimilate you, I think, is the phrase from Lindeborg, as Paraguay has scored 1-0 against Germany in the 42nd minute.
Let's go.
Tried telling everybody this Paraguay team pretty good. They advanced and now fixing to go into half up 1-0 on Germany. Look at this, Brian.
I'll tell you what, man, you are a soccer legend. Did you really say that? Did you really say Paraguay? Was that your guy?
Well, I didn't call that they were going to be good, but the U.S. undressed them in the opening game, and everybody said, "Well, all you did was beat Paraguay."
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking, like, yeah, we kind of were glad, but no, I tell you what, that was
a hell of a goal.
That was. Germany's had some opportunities in this match and just have not been able to get it done. But man, poor defending right there.
They have dominated.
But you're right. Yeah, you did. You did say that about that. Hey, listen, that was not going to be an easy match for the U.S. to win, but they made short work of that bunch in Paraguay.
They did. Embarrassed them.
Okay, so some other news. Chris Haynes is reporting that Oklahoma City is going to be picking up the $17.2 million contract of Lou Dort for this upcoming season. So there was thought that maybe they would move on from Dort, but it looks like Dort's going to be back with the Thunder. We mentioned earlier the breaking news, Ja Morant, flagrantly available, according to Brian Windhorst, sold for pennies on the dollar from Memphis to the Portland Trailblazers. Okay, so Ja Morant is now a Trailblazer, and a lot of people are already speculating that this is sort of the move before the move, where Portland still is trying to get into the Jaylen Brown waters. And make a trade with Boston for him.
So Ja going to Boston? You think this is a turnaround trade?
Well, Kevin O'Connor says the Blazers could feel more comfortable sending guys like Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, and Shaden Sharp with draft picks to Boston for Jaylen Brown now that they have Ja Morant.
Has Scoot Henderson just not worked out at all for them?
No, hadn't hit his potential. He's had a couple of good weeks, a couple of good games. He was hurt, but it was him and Wemby going head-to-head like 5 years ago in the G League versus Euro showdown or something.
They had not taken Wemby. Would have been great.
Yeah, what a blessing that would have been.
I think with Ja Morant, he's still a good player, but never found his three-point shot. So if you're dealing with a point guard who's not going to defend well and can't shoot from three, you're dealing with one arm tied behind your back type of situation. I think that's why the Grizzlies kind of gave up on him and why they haven't been better, but still a good distributor.
Yeah. I mean, he's
in the right role.
He's got no three ball production. And then he's with the injuries when you depend on athleticism and to get to the rack all the time, and he started to pull back on that a little bit. He doesn't dunking because of the wear and tear factor. So I don't know. Maybe they can get a little bit more out of him, change of scenery kind of deal, wake up call kind of thing. But
probably not a championship player.
I would not be betting on him to be a championship player. No.
Okay, we got a championship GM set to join us, Ross Fenstermaker. He's been with the Rangers for almost 2 decades, and he's filling in for CY coming up next here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers. We're an hour and 7 minutes now from the pregame as they are in Cleveland and take on the Guardians. Every Monday at this time, it's the Chris Young Show, but his right-hand man is filling in for CY today, so we're looking forward to chatting with the Rangers GM here in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And the Chris Young Show is brought to you by our friends at Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Here he is in his 17th overall season with the Texas Rangers. It's GM Ross Fenstermaker with you here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing great, thanks, especially after a weekend like that. What's it mean to scratch your guys way back into first place here at this point in the season?
Yeah, awesome weekend up there in Toronto, obviously with the sweep there, getting ourselves back into first place. Won those games in a lot of different ways. We had some close ones, some great team wins up there. Good to see the entire roster contributing in a lot of different ways and putting us in a good spot as we got a tough test ahead of us here in Cleveland the next few days as well.
Yeah, it's always on to the next thing. And I guess before we get there, do you have an update on how Brandon Nimmo's face is doing after that big final out last night?
I think his face is doing well. He banged his shoulder pretty good against that wall there, so he's getting that looked at today. We're going to give him a day, try to reassess where he's at here. But, yeah, big catch there to secure the sweep. Great play by him. He's a little bit sore today, but I think he'll trade that for a nice series sweep.
Looks like it's been a pretty busy day for you guys with one of our favorites from Surprise, Cam Cauley, coming up. What are you guys hoping to get from him?
Yeah, we've had a couple roster moves today, but excited about Cam. He's put himself in a great spot there with his performance in AAA. Offers us quite a bit here, the ability to play multiple positions. He can play second base today, but he can play second, short, center field, left field, third base. Adds a speed element to our roster as well. He's hit left-handed pitching really well. So excited for him to make his major league debut and contribute to this roster.
Chris Paddock, the other move that you mentioned there, Ross, you made a couple with Jared Kelenic designated for assignment. Joe Ross gets DFA'd as well. But Chris Paddock, veteran pitcher, you needed another arm. What are you hoping to get from him?
Yeah, Chris is going to be the bulk arm today. He's built up to about 80, 85 pitches. Obviously, Tyler Alexander's starting the game here. So we've been in the midst of a pretty heavy stretch with a lot of games in a row here. Our bullpen, our arms have stepped up. We needed a fresh arm, and Chris has been built up and obviously an established strike thrower in this league and somebody we feel can help us absorb some innings and keep us in the ball game.
It's GM Ross Fenstermaker here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Are you the guy, or do you like being the guy that gets to call these guys and tell them they're coming up to the big leagues? How's that process go when you're getting to bring a guy up like Cauley?
Yeah, I actually don't make the call. I allow our farm director, Josh Bonifay, to do that. It's a little agreement that we have since he's the one that usually releases the players. I also let him deliver the good news to the players when they're getting the call up. So I usually follow up with a quick call afterwards or a text, or if they're coming to Arlington, I know I'm going to see them. I usually pop downstairs and welcome them. But it's pretty special. Obviously, I got some roots in player development the last several years. So a lot of these players from the draft, throughout the entirety of the system, when they finally arrive, it's a pretty special moment for myself. And I know what it means to our entire player development operation as well, and the scouting group as well, who brought those guys into the organization to begin with. So always a great moment whenever a homegrown player makes a major league debut for you.
Hey, Ross, so what do you make about what's going on in the American League and as well in the National League it looks like with the disparity of the teams playing, the Rangers, of course, playing like at a 500 level, scratching their way back into this thing. But when you're evaluating the leagues, how do you make sense of really what's going on in both leagues right now?
I'm not sure we can make sense of it. What I do know is that it's an opportunity for us, and it's created a way in which at 500 we get back to first place in the division. I think there's a lot of parity in the American League. I think we're all pretty closely bunched at this point, and presents us with an opportunity to continue to compete. And we believe that our best baseball still remains ahead of us. We've played quite well over the last month, and obviously this week there in Toronto. But we got to continue playing at a high level. And if we do, I think the league has afforded us an opportunity to consider October if things go well for us down the stretch.
You mentioned, okay, that's exciting. You mentioned the last month, 17-11. Do you think that's representative of what this team really is?
I think it's more on par with the team that we thought we ultimately built at the outset of the season. Guys kind of coming into their own. We've had to do it a lot of different ways. We haven't, unfortunately, been afforded the opportunity to play at full strength for most of the year, and we got pretty close to it before recent injury news to Wyatt Langford. But feel really good about the group of guys that we have, the circumstances that we've been dealt, and the way that we've been playing. So hopefully the boys can keep it up.
Yeah, it's tough because you've never really had your full team together, right? It's like, here's EC, he's back in the lineup, boom, Wyatt goes down. Same thing with Corey. So what is the timeline for Wyatt, but also how do you balance the evaluation of your club since you haven't really been able to see them at full strength?
Yeah, it's a challenge. I mean, we're looking at the All-Star break, right after the All-Star break for Wyatt, getting back to full strength, and hopefully, we continue to play well in the interim and hold serve here. But it's just part of the game. Injuries are part of the game. We've had quite a few of them this year. That being said, I think it speaks volumes to the resilience of the team that we have, the competitors that we have, and the opportunities that have presented themselves for some other players to step up, and they've performed in those opportunities and put us in a position to continue to compete down the stretch.
With how tight the standings are across the league, does it make it more challenging to forecast which teams might be wanting to sell at the deadline?
I think so. I mean, we're going to continue to have those calls, field those calls, CY, myself, a few of others in our exec group as we get closer to the deadline and feel out what teams are ultimately thinking about doing. But, I think right now it's still a little bit early for that. We're mostly just focused on playing our best baseball and doing whatever we can to continue to put ourselves in a position where we can make those calls and make those calls more on the buy side of things. But we've got to continue to play good baseball and position ourselves for that. So I'm looking forward to Cleveland and seeing where this goes.
Hey, Ross, CY was kind of talking about you guys have had to kind of float some schedules and stuff and where you're meeting when it comes to the draft and stuff. How are things been for that? You always talk about the injury challenges and things you've had to deal with, but how the meetings for getting ready for the draft and stuff been progressing for you guys?
Oh, they've been great. I mean, our amateur group, Kip Fag, Josh Boyd, the entire group, they do such a tremendous job of preparing us. I was listening this morning. I've listened in on a lot of calls. We're in such a good spot. Really excited for this draft. It seems like it's a very deep group. We pick at 16, so excited about the opportunities that we're going to have there. I will say that we're about to turn the page here to July, which is by far the busiest month on the baseball operations schedule between the draft, the trade deadline. So there's a lot of things for us to balance on top of the day-to-day with the major league team and some of the injuries and the pitching situations that we've had to deal with. But we're excited for this next month. It's a fun time to work in baseball operations.
Well, with that being said, Ross, and you mentioned all the things that you have to do, is that broken up into, do you have specific guys handling certain things for you, or is it a collective group kind of working through all the things that you just mentioned?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit of both. I mean, we have specific directors or assistant general managers that are overseeing certain areas of the operation and ultimately feeding that information to us. But we have a pretty small executive team, and we collaborate on almost every decision. Ultimately, that comes to CY and myself to kind of make the final calls on these things. And we have such a great working relationship that we're 99% of the time we're on the same page with these things. So, but we have, it's a collective group in terms of how we drive that and ultimately manage what is a very, very busy time of the calendar year.
Rangers GM Ross Fenstermaker with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What's the latest on Jordan Montgomery and Cody Bradford?
Yeah, Monty's doing good. He's going to go back out for another rehab outing. He should be built up to 3 innings later this week. I believe that's Thursday or Friday of this week. And Cody is also doing well. He's going to be throwing live VPs this week, and we're going to continue building him up. It's probably looking like post All-Star break, he'll be back in a rehab outing out in an affiliate, but he's doing well on his progression back.
As we hit the midway point of the season, what do you think about the job Skip Schumacher's done overall? What stood out to you about his first half of the season?
I think he's done a great job so far. Obviously, as we're talking about different adversities that we've had to overcome as a team with some of the injuries and get to know the guys and establishing a style of play, I think it's starting to take form. I can say, my working relationship with him, the communication has been exceptional. We're very aligned in everything that we ultimately want to accomplish on the field collectively as an organization. I think he's done a great job so far of involving a lot of different constituents in the decision-making process and leading the group, and I'm excited to see what continues to transpire here this season.
What was here in radio, I love it when you get an intern to like big shot type of story, right? And two of our co-hosts here, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, started with us as interns like 10 years ago. You started as a Rangers intern, right? Like in 2010. What's it take in baseball to be on that journey and to make it to the top as you have?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a heck of a ride. I'm so incredibly blessed. This organization has treated me so well. I think my goal always has been to just dominate the job that I'm in. Whatever that is, whatever this organization needs. I've done almost everything within this organization. They've blessed me with a lot of different opportunities, and the most recent one is that of general manager. And my focus is, like those times in the past, dominating the current role that I'm in is to the best of my abilities. So, obviously there's some vision that you have for your long-term future. When you get in, you don't know how that's going to play out, but I think you focus on being where your feet are and doing the very best you can to dominate the job. The rest takes care of itself.
History for Tyler Alexander tonight, huh? The first guy ever to start a game after closing the previous two nights. What do you think is in store tonight for Tyler as he gets to make MLB history?
Pretty unique, huh?
Yeah.
Local South Lake kid being able to be in the record books is closing multiple games and then starting. So it's 3 in a row for him. You would say I think it was 10 and 15 pitches, those games that he closed out. So, I think they were a little bit lower stress in terms of pitch count, but obviously finishing games in Toronto is high stress. So Tyler's a pro. He's been unbelievable. His versatility, the ability to close games, open games, pitch mid-leverage pockets versus lefties throughout the season. Great job by our scouting group to find somebody who fits in multiple ways and multiple roles on this club. So excited to see him go in the record books tonight.
Well, thanks for giving us your time. Congratulations on all of your success, Ross, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
There he goes, Ross Fenstermaker, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. All righty, when we come back, boys, what are we doing here, Chief? What you got?
Phil Mickelson had a bad weekend.
rated sports station every month in 2026. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and thanks to the Rangers General Manager Ross Fenstermaker for joining us. It's time now for the Chiefs Hodge.
Yes, sir. Lots to get to right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
How about Uruguay getting bounced out of the World Cup and the governing body was so ticked off that they canceled the team's charter flight home, and they had to fly commercial.
I thought that was a ball sacking thing.
I mean, USA Today. Find your own way home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they told all the players you're on your own.
Like what a punishment right there.
I thought it was a joke.
You don't deserve to have the charter flight home.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like, did they already have the charter flight here in America? Like that thing's just going to fly back with nobody on it?
That is wild. Yeah, that's how I imagined it. That was my first question.
It's like if the charter flight's already here, it's going to have to go back. I guess we'll just fly nobody on it. We want to make a statement. We want to make a point. I hope these guys remember this 4 years from now. They better not freaking lose again.
I don't know. Maybe somebody from the Cowboys
knows. They're
knows.
Playing for somebody else.
Isn't there? Don't you just kind of like you book it and there's like a cancellation policy? American Airlines is going to send over a bird here configured how you want it.
They're just willing to eat that cost, like whatever.
Yeah, but there had to have been like a more than a 24-hour cancellation policy on that.
Yeah.
That's petty.
Well, the pilots left an embarrassment.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude.
You guys can get your own way home.
Yeah.
Savage.
Pretty dang disrespectful across the board, but
soccer players pool together and get their own plane.
I thought the SEC just meant more, but apparently it's
South America.
South American soccer just means more. We got the word this weekend.
Didn't South Korea, am I tripping? Didn't South Korea blur one of their coaches out?
They did.
It was during a press conference, and they blurred one of the coaches out, bro. This guy sucks. Don't worry about him. We're not going to offend you with his face.
Wow,
this guy really
just embarrassed us. This face is triggering for some audiences.
See this. That's hilarious.
Press conference of shame.
Yeah, an elimination press conference. We don't even want to hear this guy. We don't want to see this guy. That's amazing, dude.
He's going straight to the Squid Game.
Okay, how about O.J. Simpson? The Bills will not be honoring O.J. at their new stadium.
No high mark?
Yeah, I guess they're just using it as their opportunity, right? They open a new building. We don't have to carry him over. I mean, it is a little bizarre. Why didn't you just strip him from the old stadium if this is how you felt?
Well, because they would have had to do something, you know?
So, actual work.
Yeah.
Now we don't actually have to put you in this one.
Just a clean slate.
Leave you out.
We've been busy binge drinking and jumping off Winnebagos. We don't have time to take the Juice's number down. Good point.
If you've ever been to the old Buffalo Stadium,
the Wall of Honor or whatever,
has about 75 dudes up on that thing.
Oh, wow.
They could do without one. Like Frank Tripucka is up on that Wall of Honor thing.
No juice, man. No juice. Yeah. Wow. I get it. I think it's...
there's a lot of folks up there kind of going, who? AFL guys, I get it, but... They of all the stadiums I've been to, that one had the biggest Wall of Honor. I remember the Cardinals. The Cardinals had players that were like Rams players. They had some guys. I remember going to that Edward Jones Dome place in St. Louis.
It was a strange time.
And it was like weird to have like players from a combination of players up on the wall of
Different franchises.
And I was like going, what? What are we doing over here?
We have a shared history.
Yeah, whatever.
I guess this spot they just broke ground on in Cleveland
German
is going
with the
to be
equalizer, by the way.
Oh, it's 1-1.
Yeah,
okay.
better.
That was fun while it lasted.
We've been on upset watch, and I'm cheering for all the upsets to hopefully get America the easiest path possible. But apparently, this new stadium in Cleveland they just broke ground on is going to be the state-of-the-art stadium amongst state-of-the-art stadiums. Yeah. So who knows if they'll be ready to make the playoffs by then? Apparently, they got a pretty heated QB battle right now between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson.
It is.
But their new spot opening in 2029 is going to be the number one stadium in the world there for a while.
Cats me
Super
out.
Bowl destination,
Let's
Cleveland,
go.
Ohio.
Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks.
All right, dude, I'm excited to see this Buffalo Stadium. It's going to be pretty
looks cool.
freaking nice.
It's like a glass roof, so you can be inside without.
It's like the European
I
stadiums.
think it's open.
The seats are open.
Like,
Yeah,
at
the
least over the
field's
field.
open.
Over the
Okay.
field.
Yeah,
yes,
field's
but the
open.
seats are covered.
Could you imagine them doing a Super Bowl in that cold of a town, outdoors?
Supposedly
not
they
named
are.
New York City. Oh, they are.
They're going to get
that's
one.
part of the deal. Yes, if you build a new stadium,
Watch the Cowboys catch that one.
you go ahead and get yourself a Super Bowl.
Cowboys got to go play in Buffalo.
I mean, it was the risk they took with New York.
That was
Yeah, that's
Seattle.
true.
That was Seattle, Denver.
Yeah.
New York.
Terrible game.
Yeah, awful game. Awful. Okay, speaking of awful, no one had a worse weekend than Phil Mickelson. Even you, one-arm Matt Miller, did not have as bad of a weekend as Phil Mickelson just had. We know a few weeks ago we got the word that he had been kicked out of a San Diego golf club over allegations he made unwanted physical contact with a female employee. That was according to the Golf Digest. And now you get the sort of the bombshell story here. And there is some interesting details. Now,
Evidently, he went after Pat Perez's ex-wife too.
yeah, while they were still married.
Yeah.
It was this is
He was married.
Yeah, he's been married for a long time. He was
For a
a
long
family
time.
man. That was one of the things everybody loved about him. Wife and kids, always out there on the tour.
Yeah.
Phil Mickelson, lovable dude, and he's kind of gone off the
Gansy
wagon
Phil.
a little bit. Yeah. So apparently at one point you mentioned the Perez situation. He's buddies with Pat Perez, and Perez's wife Ashley. Apparently, they were all out at some, they were all hanging out together. Mickelson was hanging out with Perez and his wife. And at one point, Perez excuses himself to go to the restroom. And she is claiming that Mickelson took out his phone and showed her a full body picture of himself naked.
Oh.
Hitting bombs.
Phil says to me, quote, "I'm going to leave my bedroom door open tonight. When Pat falls asleep, I want you to come see me." We were staying next door to Phil, and Pat still had to play in the tournament. The article said she told her husband when the tournament was over, and Mickelson later apologized to Pat. So that is
Apology not accepted, bro.
not going to be accepted.
He must have thought he looked great.
He
in
had
that
the
photo.
perfect angle. Everything was rocking.
Holy moly!
Got some blue chew from
He's
Choppy.
a heavy, droopy guy.
Yeah, but this is back in like 20. I think this is back in 2015. So maybe he was a little bit more.
He was getting in shape, Phil.
Shredded it around.
Yeah,
Check
a little
this
bit more
out. Been
impressive.
working out.
Got a fresh pump in.
I don't look like a sea lion anymore.
Like I could see one.
But this one, I mean, that one is next level ridiculous. This one's pretty wild.
Well, there's
too.
another one, wild one.
Is he getting ready to run for public office or something with a reputation like this?
This is how they write it. Mickelson became close with a fellow member at the Bridges, one of the country clubs, and the guy that he was friends with owned a big house overlooking the golf course, which Mickelson frequented. This guy's house. Another Bridges member who regularly played golf with Mickelson says, quote, "Phil would give his phone to a young man in the pro shop and pay him $500 to just drive around the course for 3 or 4 hours." Because his wife, Amy, was tracking his phone. So she was starting to understand that Phil is a wild hyena.
No.
Like one of the quotes in this is Phil's a wild hyena. Amy tried to cage him, and that was never going to work. And so his wife is tracking the phone, so he's paying somebody $500 to just drive around the golf course so that when she picks up the tracker to see, oh yeah, he's on the golf course. Everything's above board. Phil's doing it right, man. He's a great husband.
Oh yeah, he's doing it all.
So she would think he was out on the course, and that gave Phil time to sneak over to this guy's house and have his secret rendezvous.
Damn.
How does the member know all of this? Quote, the kid from the pro shop told me.
Word gets around.
Kid got the $500. Wow. Just let the cat out of the bag there.
Should have got an NDA for his money.
Yeah, and it wasn't just employees. Mickelson would give his phone to members of the club. He'd be like, hey, if it's okay, I'm just going to put my phone in your car. I'll catch up with you on the back 9.
Just drive around with this, please.
Yeah, don't answer it. Put it on silent.
The member who was friendly with the pro shop employee says, quote, everyone at the club knew what was going on, and eventually his wife found out. And the attorney's not responding, things like that. But really, really next level debauchery there from the quote-unquote wild hyena freak monster that is lefty Phil Mickelson.
That would have been a good nickname for him in his prime.
Freak monster?
Wild hyena.
Wild hyena.
Freak monster. Either one of those.
Either one. They both apply.
Just a freaky man.
He is a very, very savage individual.
Now we
did not have a good weekend. There is no question about that. Now, grade this here, fellas. What do we think? What do we think? Houston Stadium, FIFA World Cup signature food, strawberry buffalo chicken tenders.
That's an interesting blend of things. Strawberry buffalo chicken tenders.
Slightly sticky, candy red chicken tenders dressed in a strawberry buffalo glaze.
Could be very much, very like
I'd give it a try. Why not?
Asian with the
little Asian zing.
Yeah.
I'm in on this 100%. When I first read it, I'm like, okay, this is kind of crossing the line here. But and I'm surprised also with the strawberry, it's not throwing you off. The fruit. I know the fruit can sometimes get away from you.
I like the sound of that. No, these apple glazes, these strawberry glazes on barbecue items. You want some candied ribs.
You like a glaze.
So I'm not actually having to eat the fruit. I think the flavor profile sounds outstanding. It sounds divine.
Just give me a good glaze.
We need to get somebody from Houston who's tried these. Let us know how it goes. Broadus will end up making some homemade.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We got 3 down, 30 minutes to go. Proper round tripper time, Wolchuk.
Heck yes. Rangers have made a ton of moves today. We'll keep you updated on everything you need to know. That's next.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Rangers pregame is coming up here in 30 minutes. Here's Wolchuk to tell you about it in his proper round tripper.
All right, let's do this thing. Let's go around the bases. Right now.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball! You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
Woo! Happy Cam Collie Day. As he is getting called up and making his Major League debut. I don't know if I've been as excited for a Major League debut since, I don't know, a Wyatt Langford, maybe a Jungle Cat, Josh
You think this
Young.
guy stays up?
I'm not going to put it past him. That's how damn good I think Cam Collie could be. Now, yeah, I think
Is that
he
a
does.
June bold prediction?
Yeah, I think he stays up. Why? Because they can't get everybody healthy at the same damn time.
That's fair.
So the second here comes Wyatt, he's back in the lineup. Somebody else will hit the IL, and Cam Collie's going to be here to stay. And the beauty of it is, if he's playing well, he's got so much. He can play second, he can play short, he can play first. Now he's playing in the outfield. Today he's starting in second base, batting seventh for you. They've got a very interesting lineup today because Brandon Nimmo is not playing. He's still recovering from the shoulder that he banged up yesterday.
Man, he hit right into that post.
God, he just nailed it bad. Seager's off, and that's like part of the plan. They were easing you back in. So Justin Foskew's DHing. He's leading off, and he has been fantastic against lefties. And Parker Messick, who's the starting pitcher today for the Guardians, he is a lefty. The Jungle Cat, Josh Young's at third, batting second. They're putting Ezekiel Duran in right field, batting third. Berger's batting cleanup at first. Higgy's catching for Tyler Alexander, but we found out newly signed Chris Paddock is going to be the bulk starter today. So he's formerly of the San Diego Padres. He's a journeyman, been around. His ERA ballooned just under 7, so he was really struggling.
Yeah, it's been bad.
But hey, new team, new me.
Change one thing, change everything.
Absolutely. So he's going to go out and probably just throw heat and shut down this Guardians team because that's what happens, man. When you just join a new team, all of a sudden lights a fire under you, your arm starts to just get elastic, and you just freaking boom. It's all about the stretch.
Does he have the extension that we look
the
for?
Extension and the stretch. Bang, bang, boom, bang, bing. Alejandro Osuna will be in left. Cam Collie at second. Nicky
I like him in the
Lopez
lineup, by the way. Osuna.
Osuna's been great.
Osuna, he doesn't need to come out of the lineup.
No, I'm with you. I think Osuna's got his spot.
Clutch.
And then Evan Carter will be playing center field. Now the Rangers, believe it or not, fellas, most first inning runs in Major League Baseball since May 26th.
Given up or scored?
Over a month. This is scored.
Okay. There was a while there where they were giving up more runs than anybody in the league.
I do know that when they score first, they're
unbeatable.
Yeah, they've been really good.
It's like see that score 1-0.
And they did score out. They scored first, I think, every single game of this entire sweep that they just had against the Blue Jays. And they scored 5 more runs in 3 of the 4 against Toronto. So the offense looked better. They also do have the most first-inning runs in Major League Baseball since May 26 with 35. Next closest is the A's with 28. Texas starters posted a 1.13 ERA over the 4 games in Toronto, which is tremendous, especially since they're going through this stretch with no off days. I think it's, 15 straight games that they're playing. So that you need that. You need that, and you also had some injuries with the Leiter being taken out of the lineup. Jock Peterson continues to be red hot. His leadoff home run yesterday extended the Rangers' current season-best 11-game home run streak. So the power is coming back. They needed that. Tonight's game also, by the way, it's a national TV broadcast.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Carl Ravitch, Eduardo Perez, they'll be calling the action on ESPN, which means if you want to listen to it, you can only listen to it right here. And if you don't have ESPN, even more reason.
And they did this because our guy Tyler Alexander's getting the start.
Yeah, because it is historical.
So they made this an ESPN game.
As they should. And what it's going to be is it's Tyler Alexander, first pitcher since saves became an official statistic in 1969. Nice. To record saves in back-to-back games and then start the next contest. And that's courtesy of the Elias Sports Bureau.
Those guys are undefeated, man.
I still don't know who they are. I'd love to shake their hand one day.
Do you think Karl Ravitch is going to bring up the free-balling nature of Tyler Alexander as just sort of an anecdotal factoid about this man making history?
I would say first pitch, maybe.
You think so? I don't think Karl even knows because that's the type of hard-hitting journalism that we only do. I don't think Karl has it in it.
That's true.
He's on this one.
You think Karl's going to find out that he doesn't pitch with draws on?
I think so, yeah, because when you start to try and uncover, like, how does a guy find success like this? Superstition, there you go.
All right, that's fair. Maybe he does know that. I should not overlook Karl's ability to find out.
He got done with the College World Series, man. Come on. He knows what's going on.
That's
he
right.
knows balls.
And those guys are probably definitely free balling. In college, they probably can't afford undies.
NIL era?
Maybe. That's a good point.
Might have an underwear deal.
Tommy John?
Yeah.
That would be all time to get a top tier undie that is just perfect for you, tailor made for you, and you get that sponsorship. Now you get lifetime undies that are perfect. You don't have to think about it anymore.
All right, Netflix is wanting Kevin Costner for its first ever coverage of Major League Baseball's Field of Dreams game. This is Elle Duncan telling Front Office Sports. So Elle knows this. Why? Because she's Mrs. Netflix now. And Costner did star in the film. This would make a lot of sense. And if you're Kevin Costner, it's like, all right, what's the check in it?
We're still doing that?
Yeah, hell yeah.
We're still playing the Field of...
Every year, it's become a tradition.
We played it Bristol Motor Speedway. We played it...
The Field of Dreams game.
Yeah.
I think the OG was the best one. They should just do it there all the time. Where they're coming out of the cornfields.
Why don't we just do that one time?
You just liked it one time?
Yeah, it's kind of a one-time thing.
Just a one time?
Yeah.
One time?
Don't need to see it again. Seen it once, seen it 1,000 times.
We're field in Iowa, we kind of, we've done this before.
All right. I liked it.
Let's move on.
It was kind of cool. I think they're struggling to come up with new content.
Did you watch last year's?
Hell yeah, I did.
Who played?
Who knows?
Couple of Major League squads.
The point is we saw the highlights, and it was a Major League game. They did. They played it last year.
They played at Bristol Motor Speedway, I know that.
Last year?
Wow.
Or was it 2 years ago?
How about this, dude? The 972 Granddad Miguel. He says, free balling is the best way to go. I switched over 10 years ago. Get this. He's deeming it the best decision he's ever made.
That's my guy, Miguel.
His entire life.
Second best decision was getting rid of.
Heck yes, Granddad Miguel.
Had a baby Miguel.
Getting rid of.
That's some pro stuff right there.
Rosa.
Okay.
Sending her to the curb.
Just being a single man. Marcus Semien, grade 3 hip flexor strain. So he's going to miss a month.
Marcus Semien?
Yep. That's the New York Mets, Marcus Semien. He's not on the Rangers anymore, for those of you that weren't following us.
I actually saw from at TJ Stats the worst MLB OPS for qualified batters.
Yep.
And when you look at the top 10, you will see names like Adolis Garcia and Marcus Semien.
And Adolis Garcia done for the season. He's having season-ending surgery.
So he's locked
Marcus
that in.
Is hurt. That sucks. All right, fellas. Would you have paid $2.5 million for a 1-of-1 Ohtani rookie card?
No.
No?
If I had the money, yes.
I think it's a good investment. It's probably going to go way up.
Give me the money. Give me the card. If I have the money, yes.
It is the all-time highest public sale for any Ohtani rookie card. The final price on the Shohei Ohtani's flagship 1-of-1 Superfractor rookie card, 2018 Topps Chrome Superfractor, number 150 Shohei Ohtani rookie card, $2,562,229.
Well, I didn't know it was the Superfractor. That changes things.
Well, you're right. I should have led with the Superfractor. And I think if Kevin Hagelin was listening, which I know he's not because he doesn't Tolo, he'd have just screamed it in his jeans.
He listens on his way home. I think we get a good 45 minutes out of Hags every day.
It's just Sean and RJ doesn't listen to.
Yeah, that's right.
What are you talking
on his way
about?
He's got to change his undies now. We did get some dong ball history. Schwarber and Harper. This is actually pretty cool. I mean, congratulations to Kyle Schwarber, who's just been fantastic since joining the Phillies. Became the fastest Phillies player to reach the 30-homer plateau, needing only 84 games to do it. Previous mark, Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt. Gosh, I could have guessed that.
I knew you were saying it. It was right on the tip of your
Greg
tongue.
Luzinski.
Schmidt did it in 87 games in 1979. Schwarber is now on pace to hit 59 home runs this season. That's a number that would surpass Ryan Howard's single-season franchise record of 58, which he did in 06. Harper is on pace to hit 36 home runs this year. That puts Schwarber and Harper on pace to finish the season with exactly 399 career home runs. So you've got two teammates that are literally going bing, bang, boom, playing volleyball with one another, ready to hit over the 400 home run plateau at the same time. That's incredible.
That is pretty cool.
That's amazing.
It is, Wolchuk. Almost as amazing as your proper round tripper.
Thank you, bro.
Every day.
I
at this
felt
time.
good about that one.
Nice work today, Wolchuk.
I don't think that was piss poor, guys.
Felt
You were on
like it-
fire.
I don't know, kind of meandering along on the road, I think, a little
I
bit.
meander a little bit, but it's part of the deal here. I'm trying to flesh out a full 10.
There's good entertainment value in that.
Thank you.
Wolchuk and packed with
I'm a thespian.
with alpha content. Okay, we're coming back with your keys to victory and a snapshot of your breaking news stories coming up next here. It's the G-Bag. back, G-Back Nation. Rangers pregame is coming up here at 5:30, so we have, 14 minutes to talk sports with you. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Might have our first extra time game of the World Cup. They are now in the knockout rounds, the round of 32, and Germany and Paraguay are knotted at 1. Japan had Brazil on the ropes. They equalized halfway through the second half and then got the winner in the dying moments of injury time there, stoppage time there at the end of the game. So Brazil advanced against a very good Japan team, and now Germany has come back against Paraguay in a similar situation to tie their game at 1 here in the 84th. Okay, as you've come to expect in our final segment before the Rangers pregame, I am prepared now to deliver to you some Rangers keys to victory. Brian, I know you look forward to it.
This is my favorite thing we do every day.
I know it is.
Okay, you need to overcome the fact that two of the guys in the lineup are bad against lefties, Osuna and Carter. This is where Langford's injury just instantly hurts you. And I think they've done a very good job, the Rangers have, of finding guys who can help them against lefties. And Chris Young has talked about that. Of course, we're better against lefties now, Dawson, because I went out and got us some guys who could do that.
Yeah.
But they got work to do. And, I don't know if Evan Carter's long for this team. But while he's here, we need to start seeing better than a 176 average. He was over again in his return. It's the career downturn of Adolis Garcia that these moments are continuously reminding us of and continues to haunt us, along with the Langford injury. And if you missed it, Ross Fenstermaker, Rangers GM, who joined us last hour, said you're probably looking at after the All-Star break for his return. And hopefully it doesn't linger beyond that. Just a 2.5, 3 week situation. It really, really sucks because this team has really started to perform offensively. And we were talking about scoring first last segment in Wolchuk's glorious round tripper. Mm-hmm. It's 8 games in a row now. They've scored first. And psychologically, we were just talking about the psychological factor coming out of the Miami series and the Minnesota series, like what happens when you give up dongs in the first inning and what it does to the lineup. And really, since we started talking about that, it became a storyline a week and a half ago. The Rangers have been remarkable in fixing that. So I would say that's a huge key tonight, especially with Tyler Alexander opening for you. And then they just signed a guy today, the sheriff, Chris Paddock.
He'll be playing tonight. He'll be coming in after Alexander.
They're going to try to get 4 or 5 innings out of him. Okay, make Parker Messick throw strikes early. He has pitched well. He is still, somewhat inexperienced left-hander, and his success comes from getting ahead in counts. So you want to avoid chasing his breaking ball, and you want to get deep into counts. And then, by the time you're in the 4th or 5th inning, hopefully you can be projecting that you're going to see their bullpen. Cleveland's bullpen's not bad, but it would change the game significantly if you can get that lefty out of the game and maybe make Osuna and Carter a little bit more effective. That's what I got here for you going into this particular contest. You do have another player in trouble for gambling and fixing games.
Oh no,
Malik Beasley has been indicted on charges related to alleged sports gambling scheme, a 9-year veteran. This has been a modern, current, going-on player. So we have been seeing games, Brian, where players are actively involved in fixing the outcome.
They just showed a clip of him. I was just watching during the break where
him racing down for the dunk.
Racing down for the dunk.
To make it was
like an 8.5 point spread.
Yeah.
And he raced. I mean, literally you could see him, he's on the foul line, like looking to hope he gets the ball. And once he had it, he took off and then dunked the ball right at the buzzer to kind of, and it was like the most meaningless deal in the world. But he had a vision what he was trying to do. Beat the spread.
Do you think there's always going to be players who are desperate enough to try this?
These guys are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they just get caught up in things and think, having a little bit of this or having a little bit of that. And then they get in trouble with these, with these organized, crime folks and stuff. And there's always going to be this. There's always going to be this.
You get in trouble with organized crime, and who knows what you can be motivated to end up doing to protect yourself and your family, and to try to dig out. Like if you're thinking, I've screwed this up so royally. I think a lot of people would say I might as well risk screwing it up a little bit more for the chance of getting out of it. Yeah. But this has been such a big year for it, from the Chauncey Billups stuff and the Terry Rozier that started off all the way through Sorsby. Who has dealt himself a massive blow to his career. He was going to be a first-round pick and get a guaranteed, $30 or $40 million. Some of these first overall pick contracts are just massive. And I don't know if he was going to be first overall, but he was likely headed for being a first-round pick if Ty Simpson is. And now, he is definitely thrown his future. He's plunged his future greatly into doubt. And then you also have the Hawks declining their option on Jonathan Kuminga. So he is a free agent. I don't know how much value he's going to have. The Warriors are going after Anthony Davis and LeBron. Could that possibly work? I can't see that winning a championship. But I've talked about the bars lower. We just saw a tiny guy.
It's just hard to imagine that you'd be able to keep all those guys healthy enough to go on the type of run that it takes. Like, you see how difficult it is to actually win a championship. Those guys know it as well as anyone. I would not be betting on that.
Seems like maybe engagement farming for one of the teams that's got the highest operating budget. They're trying to take care of the arena and their season ticket holders and remain interesting more than trying to win a championship. Thanks to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 at 635. Just went 3.5 flawless. Thanks to Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus and Austin Nix coordinating your video. Until tomorrow at 2, Rangers baseball is coming up next, and you're going home with the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.